This is match day 3 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament here at Gahanga main ground. It is a rivalry between the Nigerians and the Rwandans. But first things first, let's see what happened during the toss.
A beautiful morning here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. It's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament. And of course, it's the 12th edition, 7th match on the day number 3. And of course, it's the greatest rivalry between Rwanda and Nigeria. It's toss time. And alongside me, I'm with two captains, Diane of Rwanda, Favor of Nigeria, and Nicole, the third umpire. Tail is the call. And head it is. Congrats, Skip, for winning the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first. It's been a batting wicket, and we want to come and make sure that we put the runs on the board.
Yes, you are batting first. The first game you lost by failing to defend 139. What is the certain total are you looking forward to get?
We're going to make sure that we apply ourselves and make sure that we put the runs that we saw that it's defendable on this wicket. So anything below 130, anything plus 130 will be very much easier.
All the best. Favor, you've lost the toss. What was you going to do if you would have won the toss?
Would have batted first.
You would have batted first too. And why?
The wicket looks good to bat, and the weather is good to bat, and the batters are ready. It have just been comfortable for us to come in and set. But regardless, come in and field and try and stop them under 120 or 100. Yeah.
All the best. You've had it all. Captain Diane winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. They're saying they will have to look for 130 plus. And of course, Favor said they will be looking forward to restrict them under 120. What a game to witness here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. Don't miss out.
And that is the news that came from the center. Rwanda has won the toss and opted to bat first. Looking forward to set up a challenging total that maybe can challenge the female yellow greens. Today, the Nigerians coming out in that shade of all yellow. Yesterday, they were donning the green one. But it is an exciting match, whereas the Rwandans are donning that all blue, all colors of their respective flags. The playing 11s of both teams, Rwanda, Captain Maridian Bimenyumana, Alice Ukuzwe, Rosine Irera, Ishimwe Giselle, Henrietta Ishimwe, Berisa Morekatete, Ruth Wimana, Kilarise Umtonwase, Mervelo Wase, and Jojeta Ingabire. One change made there by the Rwandans. Umgwaneza Grace, who made her debut yesterday against Malawi, is out of the playing 11, and in is Jojeta Ingabire. The openers for Rwanda already making their way to the middle. And the playing 11 for Nigeria, unchanged from the team that played yesterday in the afternoon and defeated Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. Favor Esebe, the captain, Christabel Chukwonye, Esther Sande, Jessica Bein, Lilian Ude, Omosogo Egwakon, Oseyende Omonkobeho, Salome Sande, Sarah Etim, the wicketkeeper batter, Ade Shola Adekunule, and Rachel Samson. Just moments away from the opening ball of this match. What an exciting affair we do have on the cards. It's the female yellow greens, very, very loud and vocal on the field, who are getting ready to take on Rwanda, the host nation. Rwanda bouncing back to winning ways, defeating Malawi yesterday in the morning after an opening day loss. They'll be hoping that the positives that they got from yesterday's game can be carried forward as they head into this match. The last time these two teams met was during the finals of the Nigeria Invitational Tournament, and Nigeria managed to defeat Rwanda by 9 runs to be crowned the champions of that tournament down in their home country. Lilian Ude has the ball in the hands, and Ifani Utagushimaninde, who made her debut during the Nigeria Invitational, will be facing the first ball, whereas she is opening batting alongside Giselle Ishimwe. The standing umpires in this game, let's first see what happens in the first ball. Hit straight to the fielder. and it is a dot ball. The standing umpires in this game are Gaston Ibizi and Adepeju Bolgun from Nigeria. Gaston Ibizi is from Rwanda. Setting us ready for this exciting clash. Well, my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms, and I'll be here with the man who was earlier on there at the toss, Emile Ruchiriza. Played some cricket for the Rwandan men's team and his caps. That is pulled away powerfully and misfielded. A rare one, but the ball was traveling quick. Oseyende Omokobiho not managing to stop it. And Utagushimaninde finally breaks the shackles, picks up the first boundary there for the Rwandans, picking up on the length very nicely, but a little short pitch there from Lilian Ude. And the first runs are onto the board there for Rwanda. Good morning, Emil, and welcome to the comms.
Good morning, Ivan, and thank you. Very beautiful morning here at Gahanga. The sun is out already. No dew on the top of grass. And Nigeria saying they will be looking forward to restrict Rwanda under 120. And yet, Marie Bimenyumana Diane saying they'll be looking forward to get 130 plus that they can defend. Greatest rivalry over the last few years here in Africa. And Nigeria, one of the energetic teams in the field there. You can hear them shouting and hyping the bowler, Lilian Ude.
Yeah, there's been some adjustments there made by Lilian Ude. After bowling one a little short into the surface and it was clobbered away by Ifani Utagushimaninde, Lilian Ude has adjusted the lane. She's bowling it a little fuller, but right into the block hole. So now Utagushimaninde is playing cautious because she knows if she misses, how wickets might be disorganized. She's playing safe and just playing it down the ground.
That's surely smart batting and very, very aggressive bowling from Lilian Ude, who is considered 4 runs already with 2 balls.
Yeah, a flick shot there. Just picking up on it very nice, and it beats the captain at mid wicket. Another boundary there for Utagushimaninde Fani, a little into the pads, and a glorious on drive.
Fani Utagushimaninde, who looks very calm and composed, waiting for the bad ball to be punished. If you look at the first ball she hit for a boundary, it was a short pitch and wide, trying to pull that one, but ended up playing it straight back in between covers and mid-off with full power behind that ball, and Lilian Ude missing that one, bowling it a little bit in the leg, and Fani had to play it a flick for 4, and she got a single on that one as she completes the first over of the innings. Lilian Ude on 9 in the first over, Rwanda on 9 for none after the first over, and the projected score started at 180.
The table standings right in your frame. Nigeria women on top of the table. They have played 3 games, won 2 of those and lost 1. They have 4 points with a very good net run rate. Tied on points with the Zimbabwe women high performance, but the only separation is the net run rate. They have both played 3 and lost 2. 4 points apiece, whereas 2 apiece for Brazil and Rwanda. And Malawi still hang at the bottom of the table looking for the first victory. They take on Brazil from the other ground, from where we sit at the Gahanga main oval. We do hear the anthems, but we'll be giving you the updates that will be coming in from that match. Utagushimaninde Fani and her opening partner Giselle Ishimwe have positives to carry forward. Yesterday, Utagushimaninde scored 37 off 29, and she ran herself out, I could say, because she called for a second run where there was none, and she was set back by Merivelo Owase, leading herself into trouble. But Giselle Ishimwe, a half century, second one for Rwanda women in this tournament. The first one scored by Beriza Murekatete against Zimbabwe, and yesterday Giselle Ishimwe scored 54 of 44. Now she will be facing Oseyende Omokobiho. Shot one and pulled away. It is into the gap. And it is a boundary again there for Fani Utagushimaninde.
Short pitched right on the money in the stumps. And Fanny Utakushimaninde throwing all the weights on that one, pulling it right in the gap between Longon and Cow Corner. And Oseyende Omokobio starting off with a boundary.
The youngest player to score a century on debut. Utakushimaninde Fanny, when she saw that it was short, she committed early into the shot and picked up that gap. Good display there for Fanny. Now that's much better there from Oseyende. Too full for Fanny. The issue that it was outside of stump, so it could be hit, but it is a much better adjustment because the first one was short. Yeah, good adjustments there for Oseyende. Again, claps that one away. Not the very best of hands. And they will take the single. Ball came quick, went quick to Lilian Ude. She's applauded there for the efforts that she's put in to try and make sure that she stops that one. And the field setup there for Oseyende. She has long on and the cow corner. And if you would want to say it in Kiswahili Oseyende, it could mean don't go. But not sure what it does mean down in Nigeria. See how she bowls to Giselle. A full toss again, and through her hands down the ground. Work to do for the fielder running in from long on, but that one hit well enough by Giselle Shimwe. What a way to get off the marker by Giselle. Boundary 4 there for her.
Full toss punished, played right back on over the heads of the bowler. And that will race away to the boundary for Giselle at a strike rate of 400. Starting off with the boundary off the mark. And Oseyende having a very expensive over with 2 balls to complete as her first over.
Yeah, it is a good passage of play here for the Rwandans. They really wanted to get runs, and already in the first 2 runs, they are moving at 9.82. They have the highest score in this tournament. The Rwandans, 174 for 16 20 overs against Malawi yesterday. And they've made sure that they keep doing the good work and finding the runs. A very, very good start from the 2 openers, Giselle and Fanny. Tries to get that one into the gap, but it is a dot ball. 9 runs off Oseyende's first over, and after 2, 18 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads for the Rwandans. It is the third game. Sorry, it is the third match day for this tournament, the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. A time where we do come around to remember the lives that were lost during the 1994 genocide. Remember, Unite, Renew, 5 nations in this one, and all of them looking so much interested in making a mark.
Lilian Ude from the pavilion end ball her second over after going for 9 runs in the first one. Rwanda maintaining 9 runs and over 18 in 2 overs so far. And Lilian Ude, who has been bowling so well for Nigeria. That one is flicked, grazed on the pads, and there is a protection there. The fielder, a third man, had to run around and stop that one from getting to the boundary. And they managed to get a double on that one.
Yeah, a little into the pads. And is a pickings there for Utakushimaninde. A double to start off her over. Lilian Ude, it's expensive in her first. She's given away 9. And as soon as she returns, she gives her 11. But when we look at these 2 teams, Rwanda is ranked 24th in the Women's T20 International rankings, whereas Nigeria is ranked 26th. But there was a time where these teams were closely ranked, and whoever could win could go ahead of the other. So this does not only mean that Nigeria is only fighting for glory, but when they do pick up a win against Rwanda, they also pick up good ranking points there for themselves. So they will be looking at making a mark in this game. And when you look at the rankings of the African nations, associate nations in Africa, Uganda ranked 17th, followed by Namibia 18th, Tanzania 19th, Rwanda 24th, and Nigeria 26th. Up in the air, but it will go over the head of the fielder, backward of point. Good running between Fanny and Giselle, and they'll pick up another double.
Lilian Ude, who is now trying so much, short pitched outside off stump, and Fanny Utakushimaninde trying to cut that one, not getting enough connection, but got a very healthy, thick edge over the fielder at backward point, and managed to get a double already on 18 of 12.
Widith there and cut away. Some athletic fielding there from the field that covers, putting her hands onto that one and managing to stop it from running away. It is Adeshola Adekunle who puts in the feint stop, but they will sneak through for another single. Much better adjustment there from Lilian Ude. She's made sure she makes some adjustments, and now she's keeping the wickets into play, not giving them arms to hit.
And of course, this rivalry, the head-to-head dynamic, often comes down to individual battles between the core setups of both nations. And for Nigeria, they really relies on heavily rather economy rates of Rachel Sampson and Lilian Ude, who is being taken on this time round. Giselle goes aerial and over. One bounce for 4.
Yeah, that was beautifully picked up right in her eating arc. The only difference between Giselle and Fanny will always love the width, but Giselle, when you boil it straight, she will swing through the line because she trusts her timing. Look at the way she swings through. And when you look at her arms, they roll through with the bat. Despite a good field setup there for Lilian Ude, she has 30 man and long on. But again, that ball going very, very straight. And the long on fielder would see itself all the way to the boundary. Another good one there for the Rwandans with one more to play in this over. Touch and go. Run out chance. Underarm throw. They don't always get you wickets. And they sneak through for one. But a little risk there between Fanny and Giselle. But it will bring us the end of the over. 10 from Ude's second over. And after 3, 28 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads. The Nigerians are taking a bowling change, and it is Adeshola Adekunle who is coming into the attack, replacing Oseyende from the airport end. Adeshola Adekunle, little expensive yesterday during that game against Brazil, but she starts so well with the dot ball. She was bowling many loose down the leg, but this time around she's known that when you bowl it towards leg stump, because she's bowling a leg break, the ball will drift in very, very quickly.
Shola Adekule, who bowled very well in the last game they played in Nigeria Invitation. She really challenged Rwanda when batting. They were chasing 80 and restricted them under. They managed to get 71, and Shore Adekule was one of them.
Misfield there at covers and another boundary. Not good display there from the infield circles. Salome Sunday picking it up from where she left it yesterday. She had a very, very bad outing. Made so many misfields against Zimbabwe, and again one goes through her. It is a boundary. They're leaning into that shot. She could have clearly stopped that one. By the way she went down, she didn't commit to stopping it, and it is a boundary there for Utagushimanide Fanny.
Fanny and Giselle starting off very well. And starting off really attacking the most challenging bowlers for Nigeria, Shola Adekunle and Lilian Ude, who challenged them in the last game they played. And this is really giving the confidence on the next batters and the team in general.
Yeah, it is a good start between these two, Fanny and Giselle. Tries to play with soft hands, but she doesn't get it into the gap. One thing I love about Fanny while playing the spinners, she has a very low stance, waits for the ball, and tries to play it with the turn because she knows the ball is a leggy. It is pitching on the leg and drifting away from her. You see that catch that she played for 4. She waited for it and just played it as it was going away to pick up that boundary. Goes again and over the head of the fielder. It will be another boundary because the longer on fielder was covering a lot of ground. She could never get onto that one. Good passage of play here for the Rwandans, and boundaries are now flowing for them.
With that low stance and patience, Fanny Utagushimaninde throwing all the weight on that ball, playing it over the fielder at mid-off and clearing the boundary. And Rwanda is moving very well, increasing the projected score up to 193 with 1 ball to spare to complete the 4th over.
Another good over for the Rwandans, but that is a good finish there from Shola. She creams it off with a dot ball, but 9 runs from that first over there from Shola Adekunle. Rwanda maintaining that scoring rate of 9.65 with the projected score reading 185. And as they come to the end of the 4th over, 37 for no loss is what the scoreboard reads.
$37 for none after 4 overs. And to remind you, both teams are missing their crucial and key players. And for Rwanda are missing Shimamana Rosette, who is also a very good all-rounder, a spinner, and Shakila Nyomuhoza, who bats right in the middle there. And for Nigeria, missing their key players, with the likes of Lucky Pait and Pekula Akboya, who was the captain during the 2025 World Cup qualifiers. They were omitted from the 14th. Lucky Pait, who is more focused now on her academics. But that doesn't really matter that much because both teams are fighting. It's the greatest rivalry in Africa in women's cricket. And that brings the change on the pavilion end. Rachel Sampson, one of the most economical bowler over the last few years against Rwanda.
Yeah, Rachel Sampson is the bowling change, replacing Lilian Ude, who looked a little expensive. That one well played on the back foot by Giselle Ishimwe, and she'll take the single. Shimamana Rosette and Shakila Nyomuhoza are also rating exams. I was having some bit of a conversation with Leonard Nambro today in the morning. He woke up to catch up on the West Indies Sri Lanka game. There was a T20 game that was played in the morning. And you look at the time when that game starts, it starts at 2 a.m. in the morning here in Rwanda. So it is very, very early. So because I also love watching the West Indies mostly during that T20 format of the game, I realized it was online. So we had that bit of a chat. Silvio Sabimana was in the Nigeria invitation but out because she was bowling a little loose. So she'll have to focus on improving her bowling areas. But for Shimwa and Shakila, they will be growing with the team. And now they're just waiting exams. But Ruth Wimana got an opportunity during the Challenger Trophy, given another opportunity. Yesterday we saw Umugwaneza Grace handing her debut. And it's really interesting because when you see that you will always love to have a young team or maybe some succession plan. So It is very good for Rwanda to have some bit of continuity there. Another misfield there at covers will give the Rwandans another single. Very, very many butterfingers for the Nigerians right on the arc. Not sure that you're stopping the singles because that's why you're put right in those places. But we've seen that even the balls that have been hit straight to the fielders, they have been misfielded, and still the Rwandans have picked up runs.
Not much to happen between this over. In between Rachel Sampson's over, conceding 2 in 3 balls. And Giselle, after 4 overs and 3 balls, realized that Otakushima Nindefani is in a good touch. And she is trying to give her the strike. And there is a field change for Nigeria, having deep extra covers and long on for Giselle.
Straight to the hands of the field and put down. Giselle Ashimo tried to play that one late. Creates an opportunity, but Christabel Chukwonye not in position to hold onto it. Something for them to regret, but she looks to be in some bit of pain because that might have hit her fingertips.
And that moves Giselle and Fanny into 40 partnerships after a great partnership yesterday of 96 against Malawi. Very, very good batting between them. Moving at a current run rate of 8.57.
So I felt like Rwanda was going to score like 200 against Malawi. But the bowlers of Malawi, mostly Lucy Malino, managed to pull back at that and limited them to just 174. Picks up that one well, but straight to the field, and it is a dot, but that's much better fielding. Every time the ball is hit straight to the fielder, you don't have to misfield it. Get down, collect it calmly. Because one of the easiest way of fielding in cricket is stopping the ball and staying with it. The batters will never take you on. And this is a much better over for the Nigerians. You look at all those 3 singles have been balls that have been hit straight to the fielders. So it could have been a maiden, but they will take it because it is 3 runs given away. Another one straight to the field and fielded well. That's beautiful there from the Nigerians. 3 runs off Rachel Sampson is first, unlike her opponents, her partners who have been giving away about 9. And the 40 for no losses where the board reads for Rwanda after 5 overs.
And Rachel Sampson doing what stats read, being the most economical bowler for Nigeria against Rwanda, with Lilian Ude, who was not doing good in the last overs, but maybe she'll come back. And for Rwanda, going very well, 40 for none after 5 overs. And these two teams have shared an extensive hard-fought rivalry across the regional tournaments, like Kwibuka T20 and Nigeria Invitation.
Interesting to see that the rivalry continues. Shola Adekunle comes and beats Giselle. What a bowling display there from Shola. Flighted up. And Giselle stuck between going hard and blocking. In the end, it is a dot ball. Before the game, I saw Shola working out a lot with Coach Ibodeme Theophilus. And it tells why she is bowling well. Because when she was doing her warm-up, when we went to do the toss, the coach was standing close to her and telling her what to do. And you can see that now she has just said her areas. 9 from her first, but when you look at this over, it started so well. 2 dot balls up front in the over. You would love to see that more. And another dot ball. Good bowling here from Shola. And now Giselle playing cautious. She doesn't want to throw away her wicket because she knows what it means. The pressure it does create for the team. We are in the land of 1,000 hills. A very, very good place to be in. Goes hard, but she will pick up the fielder, Giselle Ashimwe. That's what the dot balls do. 3 dot balls on trot, and now Giselle knew that she had to do something out of nothing. She tries to pull that one away, but she picks up the fielder at square leg. And the first wicket for Rwanda goes.
Giselle Ishimwe, after facing 3 dot balls and Shola Adekule not changing lines and length, challenged her so much, and she was disturbed enough to take that decision, and she was dismissed for 12 in 13 balls. And that brings in Clarice Mtoniwase in at number 3 to join Utagushima Fani face the last 2 deliveries of the power play.
Rwanda losing a wicket inside the power play. And just an update from the other side at the Gahanga big ground. Malawi is taking on Brazil. Malawi wanted to toss an update field first. And Brazil is 3-for-1 after 2 overs. It tells you the good bowling display there for the Malawi women team. Kilarise Umtoniwase is in for Rwanda, left-handed batter, but one of the aggressive batters. Yesterday she didn't score many, 4 of 6 against Malawi, but today she has a very big chance of making a very good start again. Projected score still 141, but you see what the wicket of Giselle has done to the Nigerians. It has improved their body language. They are even louder. And it was a good technique there by the coach to bring in Clarisse. Because when you see the way she's bowling Shola, the balls are turning in. So it means for Clarisse, because she's left-handed, she can just add the bat onto the ball and pick up runs behind the score. And that's the scoring area for the left-handed batters. But it is a good over for Shola Adekunle. 4 dot balls and a wicket in it. One more to play. They ended an over like this, and what a good over to cream off the power play. Down to the ground. Half-hearted effort there from Shola, but they'll take the single. But a good over there to start off things. She gave away 9.5 first, breaks the partnership between Utagushima Fani and Giselle Ishimwe. Gives her just 1 run, and as we come to the end of the power play, 41-for-1 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. An attempt to stop that one. Fielder injuring herself. That should be Salome Sande. Put down her body on the line, try and stop it, but injuring herself in the due course, and she will receive some bit of medical attention there from the physiotherapist. But this is match day 3 of the Kwibuka, the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. 5 nations in it: Rwanda, Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team, Nigeria, Brazil, and Malawi. Only Rwanda have ever won it in 2023 when they defeated Uganda by 6 wickets. And yesterday, they got back to winning ways, having lost to Zimbabwe in the opener. A game where Rwanda scored 139 runs. It could be defendable, but a few errors in the bowling changes didn't give them the chance. They bounced back to winning ways right away yesterday, and it is a very, very good for them. Because every time you are a host, everyone is looking at you. They want to beat you. And you also have the pressure coming in from the fans, because as you're coming on to play, the players playing for the men's team are around you to watch. The fans have come from all walks of life. So it is very, very important that they won yesterday. And if they can carry on the momentum by winning today, it will be very good for them as hosts.
It's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament. It's the Kwibuka Women's T20 Tournament is an annual international cricket competition hosted by Rwanda Cricket Association to honor the victims of the genocide in 1994 against the Tutsi. It is the 12th edition. On the 3rd day of the tournament, the 7th game. If you look at Umtoniwase Clarisse's skills, you can never be convinced that the highest score of hers is 29 against Uganda. If you really know her playing, very skilled, pure talent, not lucky enough to score, but hopefully today might be her day. She has been doing well in the local leagues, elite, and RCA Women's T20 Premier League.
Another thing that she offers to you, Clarissa Mtonwasa, is that left-hander. You know, when you have a left hand in your team, there is a way it helps you. Changes in the field, it disturbs the fielders, it disturbs the bowlers. So she's a really great addition into the team. But Rachel Samson is back into the attack for the Nigerians. One to the pads and off the edge of the blade of Clarissa Omtoniwase, and a single is taken. Rachel Samson gave her just 3 runs in her first over. That was a very good start for her. If she can keep on doing like that, maybe the female Yellow Greens will realize their dream of limiting Rwanda to less than 120 runs. Bright sunny day here in Kigali.
Talking about the disturbance of right and lefty-handed batters in the middle, you can see the time it is taking for Nigeria to set the field.
Full toss. You don't bowl that to Fanny, but she plays it down the ground. She'll pick up the field. The one thing I've loved about Fanny is that she's made sure that she continues finding the runs. And that's what you need from the openers to try and make sure that they continue milking. And when you look at Fanny, her strike rate is above 100, 29 off 22. So she needs to just continue milking like that. Then the finishing role can be done by players like Diane Wimenyumana, who has her power. Other players like Henrietta Ishimwe can also come around and hit the ball. Alice Ikuzwe is one of those additions, but it is really a good passage of play here for Rwanda. Swinging hard, but not stepping close to the ball, stepping away from the line of the ball. Not so good to watch there from Clarisse.
Talking about the way Fanny Utakushimanide is playing, she is really aggressive after the power play, and it wasn't that poor power play of 41 for 1, allowing her to keep going and freeing her arms. And she'll be looking for singles and boundaries where it's possible.
Yeah, trying to find the gap, but she can't find any Clarisse Omtoniwase. I think the instructions for Clarisse Omtoniwase was from the coach were go and hit the ball. But sometimes when you're playing cricket, you have to adjust based on the conditions. If the ball is not there to hit, rotate strike and look for the singles. Because now Utakushimanide is a well-set batter. She's already been there for 22 deliveries. So you have to make sure that she's hogging most of the strike. So that's something that Clarisse needs to adjust. You see, she's going hard at everything. But that's way down the leg. And now you see the struggles for Rachel Samson bowling to the left-hander. If that was to a right-hander, it could have been her good normal length. Top of off-line. But because there is a left-handed batter, she's kept giving away those wides. Picks that one off very nicely. There is no power in the shot, but the good timing. Because the ball was going down the leg, she follows it with the blade and behind the square for another boundary. A welcoming one for Rwanda. Because in about the 2 overs, they had not yet gotten a boundary, but Clarisse picks up 1.
Flick that one at ease is Omtoniwase Clarisse to get her first boundary, and it is very natural for left-handers to play that shot, and that brings a change in the field set for Nigeria and Rachel Samson.
One of the commentators in this tournament, Bob McCoy Songa, whispering to me that you did mention about the finishers, but you forgot Belize. Yeah, but really Belize, one of the good finishers. She came and really put up a show against Zimbabwe, scoring the first half century of the tournament and the first one for Rwanda in this tournament. Looking out for her. You did say she's turning herself into an all-rounder, but she's turning out to be a complete one. Yeah. When she comes, we'll be seeing more fireworks coming in from her. Yesterday, she didn't score many. But today might be another day for her to get some bit of redemption. New ball being brought on. 7 so far in this over by Rachel Samson. Where I come from in Uganda, those 2 names are both for men, Rachel and Samson. but countries have different naming patterns. And when I was looking at the naming pattern in Tanzania they always give you your father's name as well. That's why you will see when you look at the names, they have female names and a name for men. I'm forgetting, like a name of Justin Pius. Pius is a name for men. I'll be giving other examples, but let's look at what the board reads at the end of the over. 7 gone and 48 for 1 is what the board reads. What these two overs for Richard Samson and Adeshola Adekun have done for the Nigerians is that the run rate was 9, but ever since Rachel and Shola got the balls in their hands, it is now 6. Projected was 187, but now it is 137. So it tells you how these have tried to make sure that they bowl well to bring back, to stop the leakage of runs. And now, Favour Esiebe, the captain for Nigeria, should be thinking who bowls after these two, because both of them are bowled 2-2, meaning after a few of us they'll be done with their spells. Now, who will complement them? And for now, it is Adeshola who returns to bowl after breaking a partnership for Rwanda. Fall and hit straight to the fielder. Well taken and calmly collected. Lilian Ude getting down and gets hold onto that one. Tagushimanindo going quick for a tossed-up delivery. She picks up a fielder at long off, and the two openers of Rwanda have been sent back to the dugout.
Shola Adekunle taking her second wicket, and a big one of Fanny Utakushimaninde, who tried to go over the field at long off. And Shola Adekunle bringing the change after bowling 2.1, taking 2 wickets, and Utakushimaninde's contribution of 29 of 23 balls will have to depart, and allowing Melville Uwase to come in at number 4, joining Clarice Umutoniwase, who is already at 6 in 7 balls. And Nigeria is now breaking through. But again, Rwanda's all-rounders, Henrietta Ishimwe, Alice Ikuzwe, have been routinely picking up the player of the matches against Nigeria, choking runs in the middle overs. We will be expecting much from them, and they had an addition of Belize Mrekateta, as you mentioned, who is turning herself into a genuine all-rounder.
And now you see, Emile, now the tactic for Rwanda has to change. The two openers have given them a good start, Giselle and Fanny. And since they are both out, now for the two new batters, Mervelo Uwas and Clarisse Umutoniwase, they need to just make sure that they keep rotating strike and finding the singles, run well between the wickets. That is not very good there from Merivale. She tried to throw her hands at it and there was a loud appeal. But the female umpire from Nigeria, Hadepeju Bolgun, just walked away saying there was nothing onto that one. But she played with the lazy hands. Fine, you need to play with the soft hands, but make sure that you get to the ball. Fine, if you want to touch it with soft hands, but make sure that there is some power. Not just throwing your bat there. And it is a dot ball, but a good over there for Ade. She's been unplayable, picked up the first wicket of Giselle Ishima. Now she's picked up Fanny Utakushimaninde, and she's followed it with a dot ball. And this is what the Nigerians needed, because runs were flowing when Lilian Ude was bowling alongside Oseyende. But now Shola and Rachel Samson are now doing the magic. Flighted. Good to see there from Merivelo Uwase. She goes for a reverse sweep, but he misses, and it is a dot ball. Because it is a leg spin, she commits early into the shot, try and make sure that she improvises and pick up that boundary behind the wicket keeper. Sorry, that gap behind the wicket keeper.
You cannot stop Melville Uwase from reverse sweeping or sweeping, especially when she is playing spin. And of course, Shola Adekunle, who's turning much.
One thing I've loved about Melville is that when you see she's trying to play with the turn of the ball, she's not committing into the shot. She has not yet gotten timing and hitting arc. But you see that now look at that shot. She was trying to create room to cut. That's that she didn't get her blade onto it. Because it was a pace of delivery and she somehow went early. But it is a good over for Ade. Wicket, 3 dot balls. Beats her with the turn and the 4th dot ball. Good bowling display.
If you compare the first over of Shola Adekunle, which went for 9, and these two with 1 ball to complete the 3rd, she has been bowling very full and pace off, testing batters to play her over the head of herself.
Yeah, this is the final ball of that over. And you know what Shola did? She made the signal to Lilian Ode at long off, just like saying she's coming. But it is a dot ball. Wicket maiden over there from Shola Adekunle. Good comeback there from her. 9 in her first, 1 run and a wicket in her second, and a wicket plus no runs in her third. After 48 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. Runs are starting to dry up for Rwanda, so they need to do something out of nothing. 27 dot balls already, 11 singles, 2 doubles, and 8 boundary fours. 1 extra. What a display bowling there from the Nigerians, and that extra should have been bowled by Rachel Samson. There's one she bowled down the leg to the left-handed Kelari Somton-Nwase. And there is a bowling change right away for the Nigerians. Rachel Samson momentarily relieved of her duties, and Christabel Chukwonye is now into the attack, replacing her from the pavilion end. More pace from one end. Well touched into the gap. That's much better to say from Clarissa Mtonwase. Because the protection at fine, she just picks up that gap and takes the single. And this is good passage of play here for the Rwandans. Before they get into the game, let them at least be finding the singles and keep the runs coming.
The captain favor being very smart, bringing Christabel Chukwonye to replace Rachel Samson, who has been very economical. And that tells you how much smarter she is becoming. And Christabel Chukwonye has been bowling good since the tournament started, and very genuine all-rounder for Nigeria.
Beats her with the pace. There was an appeal, but not given by the umpire. Looked like it got from the inside edge of the blade of Mervelo Wase. And it is a dot ball, but good bowling there from Christabel Chukwonye Emile. She's made sure that she keeps the wickets into play there. Every time you're bowling that line, you're asking the batters tough questions, and they aren't so easy to answer. A little short, but another dot ball. Brilliant there from Christabel.
Christabel Chukwonye was bowling an in-swinger, not having fine leg or deep square. And for Melve, who likes it so much on the pads, who'll be looking forward to scoop or sweep her, even though she is bowling medium pace. Nigerians who are very energetic in the field there, very aggressive. And the aggression starts from their captain Favor, who doesn't really talk much, but when she is in the field, you might mistakenly think that she is a bad person.
And she is not so big in terms of stature, but the noise that comes from her is too loud. And it is a plan which has worked out for the Nigerians. I remember that game, the bronze game in the All Africa games that were played in Ghana between Nigeria and Uganda. The Nigerians came out and they were like wild animals, and they managed to defeat the Ugandans, winning that bronze in the All Africa games. Chukwonye, they are trying to check on the direction of wind before she comes ball the final ball of this over. Wicket, trying to get out of her ground to make full access. Mervelo Wase, Timber, rearranged, and the third one for Rwanda goes 49 for 3. Something for the Nigerians celebrate.
Last ball of the over, trying to step out the crease. And that was an in-swinger straight to break the stumps into pieces. And Merve will have to depart. After facing 4 dot balls, the last ball of the over had to dismiss her. And for Rwanda had employed Merve Owase on a duck in 10 deliveries. Not happy with her performance as she walks back in the dugout. And of course, Rwanda will have to bring Georgette. And earlier on, you asked how they replaced Georgette with. They brought in a batter and replaced a spinner, the debutant Grace. And this is why, because they already want to bat. And they said it is a batting track. witnessed yesterday 174 from them, and they've got now a deep, long lineup. They can bat till number 9. And now Georgette is in to join Mtoniwase Gladys.
Yeah, interesting to see Georgette Ingabire coming 2 left-handers at the crease. But if I was the coach, I would have first thrown in a right-hander. Maybe I throw in Alice Ukuzwe. But what a good over there from Christabel Chkonye. She's given her just 1 run and picked up a wicket in her first over. And as we come to the end of the 9th over, 49 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads for the Rwandans. But a good passage of play now for the Nigerians. Runs look to be flowing inside the power play between Fani Utagushimani and Giselle Ishimwe. But now the Rwandans are found. They're all fighting back. They have picked up 3 wickets and made sure that they reduce on the leakage of runs. Should have first brought in a right-hander. You have Henrietta Ishimwe in there, even the captain Maradian Wimenyumana. Because I remember there is one of those famous cricket commentators and analysts, should be Rahul Dravid, who said that if someone bats between number 1 and number 6, they have a chance of playing any of the other numbers right there, because number 6 can come in early in the game. So if you throw in a right-hander, you keep that combination of which will disturb the field. But it is Georgette who is in. Shola coming for her final over. Picks that one up. It will be a maximum. What a show there from Clarissa Omutoniwase. Said that we've seen a lot of your bowling, Shola, and sends her down. If you've been here to Gahanga, it is near the scoreboard at the main ground.
Clarissa Mtoniwase saying, bring it on. Right in the slot. Slugging that one over cow corner. And that is a biggie. It will be a 6 at anywhere, at any ground. And Clarisse Mtoniwase moving into 13 off 9 deliveries. It will be much easier for left-handers to play Shola Adekule, who is bowling the ball turning in for them and not having deep square.
And that's maximum also brought up a 50 runs. But that's much better there from Shola. She's bowled it a little backward of length. Because when she bowled it full, Clarissa swung through the line. So when you bowl it backward of the length, now Clarissa will be between playing on the back foot and committing front. But they'll take the single. The maximum brought up the 50 runs there for the Rwandans. A simple milestone celebrate. And Clarissa now having the scoring rate slightly above 100. Georgette Ingabire now will be facing, for the first time in the match, touch and go. They are trusting, they are running between the wickets, and they sneak through for another single.
Off the mark for Georgette. First ball getting off the mark with the help of Clarisse Mtoniwase. Good running in between the wicket. And for Esibe Favor, the captain, should have brought herself on the attack, bowling a very good off spin to those 2 left-handers. But she decided to bring in Shola Adekule to bowl her last over after going for 10 in 3 overs, 2 wickets. And now she has been considered 8 already.
Again, into her hitting arc and another maximum. When you bowl it full for Clarissa Mtoniwase, she'll go hard at you. Another maximum in the over. Now it is turning out to be expensive for Shola, because Clarissa Mtoniwase is taking the liking to her bowling.
Clarisse Mtoniwase had me very well from the comms box, saying, I heard you are underrating me, you are taking me easy. Already moving into 20s off 11 balls. Can she beat the record of 29? She really deserves more. Very talented player, skillful. Mtoniwase Clarisse with Georgette. And for Nigeria, should have brought an off spinner, be turning the ball away from Clarisse Mtoniwase, as she is going at the very short end of the ground.
You are too much to play in this over, but good display there from Clarisse. That is the line, a little backward of the length. She goes hard, 18 bounced over the head of the fielder. But good adjustment there, picking it up nicely, and they will only take a single. That's much better. When you bowl it backward of the length, Clarisse will get to it, but she will not take you on. Single is taken now, 1 more remaining in this over. Down on 1 knee. Jejeta Ingabire, who will also pick up another fielder, a bit of a misfield, but they will take only one. And that thing will bring the end to the spell of Adeshola Adekuno. She's picked up 2 wickets for 26-4. And at the halfway mark, 65 for 3 is what Rwanda has on board. As teams head into the drinks, we'll remind you about the message of this tournament. But there are some of the fans who have come out to enjoy this action. Many people down here rooting for the home side. But that's the message. Remember, unite, renew. As we do remember the lives that were lost during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. We do commemorate the victims. Some people are still traumatized up to now. And we do send the message that the bad things that happened in 1994 do not happen again. The teams and the match officials are done having their share of the drinks. And here we are for the action. 65 for 3 after 10. Projected score 130. Umtoniwase, Clarisse, and Ingabire Georgette have the task of holding the innings together to and make sure that they help Rwanda to get to that total. Christabel Chkonye back into the attack there for the Nigerians. The Nigerians looking very, very sharp in that shade of green. I beg your pardon, of yellow with some bit of green in it. Bringing out their name, the female yellow greens. Good work there from Christabel Chkonye. Because she knows that the previous over there by Ishola Adekunle was a little expensive. So if you're coming to bowl, you need to make sure that you're cutting off the damage which was already done previously. She now comes round the wickets. There's a run-out chance, but missed there. Ade, instead of throwing it to the hands of the fielder, she wanted a direct hit. And an opportunity created wasn't taken. And now for Clarisse Umtoniwase, the long on fielder was standing straighter. Sorry. For Georgette Ingabire, the long on fielder was starting straighter. And for Clarisse, she will go a little wider. Interesting there to see from Favor SA, because she saw that Clarisse was always accessing that area, scoring the maximum. So you need to make sure that the other fielder is straight and you have two nearly long on fielders to put the catching options ready. Run out chance at the wicket keeper's end. Finger goes up, running herself into traffic. The ball hits straight to the fielder by Clarisse Umtoniwase. Down on the ground with a cheeky throw. Sarah Etim, the wicketkeeper, with work to do with the gloves, wiping off the bells, and the fourth one for Rwanda goes.
The cast continues for Umtoniwase Clarisse, playing that one straight in the covers, and there was a fielder. Very good work done by Christabel Chukwonye on her own bowling, and the keeper did very good job removing those bells. And Umtoniwase Clarisse, with poor communication with Georgette Ingabire, there was no run. Actually, there was no run in there.
Emil, I do agree with you, there was no run there, but look at the previous, so they were taking those runs. So sometimes you get used of the hit and run, but a little undone. 21 off 14. She looked to be the day for her to break her highest individual score, but unfortunately it has fallen in vain. Her highest of 29 should have been last year during the Kwibuka Gahanga B Stadium, one of the games that I watched closely. But for now, it is the captain, Mari Dian Bimenyumana, who is in for the Rwandans. But work to be done. 3 of 3 for Ingabire Georgette, and now Dian is a new batter. Projected score dropping down to 126. They need to make sure that they do communicate well and do try and find the runs. Wicket off the inside edge of the blade. Closing in on her blade. There, the captain, Mari Dian Bimenyumana. And she will go without disturbing the scores. Celebration there, a loud one for the Nigerians.
Look at that, an in-swinger. Diane Menyimana losing the control, missing it out all the way, and it breaks the stumps into pieces. And Nigerians are hyped, now energetic even more. Diane Menyimana going out on a golden duck.
No runs for the captain. The famous jersey number 79 now departs. But if she had presented the proper face of the bat, maybe she could have played that one on. Because she somehow lost her shape as that ball was swinging in. And you've seen Christabel Chukwonye bowling those in swingers a lot. That's why they have always been easier for the left-handers to pick away. 2 wickets falling back to back, and it will be a hat-trick ball for the new batter, Teresa Ishimwe Henriette. Still work to be done for the Rwandans, and there is some bit of pressure. 2 wickets falling, and you do make your way out. So now the thinking for Ishimwe will be first surviving the hat-trick ball. Extra cover, long on, long off. Are the only 3 fielders at the boundary. An extra fielder being put into the circle to put the new batter on some bit of pressure. Hat-trick ball up in the air. She cannot scare her out. Henriette Ishimwe. Work to do by the fielder. Not enough from Esther Sunday, and it is a boundary for Henriette Ishimwe Teresa to get off the mark.
One of the most standing pillars for Rwanda cricket women's team, Henriette Ishimwe, starting off with a boundary. 2 bounces for 4. Christabel Chukwonye, after taking that wicket of Diane Minyimana, doesn't scare her from hitting that boundary with 1 ball to spare to complete the second over of Christabel Chukwonye with that in-swinger. Henriette Ishimwe, who stands with the right foot covering the off stump and the left foot covering the leg stump, standing a little bit cross. Big appeal there from Chukwonye Christabel, and it is the end of the 11th over, 70 for 5. Lillian Ude, who was unfortunate to bowl 2 overs for 19 runs. Most economical there, followed by Oseyende Omokobio. 9 runs an over in the first over she bowled, opening on the airport road end, being caned and brought back by in the 12th over. There is a bowling change. The captain favor ACB from the airport road end, bringing herself on the attack. Isibe Favor, who has been out for a year now, made her comeback. She was dropped from the national squad in August 2025 due to dip in form and the focus on her academics. Now she's back and on the attack, bowling to a left-hander. That is smoked out of here, and it is another boundary for Georgette Ingabire, the first for her.
Yeah, a good pull shot there from Georgette Ingabire, picking up on that off spin there from Favor Esibe, the captain. And it is a boundary to welcome the captain into the attack. A little short, giving her all the time in the world to pull that one away. And you look at the field setup there for Ingabire Georgette. There was a deep square leg fielder standing right to right, catching Jessica Beini, and also that should be Esther Sunday, who was standing at cow corner. So there was a gap between them. Georgette picking up on it, pulls that one away. Work to do and ground to be covered by the square leg fielder. Jessica picks it up nicely, and they'll only take a single. That was some good fielding there from Jessica. She had to cover a lot of ground and to get a ball which was traveling, and she cuts off the boundary.
After getting hit that boundary by Georgette Ingabire, Favor Esibe, the captain, employed deep square, cow corner, long on and long off, bringing in the extra cover, and there is a field change as a right-handed batter is on Ishimwe Henriette.
Full toss, you don't bowl that to Henrietta Ishimwe. It will be a boundary any day. She picks it up Venice and puts it into the gap. Another boundary in the over. Lose there from Favor Esibe and hit down the ground for 4.
Very low stance. Getting one step off the crease, and it is a full toss, smoked by Henriette Ishimwe. And to remind you, she is the second most player of the matches against Nigeria with Alice Ikuzwe, and she has been doing this quite often in the middle.
Yeah, it tells you how much she enjoys this rivalry. Every time, even when she doesn't come up with the bat, she'll come up with the ball. Henrietta Ishimwe, one of the players who are always working hard. I tell you, there are players who are always talented, but Henrietta Ishimwe is always hitting the gym hard and making sure that she keeps her body well conditioned for such tasks. You'll never be surprised to see her playing such a shot because she holds power within her arms. Even her body, she doesn't have a very long run up. She has a short one, but she uses her shoulders to hit the deck hard. Lose again, but not picked up. They say by Henrietta Ishimwe, it will be a dot ball. What a very good ball there from Favor. You need to ball it out backward of the length and make sure that you're turning the ball, because every time you ball it full to Henrietta, she will take you on. Much better there from her, and it is a dot ball.
Pure and clear combination of talent and hard work from Henrietta Ishimwe, who uses that talent plus hard work to be the great player she is.
Yeah, she hails from a place called Indera, one of the few places that I've visited out of Gahanga and out of the other places, because many talents come from that place, the likes of Henrietta Ishimwe. But we've come to the end of over number 12, and 79 for 5 is what the board reads. Some of the fans coming out to watch the game. Michelle Radukunda Zepi plays for the men's team and a brother to the captain, alongside Omario, the manager for the Wakanda Villa down here in Gahanga. But coming out wearing the shades of blue and supporting the home side. And the advantage that you do get when you're playing from home, you do get the home support. 79 for 5 after 12. Rwanda should be looking at crossing the 100 runs mark by the end of the 15th over, so that they can just milk a little more runs, the 30 from the remaining 30 balls. Christabel Chikonye back straight into the hands of the fielder. Beautifully taken, and it is another wicket that falls. Rachel Samson gets hold onto that opportunity, and Georgette Ingabire will have to depart. 6th wicket for Rwanda goes.
Open blade by that outswinger of Christabel, and Georgette was unlucky, not getting enough connection. Tried to play that into the covers, ended up playing it at the backward point. Got swallowed by the fielder there, and Georgette will have to depart. And 8 runs in 6 balls. Had an opportunity, has been missing out the last few tournaments they've played. Invitational in Nigeria and a challenge trophy here in Rwanda had an opportunity in this one due to the missing of Shakila and how she's out.
Yeah, 8 of 6 for Jejete Ingabire. And now it will be some bit of a breather for the Nigerians because the two left-handers, Clarissa Mtonwase and Jejete Ingabire, are both back to the heart. So now they will be struggling with the right-handers. And Alice Ikuzwe Inyamiwa is in. Still work to be done by these two all-rounders, Henrietta Ishimwe and Alice Ikuzwe. These two love hitting the Nigerians. Every time they say the female greens, it turns out to be their time to shine. Ikuzwe has been struggling with runs, but now work for her to do. And she comes in at a time when they need runs. Yesterday she got out of for 0 off 2. Off the edge, and there is an appeal. Maybe the bat collided with the ground, as that is not given by the umpire. And the dot ball, but good bowling there from Christabel Chukwonye. She's been bowling that in swinger, and it has been a dangerous one, and it has been very, very hard to hit. When you look even the ball that got Ingabire Jejete, it was drifting away from her. Then she sliced it with the bat to pick up Rachel Samson. For Henrietta Ishimo, still it was angling in, and it went on to hit the wickets. Another dot ball, but this is a very good over for the Nigerians. They started it off with a wicket, getting rid of the wicket, the left-hander, and followed it up with 2 dot balls.
Changed a little, bowling that one a bit short and wide, while the previous one was a deadly yorker swinging in, missing the leg stump.
Going for a slower but missing up on her lane. The umpire calls a wide as that was down the leg, but good work there from a team, Sarah Ekwere, who's managed to stop that one. Work to be done here by Christabel Chukwonye, and that has been a very good line for her. Every time she bowls it outside off stump, it becomes hard for Alice Ukuzwe to pick up the runs. Formerly with the Soruwato Cricket Club, a Chinihira based club, and currently with the Muhanga Zebras. 2 more in this over, and it is another dot ball. What a good over there from Chukwonye Christabel.
At least taking her time very well, not being disturbed by those dot balls. And a quick reminder, those two in the middle, Henriette Ishimwe Telesa and Alice Ikuzwe Inyamibwa, are the hold record for winning the most player of the matches against Nigeria, the female yellow greens.
This is the final ball of the over, and it is a dot ball. What an over there from Chukwonye Christabel. Started it off with a wicket. 1 run given away, and it was a wide. But good figures there for Christabel Chukwonye. Look at her figures. She so far bowled 3 overs, picked up 3 wickets, and considered just 7. And as we come to the end of over number 13, 80 for a loss of 6 is the score for Rwanda. But a shout out to Gorillas Coffee, part of the sponsors of this tournament. They've made sure that they give the player of match award winners some coffee. And it is good to say that as we come around to remember the lives that were lost, there is some support that comes in. The other sponsors of this tournament, including Dafabet, Sportsbox, the government of Rwanda, and Rwanda Cricket Association. Favor SBA, too expensive in her first. She gave away 9, but now she returns to bowl her second over. Current run at 6.15, projected score 100, and 23 into the gap there by Henrietta Ishim. But look at the way she was shaping in for that shot. Just that the Favor released it very, very slow, and she could not time it well.
Favor Esibe employing deep mid-wicket, having deep extra cover at backward, long on and long off, bowling to Alice Ikuzwe.
Alice Ikuzwe still finding a way of getting off the mark. Lin is into that one, but plays it straight to the fielder. Ade Shola Adekunle, and it is another dot ball. I think now for her to get some bit of confidence, she should maybe try touch and go. Plays it straight to the hands of the fielder, and it is another duck for Alice Ikuzwe. Yesterday 0 off 2, today 0 off 7 as she departs. No runs for her. The 7th wicket for Rwanda goes, and it is Alice Ikuzwe who departs.
Favor Exibe, after going for 9 in her first, claimed the wicket of Alice, the big fish, who has been scoring against Nigeria. And Alice Ikuzwe gone for none in 7 balls. This tells you how much smart Favor Exibe is after missing out for a year now. The last game she played was against Uganda in 2025. And now she's back and leading the team now in Kwibuka 2026.
Yeah, but that dismiss of Alice Ikuzwe doesn't take away the good work that has been done by the field at point. Jessica Bain diving a little forward to get hold onto it and getting hold onto that opportunity very, very firmly. The first player to score a half century in this tournament, Berise Mulekatete, is the new batter in. She didn't score any runs yesterday. She was caught by the wicketkeeper Angela Lumbe with no runs after facing 3 balls off the bowling of Sungeni Kananji. But now work to be done. She has power and aggression, but she needs first to start slow because the overs are still many. Goes down right away. Work be done by the fielders. She doesn't time it well, and she'll only pick up a single. That was in the gap. But very, very good to get off the mark. Every time you get off the mark, you get some bit of confidence to continue finding the runs.
Not so much difference from the game. She scored 54 of 23. She went in now the over 12.1. Now she moved in at the over of 13.3 overs. Very similar and the same ground. Maybe she will bring out the innings like the one she gave us on the first game against Zimbabwe HPC.
Picks it up, but there is a fielder. Oh, squandered down. Ude Lilian, you don't drop Henrietta Ishimwe. That is a wicket to take. Second life for Henrietta Ishimwe. And something for them to regret. 3 runs off Favor Exibe's second over. 83 for 7 after 14. But they'll have a moment to regret. That was a wicket to take. Because Henrietta Ishimwe can continue batting as long as possible. And the batting card so far there for the Rwandans, Itagushima Fani opened the batting alongside Giselle Ishimwe. 29 of 23 and 12 of 13 respectively. Umtonwase Clarice before running herself out. 21 of 14. Melville was did not disturb the scorers. Jejeta Ingabire 8 of 6. Diana Menyumana didn't put any on the board for the Rwandans. And Henrietta Ishimwe still in unbeaten with the 10 of 9 alongside Beisa Murekatete 1 of 1. But look at the bowling discipline there for the Nigerians. Just 2 extras given away. It tells you more how they have been bowling stump to stump and making sure that the Rwandans work for their runs. But to bowl is Christabel Chukwonyi, who has been the most economical, coming in for her final over. She's given away 7 runs in her 3. And starts with 1 which is screamed away. It is traveling to the boundary, but work to do by the fielders. Good fielding, and they only take a double. Cut over the head of the field at point. Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe, you don't drop her. She's now responding from the time she has been dropped. She has now scored 6 runs for Rwanda, and it is a boundary 4 there for her. Enjoying the width coming in from Christabel Chukwonyi.
Henriette Ishimwe saying thank you so much, Lilian Ude, for giving me the second chance. And Christabel Chukwonyi dropping that one short and wide. And for Henriette Ishimwe, it will be that much easier for her to throw all the weight and playing it over the fielder at point, getting another boundary. And Christabel Chukwonye, before bowling any ball, she picks up a few grasses from the ground and throws up in the air to see where the wind is blowing to. And look at that. Throwing them up in the air to see where the wind is blowing to, and it gives her the chance.
Yeah, that was not played with too much control there, Henrietta, but she still picks up the single. And I tell you, Henrietta will continue milking the runs. Now the Rwandans are into the 90s. And I tell you, if they get anything above 100, looking at their bowling attack, they will come out and fight hard to try and defend whatever they will have posted onto the board. Two more to play in Christabel Chukwonye's spell. There was an appeal, but I don't think there was something onto that one. It might have just brushed onto the body, onto the pads. And it is a dot ball, but much better there. And I love what Belize Murekatete is doing, because we are getting into the death overs. She's showing that, yes, this will be the time for us to attack. It will be set up there for Chukwonye, long on, long off, extra cover, and third man. But now they are making some changes in the field. They are bringing up the fielder at third man and introducing a feint leg, because now Christabel Chukwonye has seen that Belize struggles hitting the bodies that are angling into her. She's putting in a feint leg to angle it back to her. She now goes pace off and picks up a dot ball. Some cunning tricks there from her. And that brings up the end to her spell. She's given I 14 runs for 3 wickets in her 4 overs. And as we come to the end of over number 15, it's 90 for a loss of 7 is what the scoreboard reads. Yeah, the fans coming out here to watch the games, and the games are happening thick and fast. You snooze, you lose. So you have to make sure that you don't miss out on the action here at the Gahanga International Stadium.
And those are fans and spectators. Charles Haber watching the game with Omario.
Yeah, Charles Haber is not only a fan, but also the founding president of the cricket in Rwanda. A man who enjoyed most of his life within Uganda. When you find him speaking the Ugandan languages, you may think he's Ugandan. But he did a very, very good thing to try and make sure that he brings this sport into Rwanda. Because this sport coming into Rwanda means, you know how sports has that the way it unites people. It has a bit of a unifying factor in it. So when he brought the game has now brought people from all the walks of life, seeing countries like Brazil coming all the way to here in Rwanda. It is one of the good things that happened. That is it up in the air there by Belize Murekatete, and Adeshola will take that one any day. Rwanda losing the 8th wicket. Belize Murekatete failed to get out of her blocks. 105, 91 for 8, the Rwandans.
Belize Murekatete double stepping out, trying to get the full reach on that ball, and Favor Exibe not giving a full pace on that one. Pace off, not letting Belize Murekatete accessing that one, and Belize will be dismissed for 1 in 5 balls. As Nigeria are getting in the deep, Belize Murekatete 105, and Nigeria are getting to the tail end of the batting order of Rwanda.
Good over there from Favor SB. She's gotten rid of Berise Murekatete. Resine Ira replacing her. After the dismissal of Berise, 3 dot balls followed up there by Favor SB. Good figures. And after 16, 91 for 8. 56 singles. I beg your pardon, 56 dot balls there for the Rwandans. Should be something for them to address. You don't need to give away so many overs in terms of dot balls. They need to make sure that they keep finding runs on every dot ball. And now look at the current run rate. At some moment when Gutagushimaninde and Giselle were batting, it was a 9, but now it is dropping down to 5. Rosine Herrera is the new batter in for Rwanda. Proper tile. And now the plan should be that Henrietta Ishimu enjoys most of the strike to try and make sure that she goes hard. But Rachel Samson replaces Chukwonye down the ground. And they will take the single. Now the task relies upon Rosine Herrera to also pick up a single to try and bring back Henrietta on strike as Rwanda continues milking the runs and getting close and close to what they might come out and defend.
Favor Exibe, the captain, brought back Rachel Sampson from the pavilion end. After the comeback she did, replacing Lilian Ude, who went for many in her first 2 overs.
Using safety hands, but doesn't get into the gap. But this is much better there from Rosine Herrera, because you saw when Berise Murekatete was in, she was using a lot of power not to time anything. But at least Rosine sees that there is a gap between the two fielders, one who is at short third man and one who is slightly back out of point. So if you can get into the gap, you bring back Henrietta and strike. That is some good calculative cricket. If she can access the area on the onside, that is also much better, because Henrietta has to hawk most of this strike. A little short, but still she doesn't find the dot ball. Nearly an overthrow, but good work there from the captain, cutting it off to another dot ball.
Fielders moving in, closing in towards the batter, towards Herrera Ozine, who doesn't really look forward to be hitting so much big shots. And for them, it will be in their favor that they will be getting maximum advantage of it, as they get so many dot balls on Rosine Herrera, and that was a wide. Extra covers moving in, deep mid wicket moving in. The only fielder at the boundary is long on for Herrera Ozine, who'll be looking forward to give the strike to Henrietta Ishimwe, who is in a very good touch.
Some raw pace there from Rachel Sampson, beating up Rosine Herrera completely. I tell you, when this game had just started in the past about 5 overs, you would see that Rwanda would have quickly gotten to 150 runs. But the game of cricket has a way of turning. Now they're even struggling to get to 100 runs. And one thing about the Nigerians, when they start struggling, they don't stop. They've started picking up the dot balls and the wickets, and they are keeping the pressure on. Rosine Herrera trying hard, but not finding anything out of something. But the Women's World Cup will be bowling off today in England and South Wales. And England, the hosts, will be taking on Sri Lanka in the opener. 6:30 in the UK. Should be around 8 here in Kigali. Last ball to end this over. And it is a dot ball. Sorry, it will be 7:30 here in Kigali, 8:30 in Uganda. Some interesting matches. But what an over there from Rachel Sampson. Just 2 runs given away in that over. And after 17-93 for a loss of 8 is the score. That's the upcoming game, which will be happening today. The second meeting between Brazil and the Zimbabwe high performance team will be happening at this ground at 2 p.m. And there is a signal there from the umpire. It is a slow overrate penalty, meaning the Nigerians have been bowling so slow. So at this moment, they will be allowed only 3 fielders outside the dugout, very quiet for the Rwandans, because clear runs were coming in the early overs, but now the plan not working out for them. And Henrietta Ishimo should be playing with keeping it at the back of her hand, that she does not have to get out, because 3 overs are many to leave for the tailenders. Dot ball there for Favor Esibe as she returns for her final over.
Favor Esibe first over went for 9 for none, and her second 2 overs went for only 4 runs. And now she's bowling her last over.
She bowls a full toss, and I said you don't bowl that to Henrietta Ishimwe. Low stance, gets it up and plays it over the head of the field at cow corner, and it is a maximum. Good batting there from Henrietta Ishimwe.
Henrietta Ishimwe stepping out, a full toss. Playing into the air doesn't scare her. Too much power, and that is another maximum.
I tell you, it is a confidence shot, because now the thinking for Henrietta is, how do I play all the overs for Rwanda? How do I take Rwanda home? But when she sees a full toss, she says, no favor, I'll go with you. And she picks up a maximum. Now Rwanda has 99. Three fielders being used, long on, long off, and cow corner. Short and wide, and it is the run that brings up 100 runs for Rwanda. Something to celebrate. I tell you, 100 is a magical figure. Every time a team sees three figures on board, they come with some bit of pressure. So it has been good work done by Rwanda to get to that feat. Caressing that one away, but it will pick up the fielder. Misfield, and it is 4 runs. Ude Lilian, not so good at the boundary this morning. And now runs are flowing for Rwanda. Bonus.
Henrietta Ishimwe holding the record for winning the most play of the matches against Nigeria. Doing it again. Short pitch, giving the room. Ishimwe Henriette trying to step out and missing that one. And again, Henriette Ishimwe very composed, very used to bat in this situation. Henriette Ishimwe, who has been doing well and getting the runs in the middle overs. And this rivalry really means so much. It is not just a game between them. They've been playing together since. And out of 28 matches they played, Nigeria leads by winning 15 and Rwanda winning 12. They've won tied, and the difference of 3 games. And the most recent result won by Nigeria in Nigeria Invitational, won by 9 runs. When Rwanda failed to chase 80 runs, ending up on 71 for 9 in 20 overs. And can Rwanda close in that gap and make it 2 different?
Yeah, maybe they can, because they have the highest score in this tournament. Rwanda 174 for 6 and 20. Some confidence for them. But Favor SB's spell has come to an end. She's given away not so many and picked up 2 wickets for the Nigerians. Rachel Samson is coming to bowl her final over, and it is the penultimate of this game. But some good cricket played there by Henrietta Ishimwe. On the final ball of the over, she made sure that she gets a single to get on the other side and hog the striker, because she saw that Rosine Irera was struggling to find runs and rhythm. She is on 1 of 9, Rosine. So Henrietta, who is on 3 of 20, should enjoy more of this. Samson Rachel has been bowling well, bowling it outside off stump on many occasions. But that's picked up straight to the fielder. She was put down by Ude Lilian, but this time round, Christabel Chkonye says, no, I'll get hold on to it. Sorry, it is Salome Sande who takes the catch. Good work there from Salome Sande, picking up the wicket and dismissing Henrietta Ishimwe. You see, you can say it was a little short. The final batter for the Rwandans will make her way to the crease, and it is Ruth Wimana. Ruth Wimana made a debut during the Challenger Trophy here in Kigali, one of the emerging players. She is another left-handed batter. Good work being done by the development team. Every time you have many left-handers, it means that the development team is working. Ngabi Rejojete, Clarissa Mutoni was Ruth Women are all in. But work to be done. And now, if I'm Rosine, because I'm more experienced than Ruth, I should be just telling her to just try rotating the strike around and try and play all our overs, because the runs they are getting here will be bonus runs beaten by the pace, and it is a dot ball. There is a breeze across the Gahanga main ground at the moment. But Rachel Samson, if I'm Rachel Samson, I just bowl stump to stump. After I'm bowling to the last bat, even though I'm hit, it is okay. But I must be chancing myself to get the wicket. And you see that Ruth Women is throwing her bat, but she's not moving her feet close to the ball. She's right making the stride, but not moving close to the ball, and it becomes very hard for you to access the ball. And it is now time for the Nigerians to put the innings to bed, because just one more wicket is remaining for them to wrap up the innings.
Disciplined bowling from Richard Sampson, who has been very economical, only giving away 12 runs in 3.4 and took one wicket. And for Ruth Uwimana, who doesn't really bat that much, playing lazily, not getting enough touch on that ball, leaning forward, but lazy and overstretching. Maybe he should be batting right in the deep, going deep, closing into the stumps and trying to swing the bat. But as you said earlier, with Rosine Herrera on the non-strikers end, they should be at least looking forward to get those singles, as both of them are not big hitters. And for the bowler, will be looking forward to hit those stumps.
Rachel Samson just missing something. If I'm bowling to a lower order batter, I can go for a slower. I just bowl a slower to her. Because you see, these lower order batters only think that the slower is a ball to hit. Ruth will go for it and she'll just sky it up. But it is a maiden over. A maiden wicket over from Rachel Samson. She started it off with picking a very, very big wicket of Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe. And after over number 19, 105 for 9 is what the scoreboard reads for Rwanda. Hoseyende will be bowling the final over for the Nigerians. Came and bowled one and gave away 9. Now she'll be coming to bowl the final balls. Not sure now what the thinking is for Rosine. Should I go hard and pick as many as we want, maybe? Because now these two are bowlers. They'll be looking at total. They can come out and bowl. At an 105 is not a very bad total, despite Rwanda failing to defend 139. But it will be a dot ball to start off the over. The two batters yet to get off the mark. Rosine Herrera 9 of 10 and Ruth Women 9 of 5. Short ball. It was really there for her to hit, but just as Rosine went across the line. Because that ball was standing away from her. If you open up the bat, you can easily get it into that gap near the short third area. But it is another dot ball, and she's bowling it quick, Oseyende. Short ball to the pad, but straight to the captain at mid wicket, and another dot ball. These two failing to get any runs. 12 deliveries for Rosine Herrera, and she's yet to get off the mark. Caresses it to through the cover area. There is a run-out chance, but no, they will take the run. Finally, Rosine is off the mark. A bit of a fumble there by the fielders at cover. And that is Esther Sandy. They do take the run. Now Ruth Women will be facing. Ruth Women should do the same. Pick up another single there and bring back Rosine on strike. And because she's lefty, she can quickly get that ball drifting away from her. The one from God goes hard, but she'll pick up the fielder. Favor Esbe with the catch, and the innings will be put to bed. Rwanda being bowled out for 106 in 19.5 overs. A very, very good start by the couldn't ride on to it. That is the ball there, a little short. That's what I say. That's what Rach Samson should have done the previous over. Go pace off and ball it right in her hitting arc. The thinking of the ball is this is the ball for me to hit. She will go hard at it, but she will pick up the fielder. And that will be Rwanda bundled out for 106 runs. 107 for the Nigerians to pick up this win in this match.
Great start from Rwandan openers. Takushimaninde Fani, 29 of 23, Giselle 12 of 13, 21 from Clarisse. But there was a collapse in the middle there with a comeback of Henriette at the back end, scoring 30 of 21, and a very good work done by the bowlers of Nigeria, Christabel Chukwonye with that comeback and Rachel Sampson with those 2 wickets of the captain Favor in the middle there, dismissing the big fishes of like Otakushimaninde Fani and Giselle Ishimwe. And in the end, they did a very good comeback. What was supposed to be 150 plus turned out to be 107 target. And with that 4 extras, shows how much disciplined they were.
Yeah, the partnerships, you look at that first wicket partnership standing out between Giselle Ishimwe and Fani Takushimaninde, 40 of 34. And the other standing one was the only one between Engabere Jojet and Umtunwase Clarissa, 17 of 9. Jojet and Ishimwe, 13 of 9. And the second last wicket partnership between Irozine Irera and Ishimwe, 14 of 16. 4 extras given by Nigerians, I would call that disciplined bowling. And that is their bowling card. 3 wickets for Christabel Chukwonye at an economy merit of 3.50. She's bowled 4 overs, considered only 14. 2 apiece for Shola Adekunle and Favor Esibe. Both of them going for an economy of 6.50 for Shola and 6.25 for Favor. 1 apiece for Oseyende, the final wicket of the innings, and Rachel Sampson also picked up 1. We've come to the end of the innings and we'll take a short break. And we will do return for the second innings. The two umpires are right in the middle. Gaston Yebizi from Nyamaseche and Adepeju Bolgun from Nigeria. Not very, very sure about the exact place where she does come from. But the only thing I'm sure of is how they do greet in their language. She comes from Yoruba, the Yoruba tribe down in Nigeria. And the Yoruba do greet Ekaro. Or as one of the big tribes within Nigeria are the Hausa who greet Inakwana since it is still morning. So to our friends who are watching in from Nigeria, Ekaro and Inakwana respectively, and for those in Rwanda, Mwaramti. 107 runs needed by Nigeria if they'll pick up this win. An interesting match do we have on the cards here. It is a clash, a rivalry renewed between the Nigerians and the Rwandans. I start knowing this battle because I'm from Uganda. But my co-commentator here is from Rwanda. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabia in the comms, and I have Emile Richiriza. Emile, what should we expect from the Nigerians looking at their batting display yesterday against the Zimbabweans, chasing down a target of 111?
Yes, Ivan. Nigeria being the team that never gives up easy, and Rwanda having that very good bowling lineup led by Belize Murekatete. But for Nigeria, with Esther Sandy, Christabel Chukwonye, it won't be that easy for Rwanda also to defend. Very good total to defend again, but not healthy for them. And for Nigeria, who chased yesterday 109, at this pitch, they even said, they mentioned it earlier at the toss. The captain Favor said it is a batting track. Who would like to have a bat first? But so we were sent in to bowl. We will look forward to restrict them under 120, and fortunate enough, they did.
Creamed away, it is Esther Sunday. It is a boundary. Some athletic effort they are coming in from the fielder in the deep, Jejete Ingabire, but not enough to cut that one off, and it is a boundary to break the shackles.
Short and wide, slapped that one at backward point, and the fielder there couldn't get there to stop the ball. Georgette Ingabire for Belize Murekatete, who should be bowling a bit in the stumps with that pace of hers. It won't be that easy for Esther Sandy to pick it up.
Yeah, it wasn't a good start for Belize Murekatete. She started with a wide, and the wide was outside off stump, meaning her thinking is bowling outside off stump. Now she bowls it short and wide, and it is hit away by Esther Sunday. Again, by this time round, it will pick up the fielder. A bit of a fumble there from Jejete Ngabire. When you're at the bound and you get to the ball, you need to pick it up first time and throw, because they can easily take an extra run if you keep fielding like that. But only a single is taken, and good passage of play. Yesterday, Sunday, Esther scored 25 off 25 before running herself out. Whereas her opening partner, Christabel Chukwonye, has been struggling to find runs. She scored only one yesterday. But maybe today is another day for redemption. Extra cover and third man are the two fielders for Belize Murekatete. It is a dot ball there. Good bowling. A little close from Belize. Much better there from Belize Murekatete. We did speak about her bowling stump to stump, and now it's what she's doing. And that's why we see that she's picking up those dot balls with ease, keeping the wickets into play. Christabel Chukwonye's struggles are still continuing. She's been struggling finding her hitting arc. But this is the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament, a tournament where we come to remember the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Good work being done by the government of Rwanda, putting focus on sports as one of the unifying factors. Try and make sure they put families and people together. People come from the different walks of life. They also do pass on the message of the Kwibuka. saying that the genocide will happen, because there are people who don't believe that the genocide happened. But us who come from other countries, the onus is upon us to carry on the message based on the evidence of what we see from the genocide sites. I've ever visited the one at Nyanza and now the one at Gisozi, the Kigali Memorial Site. Down the leg, and what would have been the final ball of the over will have to be bowled again by Berise Mulekatete. And Rwanda looks to be giving Amen in the first over, because when you score a 107, so 106, it means you don't have so much to play around with, so you don't afford giving awards. We saw Nigeria giving only 2 extras, and both of them were awards. So they should be looking at bowling good areas, the Rwandans. Dot ball from Berisa Mulekatete and end of the first over. 7 off it, and 7 for no loss is the score after the first. 100 more to get from 114.
Very calm dugout of Nigeria. You can see the smiles on their faces, and very critical when defending 106 runs, as they require now 100 in 114. It requires so much discipline when bowling, and it's so hard to win when not taking wickets, especially when you've got Esther Sandy in with Christabel Chukwonye yet to get off the mark. And for Rwanda, I will be looking forward to dismiss Esther Sandy, Christabel Chukwonye, and the big wicket of Sande Salome, who won the game yesterday against Zimbabwe HPC. And as usual, Rwanda will employ the bowler from the pavilion end, Rosine Irera.
Work to be done there. Yeah, somehow that ball going to the weaker side of Kelly Sompton. She bowls right. Sorry, she bats left, but everything she does, everything is right. So when the ball goes to her left hand, it means it is going to her weak end. So as long as Esther Sandy reads that, she sneaks through for the run, despite a good fielding effort. A little uppish and nearly to the hands of the fielder, and the rare misfield will get Christabel Chukwonye off the mark. You feel that Rwanda is not playing like a team which is not defending many runs, because these are somehow easy runs, because that was straight to Rosine Herrera. Get it and cut off the run.
We don't really see this often, seeing a spinner opening the ball for a team. But for Rosine, has been doing it consistently very well, opening for Rwanda over the last few years. And she has been bowling good, not one of the bowlers giving the room. She keeps it tight in the line of the stumps. And so far conceding only 3 runs from the over, with that single taken off her on fielding. Rosine Irera, who employ deep square leg, who looks much straighter, and the cow corner will be trying Esther Sandy to be slogging that way.
Yeah, she now changes the angle and she's coming round for Christabel Chukwonye. To the pads, looks plumb, and yes, it is given by the umpire. Clearly, the plan working out for her. She's been bowling right arm over, and as soon as she comes around, she picks up the wicket. Rosine Herrera, the first one for Nigeria, goes, and it is the struggling Christabel Chukwonye who departs.
Right in the on the money, in the stumps, with that appeal and the celebration says it all. It was on the pads. It would have hit the middle stump. And for Rwanda to claim the first wicket, Rosine Herrera to dismiss Christabel Chukwonye, who had to depart for 1 of 6 balls. Current run rate is 5.45, moving over the required of 5.34. 97 in 109 balls. And remind you, it's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament, the 12th edition. It is the 7th game on the 3rd day of the tournament. The rivalry between these two have moved to another level, one of the best in cricket, in women's cricket in Africa. And so many people are watching in all the corners of the world, especially in Lagos, in Abuja, Nigeria. Last ball of the over. And Rosine bowling a very great over, conceding only 2 runs, taking 1 wicket. And it's 10 for 1 after 2 overs. And now Nigeria will be required more. As you can see, fans there and some national team players, Oscar Manishimwe, Ben Hirgwe, Isaini Omugabo doing some dance moves there with Theophil.
Yeah, Josiane Nyirakundi, who has played for the Rwanda women's team also previously, being part of that group that is enjoying the action here at Gahanga. But a good over there from Rosine Herrera. 3 runs from that over, but one of them was a leg by. So only 2 runs will count on Rosine's figures. But she's picked up a wicket importantly. What a wicket does is that it brings some bit of pressure. And I think now the coaches of Nigeria, Theophilus Ibodeme alongside Sarah Bakta, maybe should change the position of Christabel Chukwonyi because she's struggling. And when you bring her in early, she will again lose her wicket. And every time there is a wicket lost, it means the pressure to the batting lineup. So maybe you bring her later when there is some bit of a good start. Jessica Biaini is the new batter in for the Nigerians. And Ruth Wimana will be replacing Berisa Morekatete from the airport end. That's a good ball to start off the over there from Ruth Wimana. Beautifully fielded by the captain at covers, and it is a dot ball. As Rwanda is looking for the wickets, they will be making sure they pick up as many dot balls as they can. Turn and bounce. And it is another dot ball.
In the third game, Ruth Wimana gaining the confidence back. After the first game she played against Zimbabwe HPC, being caned for many. And yesterday against Malawi was building some confidence. And now I think she will be in a fully confidence. And Ruth Wimana, who usually is one of the swaggy girls, you can see the work in the run-ups, very energetic when bowling, who turns the ball a mile and will have to change the field set, having deep extra covers and deep square.
Yeah, good bowling from her there. She's beating the batters completely and picking up the dot balls. And this is what Rwanda needs at the moment. Every time the Nigerians will see many dot balls accumulating, they will start trying to do something out of nothing. And that's how you pick up the wickets. Inside out, playing some bit of a cut shot there, but you'll pick up Ingabire Jojete. It's a good throw there from Jojete Ingabire. When you throw it well from the deep, you show the batters in the middle that if you try and take on Mehanda, you can take away your wicket. But it's good bowling figure so far for Ruth Wimana, and she's given her just 2 runs with one more to play in this over. A little short, and it will be another single. End of the over. 3 off Ruth Wimana's first, and 13 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads for the Nigerians.
Great call from Captain Diane Wimenyimana Diane, bringing on Ruth Wimana to give out the over for 3 runs, bowling the third over after the expensive over of Belize Mrekatete. And now they will be requiring 5.55. Yet they are moving on 4.33.
Rosine Herrera is back into the attack for the Rwandans. A little wide and short there from hand. It is cut away by Esther Sunday to pick up another boundary for the Nigerians. It is a welcoming boundary because the previous 2 runs were going for 2 and 3 respectively. But now she's picked up the width and scored a boundary for Nigeria.
Rosine Herrera, beg your pardon, offering too much room for Esther Sandy to clear the boundary, placing that one through the gap between backward point and extra cover fielder. And now Aris Ikuzwe is asking if they would change the field. And yes, they had her very well, moving the fielder from short fine to short third man.
And now Rosine will be looking at playing with the fielders Longo On and Cow Corner. Longo On Ingabire Jojeta and Cow Corner is Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe. Those 2 are all good catchers. off the edge. And you see now the change in the field working out for them because Fanny Utagushima will cut that one off, but a little slope in her running and still gives away double. That could have been one run if she could have chipped in some quick shift in terms of running. But one good thing that Rwanda has done is making sure that they give an opportunity to Fanny Utagushima Ruth Wimana, and Umgwaneza Grace, who can still qualify to play for the under-19. Because Rwanda played for the first ever World Cup, under-19 World Cup in 2023 down in South Africa. So now they will be hoping that they can make another appearance again as they head down to Dar es Salaam, Kigali in September during that Women's Africa Division 1 World Cup qualifier, where only one nation will go on to represent the African continent. Now Rosine Area changing the angle and she's coming round. Should be called Wade. Yes, it is Wade. The ball didn't turn. And it was a little quick coming in from Rosine. And this is one thing I always tell the spinners. As a spinner, you need to just ball it and let the ball turn. And let the batters flow. Every time you ball it quick, you end up giving away things like wides and also making it easier for you to be played. Much better, and it is a dot ball.
Very different for an aggressive batter, especially when Rosine bowling to Esther Sandy. She is bowling too quick and in the stumps. That's why she is bowling some wides down the leg.
Now that one is short and misfielded by Inyamiwa, giving them another single. Sorry, they will take the double. The ball was traveling a little quick, but clearly straight to the fielder. I feel Alice could have done better to cut that one off, but she's having her own struggles, struggling with the form in terms of batting. And also her fielding, this were not looking so good. 2 taken, and this is turning out to be a very good over. 9 runs already from this over by Rosine Herrera, with the final ball yet to come. And now there are changes being effected in the field. Ingabire Jojete coming up, and she'll be standing at mid-on. Whereas extra cover is put in place. Alice Ikuzwe, Henrietta maintaining her place. There is a big gap, and they will take the single. A little hesitant, Jessica Beini, but loudly called by Esther Sunday. 10 off this over by Rosine, and after 4:23 for 1 is the score.
That's Zimbabwe on your screens there. Zimbabwe HPC, they're already here getting ready for the game against Brazil here at Ground B. And for Rwanda, they'll be looking forward to get as many dots as they could. And that will be creating pressure on the other side, as now they're allowing Esther Sandy to get set, playing very smart and calm with Jessica Bieni, who is yet to get her touch.
Jessica Bieni should be playing the supportive role, but for now it is Ruth Wimana who is back into the attack with the dot ball. And there's some good cricket being played by Esther Sunday. At the final ball of the over, she made sure she gets a single to get back on strike. 84 from 95 if the Nigerians had pick up this victory. A little fall. That was a chance for the catch, but not hold firmly by Ruth Wimana, and it is another single taken by the Nigerians. Sorry, it might have been a bump ball from the surface, but clearly straight to her, she could have fielded it and cut off the run. Because they're not working with so many runs. If you're defending 83 and 94, it means the runs are less than the number of balls. So you need to make sure that everything is superb. Another dot ball. Current one is 5.54 and required is 5.30. Close game. A few wickets here could bring back the Rwandans in the game, and a few boundaries could take it away for the Nigerians. Now the Nigerians playing and cutting off they are taking care of the wicket column, and you see now Ruth Wimana rushing and hurrying up on her run up, not allowing the batters to settle. There is a run out chance on the bowler's end, but not completed by Ruth. Maybe Belisa would have tried a direct hit. It would have been a different reward. Too much play in this over. And you see that both runs that have been conceded by Ruth Women in this over could have been runs that you could have cut off, because one was straight to her, she could have stopped it. Another straight to Berisa, it could have been a run out. But now she has a chance to seal it off nicely. And a purple of around 33 runs or 30 is a good one for the Nigerians. That one brushing the pads of the wicket keeper, and they will take the single. 3 runs from Ruth Wimana, second over, and after 5, 26 for 1 is the score. The equation there right in your frame, 81 from 90 balls for the Nigerians to pick up the win. Rwanda will have themselves to blame in the first innings. They conceded 74 dot balls. Those are many dot balls, more than 10 runs, more than 10 overs in dot balls. And Nigeria so far conceded 15. The difference is in the extras. 2 were given away in the first innings, but the Rwandans have come out so generous. But there's a bowling change there for the Rwandans. Teresa Ishimo Henriette will be replacing Rosine Herrera from the pavilion end. A good start there for Ishimo Henriette. She starts off the over with a dot ball, and he follows it with another dot ball. Good bowling display.
Henriette Ishimwe starting very well, getting 2 dot balls in a row. And for Rwanda, the field set would be, if you see those touch and go runs they're getting, it's either point, covers, or mid wicket.
Henriette protecting the offside mostly. She has 30 man and extra cover, and she's just forcing the batters to play on the offside, and that is a very good plan. The ball hasn't started swinging a lot for her, but she's already started off very, very economically. 3 dot balls up front in the over. That should be past the fielder and pick up the extra cover fielder. There is a run out chance. Quickly sent back by her partner. Jessica was interested in taking the second run, but Esther said, no, we are not taking the risk. Just keep getting the singles.
If I was Diane, I would employ someone on the offside. And yes, she did. With that bowling of Ishimwe and Henriette, I would employ short third man.
And now you see they have made a change in the field. The extra cover fielder has come up for Jessica Bain, and they could keep on the Fanny Kutakishimani, that third man, as the only fielder outside. And a good area there bowled by Henrietta Ishimo. She's gone pace off, and she's picked up a dead ball. This is good. That when there is a Jessica Bain who has not been getting out of the blocks on strike, bring back all the fielders instead and try and put some bit of pressure to her. Last ball to end the over. It is a dot ball. What a good start there from Ishimo Henriette. Clearly there, Ishimo Gisela has said good over, but it was a good one. Just 1 run given away. And after 6 at the end of the power play, 27 for 1 is the score. These are the highlights of the power play. Belize Mrekate Takarasto for 2 boundaries there by Esther Sunday. A misfield gave them the chance. That was the first wicket there by Rosina Herrera. She trapped Christabel Chukwonyi, LBW. But I tell you, from the other side, Esther Sunday has not been stopping scoring the runs. She's been picking up the boundaries and making sure she gets the runs. Those are the highlights of the power play. And now, as we come to the end of the power play, we'll see a bowling change for the Rwanda women team, and it is the captain, Mari Diani Bimenyimana, who is into the attack, replacing Ruth Wimana from the airport end. She'll be bowling with the shades on. Diane starts off with the dot ball. Good here for the Rwandans because they know they are not working with so many runs. Every time you're picking up the dot balls, you keep your side in the match.
And stats have been working out since the game started. Rachel Thompson being most economical, and today she did. And Diane took hat-trick the last game they played against Nigeria. Diane, who has been also very economical and challenging for Nigerians, took a hat-trick the last game they played and decided to bring herself on the attack from the airport road end, changing the field set for Jessica Bieni, who is yet to get her touch, bringing in long on, long off, in at mid on and mid off, having deep extra covers and third man.
Yeah, interesting field setup there for Diane Menyumana. It is look like bat and pad, but it is given by the umpire. You see the batter touches the pad, but Jessica Bieni will have to depart. Second one goes for the Nigerians. The Rwandans are still finding a way of getting back into the game. 28-2 is where Nigeria finds themselves.
That's the commentator's eye. I said it earlier. Diane Menyumana doing her things. Look at that, right straight in the stumps. And the umpire was very convinced. Didn't even take that much time for her. It was clearly an LBW. Jessica Bieni, 2 of 8, and will have to depart. And now Salome Sande, the match winner yesterday against Zimbabwe HPC, is in to join Esther Sandy. If you see the runs there on your screens, 28 for 2, and Esther Sandy contributed 21 of 25. It really means a lot for Team Nigeria.
Yeah, it is a Sunday and the Sunday at the crease. But Esther Sunday holding the other side, and Salome Sande, one of the experienced players. If she gets going, she can see Nigeria across the line. A dot ball to start off things. No chances being taken by Diane Menyumana. When you look at when she was bowling to Jessica Bieni, she had long on and long off up. But as Esther Sunday comes, long on and long off have gone back, extra cover, and third man are the fielders at the boundary. Power, it will pick up the fielder, but they will do take the single, and Salome Sande is off the mark.
Salome Sande, one of the players also, you have to take them out before they get their touch, because when they're in their touch, you will never get them out and they'll do much destruction. Salome Sande, who also started not very well yesterday, but ended up smashing everything out of the ground, chasing Zimbabwe HPC.
Final ball of this over, and it is driven down to extra cover. Diane Menyumana's first over has gone for 3 runs plus a wicket of Jessica Bieni in it. And at the end of the 7th, 30-2 is what the Nigerians have on board.
Still a game on, 77 of 78. Rwanda trying to catch the tail of Nigeria, trying to bring them on 6 runs and over. So far, 5.92 required. And very good work done by the captain Diane Menyumana and Ishimwe, who brought the team back. And now they'll have to open the field, having deep extra covers, third man, long on and long off. And again, they will need to have to cut those singles in the middle there, right inside the ring. I would like to, if I was Diane, I would employ the covers very close to the batter, mid-wicket, very close, backward point, moving in a little and not having a fine leg.
Henrietta is back. Not getting hold onto that one well, and they will take the single. Henrietta had a very fine first over where she gave away just 1 run. But now the Nigerians, because they're interested in getting the runs, don't look for the boundaries, but make sure to find a way of scoring from Henrietta's bowling. I'll just pick up the singles, and that was a much better looking shot there from Esther Sunday, trying to pick up that gap between point and covers. Leaning into the shot, and it will not be held onto by Clarissa Mtoniwase. Chance for them to pick up a double. Good running between these two and good communication as they get 2 runs. This should be the passage of play for the Nigerians. At least make sure that you're finding the runs.
I hope Diane listens to me from a distance. She doesn't really need short square and fine leg at the same time. With that bowling of Henriette Ishimwe should be implying a Gary or backward point and having 2 players there that they can even stop a single.
But that's much better bowling there from her, sticking it into the surface, and she picks up the dot ball. 74 from 75 is now the equation. The dot balls have brought the equation closer. At the moment, the runs were far more than the balls, but now the two are close. And that dot ball make it 74 from 74. Good bowling there from Rwanda as they keep crawling back into the match.
The equation is still balanced, as you said. Yet to see pressure climbing. Both dugouts are very quiet. Fans are very quiet. It's 50-50.
There might have been something onto that one, but Uwase Merivale doesn't get onto it. She wanted to play it on the back shot, on the back foot, Salome Sane, but that's not a good shot for the seamers. You need to make sure that you're committing forward and making good timing, but it is a dot ball. Good comeback there from Henrietta. She considered a single off the first ball, a double off the second ball, but she's picked up 3 dot balls. 74 now in 73 with 1 more to play in this over by Ishimwe Henriette. Inside edge, it might run away to the boundary. It is a boundary there. Some chase there coming in from Razini Irela, but she just follows it to the boundary. Boundary will bring us to the end of the over.
Unlucky for Henriette Ishimwe and very lucky enough for Salome Sane getting that inside edge. Racing away to the boundary, it was quick enough that Rosine couldn't help and bring it back into the ground again. And it is the end of the 8th over, 37 for 2.
Many fans coming out full face. Josiane Nyirakundine is one of the players who have played for the senior men's team of Rwanda in the past, making her way there. Coming out to support this game, to support the women in blue. 70 from 72 is now the equation. Diane Wimenyumana Murray back into the attack. Picked up 1 wicket in her first, and she went for just 3 runs. Now she continues long on, long off at the boundary. Extra cover and cow corner all protecting. Pace off. And it is a dot ball to start off the over there by Diane. During the break, I met the president of Rwanda Cricket Association, Stephen Musale. And he was telling me that on the 21st of this very month, when this tournament ends, as it has been a norm, the 4 o'clock from Nigeria will be here in Rwanda taking on the Abakambwe in another interesting match. Edge, chance to take the catch there by Fani Utagushimaninde, but she doesn't get hold onto the opportunity, patches it up in the air, but she doesn't work on it. Fani Utagushimaninde does the bit to score runs, but if she cannot work on her fielding, it will be hard for her to be in the team. Because you look at sometimes when she has to stop a single, she ends up giving away many chances like that one. Because when you get your hands onto the ball, it means it was a chance created. So those are some of the things for her to work on if she will be with an opportunity to grow into the team. And maybe Rwanda is looking at making her captain for the under-19 team. And as a captain, everyone is looking out for you because you have to be so exemplary. If it is chance to catch, take the catch. Now they have taken the changes in the field. They have switched. Berize Murekatete and Fani Utagushimaninde. Now Fan has gone to short fine. And Berize is coming there to that gully area, but standing close to short third. I'm not sure how long she will be hiding herself behind Fanny. Sit down to the extra cover sweeper. And another single taken.
Fanny Utakushimaninde, who really needs to work on her fielding, looks very lazy. And as we know, the best fielders are always the batters because they've done their jobs and nothing else they have to do much apart from contributing on fielding, unlike the bowlers.
Yeah, that was a little foul there from Dianu Menyumana and hit down to the super for another single. Good point you do make. And now for fun, who will be the captain? You cannot be a captain in your fielding at short third. At least you will be one of the people who field the front of the square, maybe at mid wicket or at covers. So still work to do, and she's still a young girl. When you're young, you stand a very big chance of improving. So she just has to go to coach and say, Coach, put for me cones, hit for me the balls, let me do the fielding, let me work on it. Because she's done the bit of batting and now just doing some bit of fielding. She has improved a little, but again, there is still more work to be done. The Nigerians are now finding the singles, 4 singles in this over. They're not overhitting the ball because they know the bad balls will come for them to punish. But they are finding the gaps, the two Sundays, Esther Sunday and Salome Sunday. Two experienced players. They have both played for some time in the Mayolo Greenies colors. And that dot will bring us to the end of the over. 4 runs from Maridian Menyumana's second. And after 9, 41 for 2 is the score.
After 9 overs, 41 for 2, the required run rate is 6. It's run a ball, 6 runs and over. And for Salome Sunday and Esther Sandy,
That's some bit of the kitchen stuff right on your screen. Are doing a lot of good work making sure that the meals come quick and fast as the games do. The Rwandan is now taking a bowling change, and it is Rosine Herrera who is back into the attack, replacing Henrietta Ishimwe. Now the thinking for Diane Menyumana is a wicket, because the two Sundays are now trying to grow some bit of a partnership here. Rosine return his right arm over the wickets, and she starts with the dot ball, but now the thinking will be a wicket here. The current run rate is 4.47 and required is 6.07 for the Nigerians to pick up this win. Salome Sande looking for the placement. Salome Sande is also good on the leg side, but every time you bowl for her to the off, she struggles a bit. And the opposite for Esther Sande. Esther Sande is also good with playing that cut shot. Playing it, but it will be another dot ball. Now the dot ball pressure will be mounting to the Nigerians because they are somehow failing to find the runs off the thick edge. Fanny Utakushimaninde with work to do, and they will take a double. Good running between Salome and Esther.
healthy outside edge from Salome Sunday getting that double. And Diane Menyimana had me very well, employing backward point and extra covers to stop those singles on the offside.
Cut away. This time a misfield. She's timed it nicely, and they will go for another double. A little wide from Rosine Ira. I have to bring it a little closer and bowl that top of offline. Another double is taken. The Nigerians have made sure that they keep themselves alive in the match. They're not losing wickets, and they're starting to keep on finding the runs.
One of the most scariest thing is when you see a batter who is well known for hitting big shots, taking those singles, playing very calm, rotating the strike. You see how much solid she is and knowing what she is doing, and you'll be thinking, and especially when chasing, because the partnership is what matters the most. And this partnership they are building between Salome Sunday and Esther Sunday need to be broken by Rwandan bowling, because when it gets far, it will be much harder than it is now to break that partnership. And you see that on your screen. It's 17 already off 20. Very good partnership building there. If they get a 50 partnership between them, then it will be much harder for Rwanda to win this match. But if they can get 1 or 2 wickets between them, then they will stand a chance to get back into the game.
62 from 61. This is not only a rivalry between Rwanda and Nigeria. The game also has ranking points. But also whoever wins here stands a very big chance of finishing in the top 2. There was an appeal, but the umpire says not out. The captain shouting and saying yes, which can easily be translated to, oh my Jesus! But we've come to the end of the 10th over. 45-2 is where the scoreboard reads at the halfway mark.
It's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament, the 12th edition of this tournament. And the Kwibuka Women's T20 Tournament is an annual international cricket competition hosted by Rwanda Cricket Association (RCA) to honor the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Very good tournament, bringing all the countries together, the likes of Brazil, all the way from South America, Malawi, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, HPC, and Rwanda, the host, playing a very good tournament. And talking about Nigeria winning this one, as they are playing their 4th game, and for Rwanda playing their 3rd. Rwanda in 2, they've won 1, lost 1, won 1, and they're playing their 3rd. And for Nigeria, they played 3, won 2, and lost 1. They're playing their 4th game.
$45 runs for a loss of 2 wickets is what the Nigerians do have on board as we come to the end of the drinks break. Now Rwanda will be thinking a wicket. This is a partnership for them to break to try and make sure that they do get back into the game. We have seen players like Adeshola Adekunle coming and scoring some quick runs, if ever Esibe. But for now, these two can take the game on. Easter Sunday and the Salome Sunday. And now we see a bowling change there for the Rwandans. Now the captain taking an option of tossing the ball around to try and make sure she finds one who can get for her the wicket. And it is Alice Ikuzwe who replaces the captain from the airport end. 62 from 60 balls for the female Yellow Greens to pick up this victory. Inyamibwa starts off with a dot ball. We look at our field setup, long on, long off, extra cover, and cow corner are all protecting the boundary. They've been using the similar field for Henrietta Ishimwe, Diana Menyimana, and now the same field setup for Alice Ikuzwe. Karasta into the gap. There is a chance for them to pick up 2 runs if they can run quickly. But Salome Sunday is happy to only take a single.
For Salome Sunday and Esther Sunday, they need to be aware of the game and the way the game is going, is flowing too, because Rwanda is also building some pressure onto them, moving the required run rate on 6 point something. As Alice Ekuzwe also being Alice and Ishimwe being the most winning the most player of the match against a Nigeria women's.
Straight to the hands of the fielder. There is a run out chance, and the umpire raises up the finger. The chance was at both ends. A good timely throw there coming in from Clarissa Umtoniwase, and Merivelo Wase will get rid of Esther Sunday. Not the first time you are seeing Esther Sunday being run out. Yesterday she ran herself out against the Zimbabweans when she had 25 of 25. Today she's gone out with the 26 of 33. And it is the third wicket that goes for the female yellow greens. Disappointed, because clearly she made the call and thought the run was read there.
That was a very good throw from Clarisse Mtoniwase, and very good work from Melville Uwase, the keeper. And look at the celebrations. They know how much they needed that wicket. And I don't know if it's the commentators' curse after talking about in there Esther Sandy scoring 26 of 33. Very good contribution on a run chase. And after talking about the impact of Alice Ekuzwe in the middle, she already made an impact on taking that wicket. And again, very good field set. Blinking in, covers very close, not allowing a new batter to get a single easily.
Adeshola is the new batter in for the Nigerians. She's been finding her hitting arc and scoring some runs, but it will be a dot ball to start off this over. That was some good fielding there from Clarissa Umtoniwase. The ball was going to her strong hand. She got the throw, she got the ball and made a very good timely throw straight to the hands of the wicket keeper. Merivelo also completed the run out. But that's a very good start there from Alice Ekuzwe. Just one run from her first over. And after 11 overs, 46 for a loss of 3 is what the Nigerians have on board. And they need more 61 from 54 balls.
And maybe it will happen as it was yesterday. And on our screens there, you see fans. Those are national team players. Now Mario Izai Niomugabo, Oscar Manishimwe, Ben Hirgwe, watching the game, supporting the ladies. And yesterday it happened when Esther Sandy went out. Salome Sunday started to hit everything. And there is a bowling change from the pavilion end.
It is Ruth Wema. Let's talk about the fans.
Definitely well said. Some people take it wrong, but because you're out of the team, it doesn't mean for the 14 playing the tournament doesn't mean you're out of the team. It doesn't matter who represent the country. Salome Sunday, who always gets angry when Esther Sandy gets out. Even yesterday, she started hitting everything after Esther Sunday's wicket. And Ruth Uwimana will be creating chances of a wicket for Rwanda.
Ruth Uwimana still searching for a wicket. The current run rate is 4.20 and required is 6.96. The Nigerians need a boundary. 58 from 49 now for them to pick up the victory. And the Rwandans have started believing that, yes, they do hold this one firmly. You hear it from the body language and from the fans. The two presidents have come out to watch this one. Charles Haber, the founding president, and the current president, Stephen Musale. Yeah, the fans clearly show that this game is absolutely theirs to throw away. 49 for 3 after 12, and 58 will be needed from 48 balls. Alice Kuzo is back into the attack. There's a run-out chance. Adeshola making a very, very quick run-up, quicker start. And it might be risky for her if she doesn't keep her ground well.
Great work from Ruth Uwimana. Maybe to reward Alice with a wicket. Created that pressure. And as they're building some momentum for Team Rwanda, you can hear the people shouting here around the ground, knowing that they are getting into it. And now required run rate have moved on 7.57. So much for Nigerians. If they don't really move up a bit, it will be much harder for them. And as they're getting those dot balls, I'm telling you, it is creating a lot of pressure for Nigerians. And there will be a wicket soon.
Dot ball pressure now to the female yellow greens. And I love what Alice Ikuzo is doing. She's just bowling it outside off stump for Salome Sande. Because Salome Sande would love it to the body. And I tell you, the loud noise is coming from all over the Gahanga Stadium. Trying to go for that releaser shot, but it is another dot ball. Good bowling there from Alice Ikuzwe. Keeping the Rwandans in it.
Tricky moment for Salome Sande to play. You don't know what to do here if you're going for a hit.
Down to the pads. And it will be runs for the Nigerians. The umpire confirming that it is by runs. Maiden over from Alice Ikuzwe. And the by run will bring up 50 runs for the female greens. After 13 overs, 50 for a loss of 3 wickets is the score. Some of the girls were always serving us. Yvonne Kirabo. Some groundsmen right in your frame there. I see Ange Abijuru Umwari also being one of the fans, our electricians, making sure they do come out and support the home side. 50 for 3 after 13 and 57 in 42 is the equation.
And Mr. Ivan, this is what hunting in pairs means. Ruth Uwimana, 9 runs in 3 overs. Alice Ikuzwe, 2 overs only conceding 1 run. Great work from them, and it will require a lot of work from Salome Sande and Adekule Shora And now required run rate moves to 8.14.
Yeah, with Ruth Wimana coming to bowl her final over. Starts off with a dot ball, good bowling. Picks up that one. Oh! Ingabire Georgette not getting hold onto that opportunity created by Ruth Wimana. And Salome Sande gets another life.
Ruth Uwimana improving every single game, starting from the game she played against Zimbabwe HPC. And now she has improved even better. What a spell from her. So far, 10 runs conceded from 3.3 overs she has bowled, and that was a chance of a catch created. Should have been rewarded with that one, but Rogette didn't get to hold that one to complete that catch.
Wicket! What a way to cream off a very good bowling display. She tries to play on the back foot. Salome Sande exposing Hafancha, and Ruth Wimana rearranges it. The bear hugs for her because they know the work is half done. Fourth wicket for Nigeria goes.
And Ruth Uwimana bowling that one straight into the stumps, breaking them into pieces and saying, if you can't do it for me, I'll do it myself. Sending out Salome Sande, the big fish, not happy with herself. 16 of 28. Of 29, beg your pardon, with one boundary.
Yeah, that nipping ball there from Ruth Wimana, the googly, which was turning in so much. Very, very hard to play. In the previous occasion, she picked it up, Salome Sande, and it found the fielder. But this time round, it rolls on to the furniture. Sarah Etim, the wicketkeeper batter, is the new batter in. Uppish. That might have carried to the fielder, but it is a dot ball. Beaten by the turn and bounce. One more to play in this Ruth Wimana spell. 55 from 37. The game running away from the female yellow greens. That one is screamed down to extra cover, but they'll only take a single. But what a spell there from Ruth Wimana. 4 overs for 12 runs and a wicket in it. Good display there from Ruth. And as we come to the end of over number 14, 53 for 4 is what the female yellow greens have on board. And they need more 54 in 36 balls if they pick up this win.
Those are Kwibuka T20I tournament, the most boundaries. 138 fours and 28 sixes, and the leading is Nyasha Gwanzura from Zimbabwe Women High Performance with 21 boundaries, and she is also reading the most sixes with 8 sixes, and Sungeni Kanaji from Malawi with 12 boundaries, Murekatete Belize with 5 maximums.
Alice Ukuzwe back for her third over. Just 2 runs in her first 2 at the back of the maiden. On her weak hand, and they will take the single, but some good work there from Kilariso Mtoniwase, saving her side extra runs, and that's why you see the bare high fives there for her.
Pressure climbing even higher, and people from Lagos, Nigeria, Abuja watching on TV. They know how much this win means to them. And here for Rwanda, you can see people are standing in the dugout of Nigeria. And for Rwanda, fans are standing, clapping for every moment. They know how much if every single dot means for the team to win, as the current required run rate is 9.
Again, right under the watch of the fielder, Belisa Murekatete fumbles that one, and they sneak through for the run. They have found a way of dealing with the dot ball pressure, the Nigerians. I love what the Rwandans have done. They knew that even though they're not getting the wickets, the dot balls will create the pressure for them and the wickets will come. When you look at Salome Sande, trying to go hard, picked up the fielder. The catch wasn't taken by Georgette Ingabire. And the next ball, still the nipping back ball there from Ruth Wimana. rearrange the furniture because she knew what she had to improvise and get it back to play it away instead of committing forward. And it is the dot balls doing the magic. 52 in 33. Again, another dot ball. Good bowling there from Alice, keeping the pressure on and keeping the Rwandans alive in this match. That one is clapped, but to pick up the fielder, the single will be taken. Now one more to play in this over. 51 more needed by the Nigerians pick up the win. Current run at 3.78, required 9.87. Final ball of the over. It is a dot ball. And the end of the over. 15 gone and 56 for 4 is what the Nigerians have on board. $51 more to get from 30 balls. I tell you, it is getting interesting. If the female yellow greens right in your frame there can't pick up the boundaries, this game will go the way of Rwanda. But you look at their coach there, Theophilus Ibodeme, giving them some hard instructions. Not so many happy faces because the passage of play right now keeps Rwanda very much in it. Henrietta Ishimwe is the bowling change, replacing Ruth Wimana. One is screamed away to extra cover. They are pushing quickly for the second run. But clearly there was a chance for that run because you see when the ball was hit to Ishimwe Giselle, she did not run in quickly to cut off the run. So Ade Shola and Sarah Etim, realizing that there was sloppiness in the fielding of Giselle Ishimwe, she makes sure that she pushes for the second run. Straight to covers, and they will take another single. The Nigerians are making sure that they keep protecting the strike, but they'll need some boundaries here. 48 in 28 is not something you can win with only singles. You need to go hard. But good bowling figures there for Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe. 2.2 overs. And she's conceded only 11. Angling one back, and she'll pick up the dot ball. That in swing has not been a very good line, a very easy line for the batters to play. Shola Adekunle is on 3 of 11. She needs to break her shackles and pick up the runs. I beg your pardon, it's 3 of 10 for Shola Adekunle. There is some bit of urgency there needed for her. She has a player of match award in this tournament. Picked it up against Malawi in the opener for Nigeria. Hit and run again. It's only a direct hit which can give you the wicket at that moment. But that throw to the keeper is a little hard. And there was a big chance here on the bowler's end. But it is another single taken. 2 more to play in this over. 47 in 26 for the girls in yellow to win. Creams that one well. This time Giselle Ishimwe runs forward and she attacks the ball. One thing the coaches are always telling the players, attack the ball and chip in a timely throw. Don't romance the ball around. 1 more to play in this over. Current run rate 3.85 and required is 11. This game is running out of the hands for the Nigerians. The current passage of play of singles may not give them the win. They need to do something out of nothing. End of the over. 16 gone and 62 for 4 is the score. $45 more runs from 24 balls needed by Nigeria to pick up the win. 62 for 4 after 16. Sarah Etim Ekwere on 7 of 8 and Adeshola Adekunle on 5 of 12. Maridian Bimenyumana is back into the attack, replacing Alice Ikuzwe Inyamibwa from the airport end. Kaokona, Longo on, Longo off, and extra cover have all been deployed at the boundary. Apish and the caught and bowled there by Adeshola Adekunle. She wanted to do something out of nothing, and she fails to hit it over the head of the bowler. Diana Menyman loves taking wickets against Nigeria, and she's picked up another one. The second one for her and the fifth one for the Nigerians goes. Current run with 3, required 11. She's gone pace off into the surface. Shola rushing into the shot. Even though she swung through her line, she just managed elevation and not distance. Omonkobeho Oseyende is the new batter in favor of 13 for Adeshola as she departs after being caught and bowled by Maridian. The Nigerians will need to grind more and more if they are to pick up the win. Hits that one. And it is a maximum. What a pickup shot there from Oseyende Omonkobio. They needed a maximum to keep alive in the game, and she says, yes, I am the player to raise up my hand. Good looking shot there from Oseyende. Look at her, a very, very low stance for her. And she swings through the line to pick up a very, very straight maximum. Now, I think the thinking from the coaches, Sarah and Theo, is try and make sure that they send a slogger in, try and make sure that they find some quick runs. Nigeria showing that they are still alive in it. They have 5 wickets at hand. So it will give some bit of liberty to Oseyende as she tries to take on Maridian Menyumana. This time into the surface and down the ground. They are pushing quickly for the second run. The throw going the wicket keeper's end. But good running there from Oseyende, and she will pick up another double. 8 runs for the new batter. It is now becoming very interesting. And now 70 for 5 is what the Nigerians have on board. Current run rate 4. Required now dropping from 11 to 10. 37 from 21. The game is still balanced here. Boundaries keep Nigerians in it. She's gone hard again, but this time round she picks up the fielder. And they will take only 9 runs for the new batter from 3 balls. Oseyende looks to be the player to come and do the business for the Nigerians. And for Sarah Etim Ekore, the short cover fielder comes a little closer to cut off that 1 run. Good placement there from Sarah. They are pushing quickly for the second run. And yes, they'll pick up the double. The Nigeria are still keeping themselves alive in it. This is turning out to be a good over. Despite the wicket falling on the first ball of the over, they have picked up 11 runs. And now 1 more ball remaining to play in this over, the 17th in the game. It is a dot ball to end the over. 73 for 5 is the score after 17 overs. Yeah, Favor is speaking so many Nigerian words there. But I only catch up the English word that she told them that whole day, meaning that Sarah Etim and Oseyende Omonkobeho should play all the remaining overs. Sorry, 3 overs. Current run at 4.29 and required is 11.33. A discussion between the captain of Charity Cricket Club, Meridian Womenman, and the captain for Indata Hampshire, Henrietta Ishimo Teresa, before Henrietta comes in to bowl the 18th over. 34 in 18. It is still close. Look at the shot that Oseyende hit. This game can swing in any direction. Long on Giselle Ishimwe. Sorry, long off Giselle Ishimwe, long on Berisom Rekatete and Kawakona Rosini Irera have both been deployed. There is another fielder standing at extra cover, and it is Alice Ikuzwe. A little shot and into the surface, and that is screamed away. Chance for them to pick up 2 runs because that ball was wide of the fielder at long off, and a double easily taken by the Nigerians. 2-2 per ball would mean 12 in this over, and would mean that they get what they have gotten. They will have gotten what they require. All eyes on these two, Oseyende Omonkobiho and Sarah Etim. Oseyende 11:04. Good display there from her. Into the surface, it nearly carried to the bowler, but it is a dot ball. Much better there from Henrietta. She's going for the bouncers. Every time the ball bounces, you have to play it with the bounce. And you've not seen them so good on the pull shot. It's only Salome Sande who plays that pull shot so well. So it means that they will try to hit it to the bat, but they don't time it well, so you can easily pick up the dot ball. And in the middle wicket conference there between Sarah Etim having some bit of discussions there with her partner Oseyende. Inside edge, and they are running quickly. They will only take a single. Oseyende didn't tape that one well. And Henrietta Ishimo doing what the captain has set her to do, cutting off the boundaries, because the boundaries very much keep the Nigerians in it. So the double and the single do not hurt the Rwandans. In the afternoon, we'll be having a double header. We will be having a second meeting between between Brazil and Zimbabwe HPC off the inside edge, and that is running to the boundary. Yes, it crosses the boundary. Sarah Etim Ekwere bringing up another boundary for the Nigerians and keeping them very much in it. Didn't look to be in too much control playing that shot. Just a bit of soft hands and off the inside edge down to the vacant fine leg boundary, and a welcoming boundary for the Nigerians, because they'll need many of these if they pick up the win. The afternoon fixture will be between Brazil and the Zimbabwe women high performance team. So make sure that you get ready to catch up on it. 2 more balls remaining for 27 runs from 14, and 2 more to play in this over by Henrietta Ishimwe. Full toss and creamed away. Chance for them to pick up runs because the ball is still wide of long off. Timely throw, but they'll take another double. You can't blame it on Gizelo because that was a well placed shot. Now 25 in 13, and whoever bowls the next over will be who will win it for the Rwandans. Hitting it with the bounce. Nearly misfielded by Giselle Ishimo, but because she stumbles in picking that one up and also not collected well by Henrietta Ishimo, it gives them a double to pick up 2 runs. What a good over there for the Nigerians. 13 runs from it, and it brings the end to the spell of Henrietta Ishimwe. She's gone for 25 in half, and after 18, 85 for 4 is what Nigeria has on board. Now the captain knows that whoever bowls this over will win it for the Rwandans. 23 from 12 balls is now the equation. And Alisa Ekozo Inyami will be bowling half final over. And the 19th in this game, she so far bowled 3 overs and conceded only 4 runs. So it is good that the most economical bowler on your team bowls this over, because the Nigerians will be looking at getting as many as they can in this over, so that when they reach the final over, they are not looking for so many. But it can also end in this over 4 sixes. Will mean 24 runs and game set and match for the Nigerians. So this game can still swing in any direction, and Osayende will be facing. Goes hard, but she doesn't time it well, and it is a dot ball to start off the over there by Alisa Ekuzwe. It is a start they really wanted, and it is a dot ball to start off this over.
Alisa Ekuzwe to bowl the deciding over, having Kaukona long on, long off, and deep extra covers, starting off with a dot ball.
Another dot ball, good bowling there from Alisa Ekuzwe. Back to back dot balls there, and she's really doing what the captain has sent her to do. Pick up as many dot balls as you can and keep us in the game. 23 off 10. That one is screamed away. She tries to put her foot there, but they'll push quickly for the second run. There was a run out appeal, and not out is the call from the umpire, but some good throw there coming in from Henriette. She is a very, very good fielder front of the square. And her and the captain are the two fielders front of the square. Diane Menyumana and at long on, and Henriette Ishimwe at long off. There is Kaukona and extra cover for Alisa Ikuzwe. Into the surface and played straight. But they'll only take a single. Good throw there from the captain. The throw going right to the wicket keeper's end, because she knew that it was Sarah Ekwere who was thinking of taking the run.
Alisa Ekuzwe being very economical, not offering too much room for the batters to free their arms, as she is not having a protection in the deep square. 2 balls to complete the 19th over.
20 from 8. That one is pulled away, and there is work to be done by Rosina Herrera. The ball spinning away from her. Oh, good timing. That is really brilliant there from Rosine. That ball can easily go away from you, and she saved her side from conceding a certain boundary.
Great work done by Rosine Herrera in the deep at cow corner. The last ball of the over. 18 runs in 7 balls.
Yeah, this is the final ball of the over. Crammed down the ground with a lot of power. This has been covered by the captain. Chance for them to pick up 2 runs. And yes, they'll pick up the dower, because that ball was wide of the captain. You can't blame it on her. And the end of the over, also the end of Alisa Ikuzwe's spell. She's gone for 11 in her 4 overs. 91 for 5 is what the Nigerians have on board, and they will need 16 runs in 6 balls if they pick up the win. The batting card so far there for them. Esther Sunday opened the batting, and before getting run out, she scored 26 of 33. Salome Sunday contributed 16, often being bowled by Ruth Uwimana. And the 2 batters currently in, Sarah Etim Okwere with 21 of 15. 16 to get from 6 balls. And still work to be done there. The captain will be taking matters in her own hands. Maridian Wimenyumana, who has bowled 3 overs, picked up 2 wickets and considered 18, will be bowling the final 6 balls of this game. 16 runs for the Nigerians to get if they pick up this victory.
Wimenyumana Diane, the captain, who has done this quite often, and back to the Challenge Trophy here in Rwanda, has done it against USA.
And now I see they are retiring a batter. Sarah Etim Ekwere is being retired out. Just waiting to confirm on who replaces her. It is Ude Lilian who's made her way to replace Sarah Etimokure. Clearly, Sarah has done her work. 21 of 15 before she's been retired. But the field is set up there for the captain. Longo on, Longo off, cow corner, and extra cover. That is hit straight. One bounce for Berisa Murekatete, not managing to stop it, and it goes to the boundary. 4 runs to start off the final over. What a shot there from Oseyende, keeping the Nigerians very much in it. Now they need 12 in 5 balls. Rating high, hitting arc a little short, and she swung through the line. There was some mark beaten by Berisa Murekatete. She could have saved it, but the ball was traveling, and 1 bounce for pressure now on Diane. She'll need a dotty ball. Ranking points on the cards. Oseyende raising up her hand to be counted. Full toss and hit away, doesn't carry to the fielder, Rosine Herrera. The throw going the wicket keeper's end, and they'll only take a single. 5 of the first 2, and now 10 needed in 4 with the new batter Ude Lilian on the strike. There's some good work there from Rosine Herrera. She didn't put herself on any sorts of pressure, picking that one off nicely, and chipped in a timely throw. Now Ude Lilian, after retiring Sarah Etienne Ekwere, what can Ude do? Down on one knee, 1 bounce, 4 runs. What a shot there from Ude Lilian. It is another boundary, and that boundary brings up 100 runs for the Nigerians. 100 for a loss of 5. 3 more balls remaining in this over. She's gone on one knee, Ude Lilian, and picked it up very nicely into the vacant area. Rosine Herrera, who is at long on, who is at cow corner, had to see that one sail to the boundary. Now Diane is on pressure. She's defending 7 runs in 3 balls. A maximum here. Could you see the scores level? Full toss and hit down to the sweepers. They are pushing quickly for the second. No, they will go for 1. 6 in 2. This is an interesting matchup. She was interested in taking the second run, but clearly there was no run there. The Nigerians very much in it. 101 for 5 after 19.4. And they need more 6 runs in 2 balls. A maximum here from Oseyende could see the Nigerians pick up a famous win. And she has already scored a maximum in her 20 of 12. How the pressure is on Diane Wimenyimana. Claps that one down the ground. And they are pushing for the second run. There is a chance, a run-out chance given by the umpire. Just 1 run is taken. Oseyende not making her ground in quick time. And it is a run-out. Oh my goodness. The fans are loving everything as it unfolds here at the Gahanga mine ground. She's gone hard at it, but picked up the fielder, Henriette Ishimwe, with a very, very good throw. Diane Wimenyimana helping that run out to be completed. Yes. Distance away from her ground, and a run out. Now 5 runs to get from 1 ball. A boundary of 4 would mean that we go for the spur over. What an interesting match do we have here on the cards. Omosigo Egwakun is the new batter in, and Diane Wimenyimana will be just thinking one thing. She will be just thinking a dotty ball here to see Rwanda pick up the win. A maximum will give the Nigerians the victory. A boundary 4 will give the Nigerians a chance to fight in the spur over. And here we go for the final ball of the innings. She's gone hard, but it is straight to the fielder. They will go for the second run, but it is a victory for the home side. The celebrations do say it all. Beriza Murekatete keeping calm, and the fans love it. Nigeria coming on top of this one, but it has been a pressure game. Both teams have been breathing pressure, but eventually Rwanda picking up the victory. Maridian Wimenyimana saying, I will take matters on my own hands, and Rwanda crossing the lane with the 2 runs. What a performance we have had. What a match we have had. It clearly showed so much the reverence in it. 26 of 33 for Esther Sunday before the run out. 16 for Salome Sunday. 21 for Sarah Etim. 21 for Oseyende Omokiboho. And Udelirian and Omasugo Ewako not managing to help the Nigerians to cross the line. 5 extras given away by Rwanda compared to the 2 that were given away by the Nigerians in the first innings. And that's the bowling card for the Rwandans. Maridian Wimenyimana took 2 wickets, a little expensive, 31 in half 4 overs, whereas Rosine Herrera and Ruth Wiman have picked up a wicket apiece. But good display there from the women in blue. And the match summary: Rwanda won the toss and opted to bat first. Henrietta Teresa Ishimwe 30 off 21, Utagushimaninde Fanny 29 off 33, Umtoniwase Clarice 21 off 14. Christabel Chikonye picked up 3 wickets for just 14 runs in 4 overs, whereas Ade Shola Adekunle picked up 2 wickets for 26 in 4 overs, and the captain Favor ACB also picked up 2 wickets for 25 in 4 overs. Esther Sunday scored 26 in 33 before the run out. Oseyende 21, Sarah Etim 21, 2 wickets for Maridian Wimenyimana for 31 runs in 4 overs. Rosine Herrera and Ruth Wimana 1 wicket apiece. The upcoming match will be between Brazil and the Zimbabwe women high performance team. It is a return fixture because the 5 teams in this tournament will play each other 2 times before the top 2 play in the final. Number 3 and number 4 will play in the placement final. In the placement match, sorry. And that's the upcoming fixture there. It will be starting at 1:30 p.m. Rwanda's come up on top of the rivalry, winning Nigeria by 2 runs. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabia in the comms, and Meko commentator Emile Ruchiriza will be coming to you shortly for the post-match presentation. So please don't go anywhere, because the captains will have something to say on how the action unfolded this morning at the Gahanga mine ground.
Welcome in to the post-match presentation of the game between Rwanda and Nigeria, the greatest rivalry between these two. Earlier on the toss, Rwanda winning the toss, electing to bat, posting 106, and Nigeria falling short of 2 runs. And they had a very good start of 41 for 1 in the power play, but ended up collapsing in the middle, having a very good finish by Henrietta Ishimwe with a very good bowling from Nigerians. But again, they ended up losing. I would like to have a word with Favor, the captain of Nigeria. Hard luck on losing your game again. Yesterday, you've won a very crucial game against Zimbabwe HPC, chasing 109, and today you failed to chase 107. What do you think happened in the middle there while batting? Because you had a very good partnership between Salome Sande and Esther Sandy, but they failed, and you had a very beautiful partnership at the end again by Omokobio, and you failed to chase that total. Where do you think you went wrong?
I felt like we started well. Started by the end of the power play, we were already on 40 something, and I think where we got it wrong was at the middle, in between the innings, where we got too comfortable. We were not taking the singles that we needed and the doubles that we needed. I think that's actually caused a lot of pressure, and we had to start chasing at the end. So I felt like the work became too much at the end. If we had done that at the middle, just like how we started, I think we would have done better. But going forward, we are going to work on that and take it up from there.
Congratulations on having claiming your 50 international wickets. How do you feel? And please tell me any message going forward into the tournament.
I feel good, and going into the tournament, I mean, we still have a lot of games to play. I'm just going to continue playing for my team, try and do better each game, and I hope I get support from our fans. They've been supporting, and we see them and want to tell them thank you.
Thank you and all the best. To give out the player of the match is the third umpire, Nicole, and the player of the match is none other than the captain, Diane Menyiman. You talk to me about the game and you tell me about the player of the match. You won the toss, elected to have a bat first, looked for 130, falling short of 24 runs. And where do you think you went wrong?
We didn't get the partnership with the bat, and that's where we didn't put a lot of runs on the board. That's the way only we went wrong on the batting side.
Coming up to bowling, would you tell me about the bowling of Ruth, the youngster who made a very great comeback, and Alice Ikuzge, and plus you, defending 16 runs in the last overs, very pressurizing, and you've done it plenty times. How does that feel?
It's not an easy job to do at the end like that, but the bowling, it really did well because we were looking for those balls, and the bowlers really delivered. So that's what made the opposite team be on the pressure, and we ended up getting the win.
Any message going forward?
We just thank the fans, and we hope that you'll keep on showing up for us.
Thank you so much and all the best. That was all from the game between Rwanda and Nigeria. Rwanda winning by 2 runs. And don't go far. We will be witnessing a game between Zimbabwe HPC and Brazil coming soon.
This is the second time that Zimbabwe will be meeting against Brazil in this 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament. And here with me, I have the two captains here with me. Adele Zimbunu, the captain for Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. Carolina Nascimento, the captain for Brazil. And the third of this afternoon, Adepeju Bolugum. We've come here for the toss. Tails is the call.
Head one.
And head one. Adele, you've won the toss. What are you going to be doing first and why?
Today we're going to ball first because we think we can do better in our bowling.
Which total will you be looking at limiting Brazil to as we head into the game?
Actually, we'll be looking to defend 120.
Did you make any changes the team that played yesterday?
Just one change for Betis in for Pemiwa.
You fell short yesterday against Nigeria. What do you hope to improve as we head into this match? A particular field in terms of, say, fielding, batting or bowling?
Actually, I would think our bowling can improve much better, even our batting as well. So we went back to our drawing board yesterday, and I think we will improve today.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
Caro, please come through. If you had gotten a chance of winning the toss, what were you going to do first and why?
I didn't listen what she chose.
She chose to bowl first.
Okay, I will bowl first too.
Now that you're going to bat, which total are you looking at to post and challenge the Zimbabweans?
It's a challenge for us, but we have good batters. We have a good batters line, so I believe them.
Did you make any changes the team that played against Malawi in the morning?
Yeah, we have 3 changes in this game in the afternoon, and me was one of them.
As we head into this game, is there something you want to improve compared to how you played the other side in the morning?
Yeah, in the morning I think we are a little bit down in energy and things like that. Here I think it's going to be better.
All the best and go well.
Thank you so much.
And that is the news coming from the center. Zimbabwe Women High Performance has won the toss and opted to bowl first.
Good afternoon and welcome back again here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. It is the game number 3 of the day at Ground A. It's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament, the 12th edition on the 3rd day. And it is a game between Zimbabwe and Brazil. Zimbabwe HPC winning the toss and electing to have a ball first. Last game they played, Zimbabwe won the toss and had a bat first, scored 153, restricting Brazil on 106, and today they have decided to bowl first, and those are the playing 11 for both teams. Zimbabwe HPC, Adele Zimunu the captain, Keri Ndiraya, Kudzai Chigora, Indohore Mabera, Rindros Masina, and Michelle Mavunga, Nyasha Gwanzura, Runyararo Paspanodia, Vimbai Mtungwindo, Betty Mangachena, Salem Museka, and for Brazil, Ana Clara Sabino, Rara Bittencourt, Rola Agat, Lindsay Villas Boaz, Marina Edward Magay Ribeiro, Maria Ruiz Garisha, Marina Otha, Monique Rufino, and the first ball of the innings. Starting off with a dot ball from the airport road end. Quiet game here. Very good weather. The sun is out. No much wind blowing, as it is changing at any time. And here with me, I'm not alone. I'm with my co-commentator, Eric Nio.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Emil. It's Brazil taking on Zimbabwe. For the first time in this tournament, Zimbabwe chose to bowl first. I don't know if that follows the loss that they had yesterday against Nigeria, the painful one. I think it will be the reason why behind that. But again, it will be the reason because of the wicket. Yep, Emil, yesterday Brazilians fought, but again, that way the last over of Nigerians went, hitting those 2 big maximums, really took the game from Zimbabweans.
I think Zimbabwe HPC, after yesterday's game, after scoring 109 and being chased by Nigeria, they thought about it and maybe they changed the plan, because it's the first time deciding to have a ball first since the tournament started. And Michelle Mavunga aboard the 4th ball after 3 consecutive dot balls. shouting up. And Lindsay Villas Boas will get off the mark after facing 3 balls, and on the 4th, she got a run on that one. And Laura Agat, in the morning, she scored 52 in 43 balls against Malawi. Very good batter. And Neo, if you've seen, Brazil have got that good batting lineup. It's just a matter of bowling a little bit. They need to improve on some things. But very good batting from Brazil. If you look at the way they batted chasing 150, they've fallen short of 40 something, but again, you can see the touch, the way they bat, they are showing the progress. And if we would say them, Brazil and Malawi are the most improved teams since the Kwibuka started, since the day one they joined Kwibuka. And to remind you, this is the 12th edition, and one team that won this title is Rwanda, the only team playing in these 5. And the last ball of the over got an inside edge, but there is a protection there in the deep at fine leg. And that is all for the first over. Michelle Mavunga, who doesn't really give time and room for the batters, gave out only 3 runs. And after the first over, it's 3 for none.
Yeah, Mavunga having starting well yesterday. She bowled a little expensive over, giving more of extras. But today came up with a very much of discipline and bowled this one top of off stump. And the batters from Brazil were leaning back on the back foot and make sure that they got that one on the offside. But the fielders as well were alert. It is the first over, went for 3 runs. You can check the table now. Rwanda leads the table. But again, one of these two, whoever wins, might come up and go to lead the table, having Brazil won in the morning, beating Malawians by 40 plus runs. And you talking about improvement of these two teams, Zimbabwe HPC and Brazil, know that Brazil is one of the teams that has highest score in this amongst these other teams. That Chiagola for you bangs that one half tracker, and it is a wide. Leg umpire Lemmy Singh is indicating a wide. Chiagola giving extra run to Brazilians for sure. In the morning, Agatha played a very, very good knock. And coming back to the improvement they have, these Brazilians have a very high score of 273. And that was, they got that score during the tournament they were playing against Mexico. And that time it was the captain Coldoso who batted really well. And for sure, I'm sure these two are going to show us a very, very good game.
Surely. And today, Kudzai Chigora Kelly starting off from the pavilion end, replacing Adele Zimunu, who used to open from this end. And I don't know what's wrong with this end. Everybody who starts from this end starts with extras. As Kudzai Chigora already bowled two wides. And now it is a dot ball. And a quick reminder, Kudzai Chigora against them in the first game, as they are playing their second time, Kudzai Chigora took 5 in 3.1, conceding only 10 runs in 3.1 overs, bowling 1 maiden and 5 wickets. A very good bowler. And Rola Agat not happy, trying to tap that one just in between the slips and backward point. Agari there.
Yeah, Agatha loves it fuller because she's one of the batters that likes accessing that V zone, making sure that she goes under the ball and hits it with power. She goes with full energy. It's like you. The way you do it, that's the way Agatha does it. And let's see if she will manage to take on Chiagola, who is really banging it a halfway of the wicket.
there must have been analysis about that, because Kudzai Chigora Kerry is not offering anything full. She is just banging the half trackers and very quick. It's not that we see quick bowlers in women cricket that often. It's very rare to see those quick balls, and we've witnessed some in this tournament already. The likes of Belize Mrekatete from Rwanda, Kudzai Kerry Chigola, not really giving anything full. They had analyzed those two batters, Lindsay Villas Boaz and Rola Agat, who scored 50 in the morning.
Yeah, Kudzai been giving more of extras lately. This time on, she's looking to bang the ball hard and make sure that it is quick. And Lindsay, yesterday scoring big for Brazilians. In the morning, she failed, but again, she's back. Kudzai balls that one in the length, and she balls that one on top of off stump. And Lindsay Boaz had no clue of what to do next.
Kudzai Chigora Kerry too quick for Lindsay Villas Boaz. Not getting enough touch on that ball. Raw pace. Bowling a very full pace. Is Kudzai Chigora having a deep fine leg and third man. Slip in backward point. Trying to get that direct hit from the keeper, Vimbai, and the umpire, Nicole, called for a no ball. It's an overstep. And for the last time this happened, Kudzai Chigora wasn't happy and went in to double check with with the foot, saying I stepped in the line. But today she said, "Oh, I'm guilty. I can't complain." And there is a field change, removing that slip to short square, mid wicket. Having short square, short mid wicket, mid off, mid on. A very close extra covers and a backward point. Third man in the deep and deep fine leg. Trying to go on the back foot to free the arms, but couldn't get enough connection on that one. As we get to the end of the second over, it is 9 for none after the second over. Current run rate is at 4.50, and Kudzai Chigora going for 6 runs in her first over. Not so bad on both sides.
I'm telling you, Brazilians in the morning played a very, very well innings, scoring 125. And down there, the wicket was really the bowling wicket. The balls were keeping low, most of them, and Malawians gave them extras because they bowled 15 extras. And Brazilians won that one. Lindsay didn't have a chance in the morning to do well, but she's back and facing that's ball Fuller in the block hole, and it's another dot ball. The batter Lindsay hits that one straight to the covers field. Elise Nyasha.
Michelle Mafunga, the experienced player, only giving away 3 runs in our first over and starting off with a dot. And if Vimbai Mutungwindu is up on the stumps. He's talking about the way Michelle Mavunga bowls. She doesn't really give enough space for the batter to free the arms or open up. And anyhow, and having deep fine third man, not changing much from what Kudzai Chigora was doing. Backward point, extra covers, a very straight and close cover.
That's well connected, and the fielder had it in her hands for sure, but that little Jago make her drop that one. It was hit by Lindsay, but without a big connection that was looking for. That's a drop.
If you look at the way Lindsay, we get that on the replay, very pitched. But again, Lindsay Villas-Boas throwing the power, but not enough connection, and got lucky to get the second chance, second life. And yes, Michelle Mavunga will continue with those dot balls. But if you look at how Lola Agath and recent Boaz are playing, they are really waiting for those full deliveries, of which Michelle Mavunga is not offering. Those are good lines and lengths, and not really giving enough space for them to free their arms or open up at anyhow. And Lola Agath is leaning on front foot. If you see that, the way she's facing, a very narrow space between the foot with that stance, very low, leaning forward on the front foot, waiting for that full deliveries. But usually the people who face like that, they are just waiting for you to pitch it up a little and they lean back and pull you or cut you. But for her, she is waiting for that one. Look at that. Talking about leaning forward, trying to drive that one. Lucky enough, she got a nick, an inside edge, and it is the end of the third over. 11 for none after 3 overs, and the projected score is at 73. Michelle Mavunga bowling 2 overs, going for 5 runs. And that's Team Rwanda after claiming a very crucial and pressurizing win against Nigeria. The female Yellow Greens, you see them there chilling, eating some sweets. They've done a lot of work to get that win. And that brings a change to the pavilion end. And the captain, Adele Zimunu, will bring herself on the attack, yet to get her touch, who looks very talented, a pure talent, but yet to get her form because she struggles so much on bowling extras. And it's very common with Kudzai Chigora. And this time round, played through in between mid-off and mid-on, and it is the first boundary.
Well, they say the faster it comes, the quicker it goes away to the boundary. It is Adele Zimono starting off with a quickie and straight into the plate of Laula Agatha. In touch batter and makes no mistake, hits that one straight in between the fielders, middle field and mid-on fielder. It's another boundary adding on to the total of Brazil. Brazilians going well at the moment. Adele balls that one wider. Agatha makes sure that she gets a connection. Very well fielded at the point region. It's the fielder making no mistake, and it's a double from Laula Agatha's bat. So far 6 runs from this over. It's Adele's Moon bowling the fourth one, and it's a first. Going well. Agatha with her partner Lindsay Villas-Boas on 4 runs off 11. Shot and well guided by Agatha, playing that one on the back foot.
Seven runs so far in 3 balls from Adele Simonu's over. Not starting so well. A direct hit, but the batter was very safe. He touched the bat in the crease earlier. Adele Simonu, who is going very straight in the stumps. And again, if she had seen how Kudzai, Keri Chigora, and Mavunga were bowling, Michelle Mavunga, who doesn't really bowl short, but again, she she pitches the ball. She uses that angle of the arm and to pitch the ball very hard on the surface, not allowing a batter to get an access on the balls, which looks to be fuller. But for Adele Zimunu, who likes it in the middle stump. Keeps on struggling, but now it is not that bad. A fumble there by I feel that mid-off allowed Laura Agatha and Rinse Villas Boas to get a dub on that one. And I'm telling you, if you look at how Agatha is playing, if you give her time with this healthy strike rate of 100, she would even improve and get more. And Adele Zimunu already went for 10 in her first over. One ball to spare. First wide, first extra for Adele Zimunu. Yeah, to get right in the tournament. Struggled since day one. A very quiet lady, doesn't talk much or a loud voice, but the actions, very calm, smart captain. And this time round, trying to go right on the money, and Rola Agat not happy. You see even the work of Rola Agat, very aggressive batter. And yeah, she does it very well. Doesn't go across the line, as you might think. And at the end of the fourth over, the score is at 22 for none. And now projected score is 110. They move to a 5.50 current run rate. And that brings a change from the airport road end, the Wijesera airport road end. Nyasha Gwanzura, well known for hitting the ball. Now she is bowling from the airport road end, having long on and deep mid wicket. Very close short mid wicket.
That was very guided by Lindsay. Straight into fine leg region, and it's a double. These two teams having played their last game in June last year, and Zim beat Brazil by 62 runs that time. And the player that stood out that game, it is Yeja Dululu, who is not in the squad this time. Pulls that one short, and the batter Lindsay plays that one on the back foot, guiding it into the long on field. And the bowler had a chance to stop it, but a misfield made them sneak in a single.
Brazil, who managed to score 124 for 8 in the morning in 20 overs against Malawi, and managed to win that game by restricting them on 82 for 9 in 20 overs, where Aurora Agat scored 52. And that bowling of Malawi is not that easy to take on, but they managed to get 124. And to remind you, since yesterday afternoon, Zimbabwe scored 109, 108, asking Nigeria to chase 109, and they did it. In the morning, Rwanda scored 106. Nigeria couldn't chase that one. That says it all, that over the past few games, there have been no runs scored here. So if you could average since yesterday afternoon, the average is at 107. And Brazilians batting very smart, not under any pressure. And this is the over for for the power play. The 5th and 6th over, most of the players tells you that after 3 overs, they really saw how the pitch behaves, that they can adjust whether they go for it. A run-out chance there, and taken direct hit. A bullet, fire throw right on the stumps.
Yeah, Chagola being one of the quickest in the Zimbabwean HPC side. She slows that one with a full energy behind that one. The bowler bowled that one very short, and the batter wanted to guide it into the Gal Legion with soft hands, but Chiagola was there to stop it, and in no time she threw that one back to the wicket keeper, and the wicket keeper did the job.
Lindsay Villas Boas, 9 of 15, scoring no boundary with a strike rate of 60. Being run out by Kudzai Kerichi Agora, throwing that bullet throw right, direct hit on the stumps, getting their first wicket.
Yeah, Lindsay Boaz being the victim of this throw, very accurate one from Chagola. And for a quick reminder, Lindsay, these 2 games she didn't do well, but remember she's one of the pillars of Brazilian side, and that brings
Very solid block as we complete the 5th over from Maria Luisa Garisha. And Nyasha Gwanzura having a very good over of 6. And you can see Brazil's flags in front of their dugout. Very sitting, some taking notes. Very smart team. Kudzai Kerichigora comes back on the attack from the pavilion end. Still struggling, starting off with a wide, short pitched, wide delivery, not in full control of the pace. And this end is really making them struggle. Kudzai Chigora Kelly and Adele Zimono, the captain. And Rora Agat on strike, being joined by Maria Ruiz Gasha. And these 2 teams, a quick reminder, Zim played 3 games before this one, won 2, lost 1, and Brazil did the same, played 3, won 2, and lost 1. So this is a decider. Whoever wins this one will be over and top of the other. Maria Ruiz Gasha, who looks very solid in the crease, very different with Rora Agat, who leans a little bit front on the front foot with a very high back lift. But for Maria Ruiz Gasha, stands very tall, straight, and waiting for anything to cut. You can see the way she stands. Very solid block. Calm and composed, not rushing into things. And for Zimbabwe HPC, this is a very good sign for them as they are squeezing in. If you can see where the cover fielder is standing, very close to the batter, not allowing her to get that single, those tap and go. And the backward point fielder moved in from the circle like 2-3 steps. That is a nick, and the finger is raised by Nicole. Kudzai Chigora, after struggling, managed to take Maria Ruiz Garcia wicket.
Yeah, the ball kept low, and on the offside, Maria Ruiza Garcia wanted to cut that one, but for sure she didn't get that connection she was looking for, and the ball went straight into the wicket keeper's hands, who doesn't do any mistake. That's the end of Malia. Zimbabwe HPC making sure that they restrict Brazilians to do more, restricting them to get to that triple mark, and it's the second wicket down for Brazil. Evelyn Muller joins Laura Agatha on the wicket, about to face the fifth ball of this over from Chagola, who's bowling from pavilion end.
Great comeback from Kudzai Chigora Kelly. Very raw pace, but now she has changed. Not bowling short, but now going very straight in the stumps line. Not changing the field set, having deep fine leg and third man. But now the fielder at short extra covers moved a little bit towards, you can see the adjustment still. Bowled, but a no ball. Disappointment from Chiagora Kudzai. Kelly bowled her, not happy, but Nicole, the umpire, you can see signaling no ball in this 4.
One of the things that can make a bowler really hang herself. That was a very well ball delivery from Chiagola, bowling that one a little bit shorter. The batter Muller going back into the back foot, missing that one completely. It was drifting away from the batter and hits the off stump. And umpire Nicole really didn't hesitate to call that one very early. And it's a free hit.
Kudzai Chigora, who struggled in the first over, and still in this one offering 2 runs. And one is a wide and a single taken from the one ball she bowled. Another wide ball now on the leg stump. After no ball, it was a free hit. Last ball to complete the over, but again, she's still struggling. Should be bowling very straight in the stumps, as Evelyn Christine Muller is still new, doesn't really doing much. It's in and out, down the leg, and now it's outside off stump wide.
Yeah, Emil, I've been telling you about this no ball that Chagola bowled. Sometimes this can kill your momentum, and you need to go back thinking a lot, minding the crease line, the popping crease, And it is Chagola. Fuller, quicker and straighter. But the batter, Ivrin Christine Muller, manages to hit that one straight to the fielder. But again, it's a dot ball to finish up the sixth one.
After the power play, the score is at 37 for 2. They're moving on 6.17. And that's the highlights of the power play. Dropped catch earlier on. Very straight hit by Nyasha Gwanzura starting with the dot ball in her second over after giving away 6 runs in the first one. And the captain is really struggling with the pavilion end bowlers. But she's got some good spinners on the side. Maybe she will try bring them earlier on. Maybe after this over, as Adele Zimunu and Shiagora Kerry struggled to bowl from that end. The most runs scored were from that end, and most of them were extras. And some boundaries hit by Rola Agat. But for Nyasha Gwanzura, not offering anything full or short will require very much smartness from Evelyn, Christine Muller, and Rora Agat in the middle there, who really look composed. But for Agat, leans very forward in the crease, waiting for you to do a mistake. If you ball it full, she will take you on. And with that stance, I can see that if you ball it short, she will also take you on. And for Evelyn, Christine Muller, who is trying to get off the strike by tapping those balls, but Nyasha Gwanzura not offering much pace and in the stumps. So having that protection of short third and backward point won't allow them to get those taps. But for her to play those kind of short cutting, giving herself the room to look for the gaps, that will help maybe. But the rest, Nyasha Gwanzura is not offering anything as an experienced player. Nyasha Gwanzura, a 30 years old lady, very experienced. But we asked her what does she use, and she said is to keep it simple. Wherever you're watching from, you might think, the lady was playing like that, hitting big sixes, but she says keep it simple. And on your screens there, that's the two teams, Rwanda after winning, and Malawi unfortunately losing against Brazil in the morning. Watching Brazil and Zimbabwe playing, Zimbabwe HPC, and also some national team players, Oscar Manishimwe, Benirge Christian, Chigabo Moise, watching very good games here. And yes, of course, there will be an employment of new bowler, a spinner from the pavilion end.
The Salim Princess Museka taking on from Chagola, bowling from pavilion end to bowl the 8th over. One of the bowlers that Zimbabweans look for. She's been doing the job so far for Zimbabwe HPC. She bowls that one fuller. The batter looking for a shot which is not there. From my point of view, should have moved forward, making sure that she gets a step into the line of the ball. It is Ilaula Agatha on the strike.
There is some field adjustments But the captain said, no, stay at short, very short and close to the pitch mid-wicket. And I was about to say this, Salem Museka, who started off with a very outside off stump wide, now bowled one in the stumps, not allowing Rora Agat to free the arms. And yes, that's what you should be doing until the batter changes something. And it really works. Though they are getting some singles, but again, a dot, a single doesn't harm that much. If you can't get 3 dots and over, then you'll be much in the business. And especially on Evelyn Christine Muller, who really is yet to show the aggression on the pitch there. You should be squeezing and getting very close to her, not allowing her to get off the strike. You can sneak in some dot balls. And yes, she had me well, but with that swing, might be scaring Salem Museka. Salem Museka getting another dot. Going very well, offering only 2 runs so far, with 2 balls to complete the first over of hers.
Big appeal and big appeal. Salem Museka makes sure that she joins the stumps. And it is Agatha trying to play that one on the back foot. And there wasn't much pace that she was looking for. And she couldn't manage that one. It hits her pad and it's another wicket. Brazilians are 42 for 3 so far.
Pitched in the line of the stumps, and Nicole, the umpire, had to raise the hand for Miller. Beg your pardon, is Muller. Walking back to the dugout. Not happy. Evelyn Christine Muller, after scoring 5 of 8 deliveries with 1 boundary, will have to depart. And Salem Museka will bowl the last ball of her over. 42 for 3 after 7.5. And the projected score is 107. They're moving on 5. And Monique Rufino, the wicketkeeper, will join Rora Agat right in the middle there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Emil, this Rufino Monica in the morning, she was one of the batters that helped Brazil scoring 125. Earlier on in the morning, she scored 14 runs, helping Agatha.
If you see a batter asking for a guidance, she starts off with an off-stump guide. You might think she will be taking on. And yes, I said it earlier, but she had me well, responding very correctly. Rufino Monica starting with that single, but an aggressive one. After 8 overs, the score is at 43 for 3. And the projected score is 108. Salem Museka giving a very good over, offering only 3 runs, taking 1 wicket. As I'm taking a short break, we'll be joined by Mr. Enoch, who will be joining Eric Neo in the comms box.
Bowling the ninth over, it is the bowler Lindokule Mabela bowling her first over in this innings. Yesterday she bowled really well, and she's looking to come back again and do the same. And she's bowling to a very aggressive batter, Monique Rufino, who batted really well in the morning, scoring 14 runs. Pulls that one fuller. Monique Rufino leaning on the front foot and makes sure that she gives the full face of the bat and breaks that one really well and solid.
Lindokule Mabela to continue. Playing up in this, it's going to be taking a chance. Bouncing shortly before reaching the fielder. Fielder in the deep. Face straight on the ground, and the gap is found. Laura Agata, who have done a great job for Team Brazil in the morning this time around, spotting the gap correctly and getting that boundary, a much needed boundary for Team Brazil. And what a way for Team Brazil to cruise into their 50s. Last delivery from Lindokule Mabela. Projected score is 113. I see Brazil going over that total. Flicking that one onto the square leg region. And the single it will be. What an authority innings from Laura Agata. Laura Agata playing an innings with high authority. And that's the end of over number 9, 51 runs on the board after the loss of 3.
Brazilians moving well and steady. Almost halfway of the innings. Coming back to bowl second over, it is Salim Museka bowling the 10th. Balls well, that one drifting to the leg side, and the batter wanted to play that one with soft hands, drop it and run, but no connection at all.
Salim Seka, who came in to deliver the second over of her spell. The first over was very expensive for Team Brazil. She bowled 6 deliveries, picked 1 wicket, and gave away only 3 runs. Cut away powerfully, but there is a person in the deep. And the single it will be. Laura Agata going off the strike to lay the wicketkeeper, Monica Rufino, who have taken a great catch in the morning when they were playing against Malawi to have the striker. And if you're joining us now, it's Kwibuka Women's T20 edition number 12. What a great shot, but also what a great fielding there. Salem Seka not giving a chance to Team Brazil. Monica Rufino being attentive and aware of everything she is playing, because this game will mean a lot to them. Loud appeal, and umpire is not interested at all.
Yeah, that was missing leg stump completely. And Salim Museka yesterday bowled very well. Went for only 16 runs and didn't pick a wicket. But today, she picked one already. Bold Fuller in the block hole. It is Monica Rufino wanted to go big on that one, but she misses it completely. It is Princess Salim Museka doing the job for Zimbabwe HPC. Now about to bowl the last ball of this over and the second over spell.
Last delivery of this over, Salim Seka. Monica Rufino trying to spot the gap. Right here, there is no deep swell leg, there is no fine leg. A moment that Monica Rufino can just tap on that delivery, it's going to be a boundary. And that's what she was trying. It was a wide, and the umpire revoked the decision. And it's the end of over.
Yeah, keep passing the message of Kwibuka at the 32nd time. Remember, unite and renew. It is halfway of the innings, and it is a hydration break.
We are right back for the match. Laura Gata, who is building slowly an authoritative innings. 24 of 28. In the morning, she scored a 50 when she was playing alongside with Moretti. Lindokule straight down the ground, and there is no person to save that one, and another boundary comes in.
Well, shot of authority from Laula Agatha, hitting that one straight into the side screen. That one reached the boundary very, very short. She bowled it full and fuller, and that shimmy, little shimmy from Laula Agatha made her really get under that ball, and she dispatches that one with ease.
That one onto the leg side region, chases on, but there is no protector there, and another boundary comes in, back-to-back boundaries. It's Laula Agata. Laula Agata seems to be in form. And back to that previous boundary, Mr. Eric, if you can talk to Rindokure Mabela, I'm telling you, she tried to touch on it and she left it alone. I'm sure maybe the ball was hot.
That was bullet. But I would suggest Mabela not to bowl full and not tossing the ball to Agatha, because it's what she's looking for from the bowlers. You bowl it with width, she takes you, and you bowl it fuller, she also takes you, because she loves playing it in the V. It is Laula Agatha taking responsibilities for Brazilians, and her partner Monique Rufino on the other side, who is on 3 of 8 balls so far.
Salem Sekat continue. The third over of a spell. Pulled away, and another maximum comes in. What a way to get over the rope.
Power, mind after that one. She guides it very well with power, and she leaned into the back foot and made sure that she connects that one in the vacant region where the fielder was inside the 30-yard circle. And that one passes over her head, and it is a boundary from Rufino's bat, who doesn't wait for too long.
We've been there in the mornings when Team Brazil was taking on Team Malawi. And something I've noticed about Team Brazil is the way they do stay disciplined. They have started going by 1 run per over towards the strike rate, and towards the current run rate, and they end up putting 100 plus runs where they ended going by 6 at the current run rate. That shows the way they are very, very disciplined.
It's a very, very weird stance from Rufino.
Up in there, a chance created and grabbed once. Another wicket goes down. Rufino, who did a great job, doesn't manage to stay there for too long.
Frankly, it was the ball to take, and Rufino really enjoyed that one, taking that one. But again, no pace behind that one. And the field got interested and made no mistake. She caught that one, and it's the departure of Rufino Monique.
It's Mr. Eric Rufino. It's not me. It's Eric who cast you that the stance was weird. It's Eric who cast you that the stance was weird. Maybe after the game, we can just come and find him. This is the man who curses butters. You can see, let us see once again. It was a shot of authority, because at this stage of the game, that's what they really need. They have got a lot of wickets in hands, and Enosh was not looking forward to pass it to the fielder. She was just targeting that rope, because she have tested the blood on the ropes. She wanted to get 2 out of 2, and unfortunately didn't work.
For sure, she saw the middle fielder inside the 30-yard circle, and the ball was very full. She wanted to pick it over the fielder, but again, the pace behind that ball wasn't that much. That brings Sabino on the wicket, joining Laula Agatha.
Ana Clara Sabino on the strike, tapping on that one. Loud appeal, loud appeal. too close, but umpire feels not interested. Would like to see it on replay when it's there at the end of this over. Just check if it was down the leg. Salem Seka, who have got great figures. Played up in this. It's going to be taken. And Kuzai without single hesitation. Another wicket goes down. Is Salem Seka, who grabs another wicket of Ana Clara Sabino after that one of Rufino.
Salem Museka, Princess, balls that one full again, and Sabino couldn't hesitate. He just wanted to take that one to pick it to the maximum. But again, there Chagola was at the boundary waiting and waiting for that one. And it wasn't really a good connection from Sabino, and it is taken safely by Chagola.
And if you can see, that's a trap that Team Zimbabwe have set, bringing one fielder in and one out so that everyone is being trapped and tricked by that strategy. You are just thinking about hitting it over the fielder's head, and boom, you end up sacrificing your wicket. So here, this is the partnership. This is the moment that Laura Agata will need to be very cautious and attentive to every single shot that she's going to be playing, because otherwise they're not going to cruise into hundreds according to the momentum that Zimbabwe they are using while approaching Team Brazil.
Yeah, Enoch, Sabino being one of the victims of the bowlers here, because she's not doing well so far from yesterday. Even in the morning, she didn't do well. Today as well. And that brings Alto on the wicket, joining Laula Agatha, looking to do things well and taking the game with Laula Agatha to the last delivery. It is Princess Museka Salim to bowl the last ball of third over.
Salem Seka, who grabbed 2 wickets in five deliveries, bowled, and 2 dots. What I've seen, it was that 6 which was hit to deep soil leg by Monica Rufino, and from that we have not seen anything else apart from wickets falling like beans. And that's the end of over number 12. It was Salem Seka bringing entertainment here for Team Zimbabwe Women HPC.
Yeah, recently we saw HPC Zimbabwe chasing 100. So the Brazilians will make sure that they get that big score that they know guys like Mavunga and Nyasha will not be able to score. That's the bowling card. Yeah, Nyasha Gwanzula taking on from Bujesera end, and will be joined by Emil Lukiriza in the comms box. Run out is a call, but they missed it completely. The throw wasn't really up to the mark, not in the triangle for the wicket keeper to make that job very easy.
But Eric, if you look closely, the ball was there, but the wicket keeper was very, very, very eager of grabbing that run out. So she even stamped before grabbing the ball. If you can watch closely, maybe the technical team will bring that back after the end of this over. Nyasha Gwanzura to continue. Malian on the strike. Tapping on that one. Here the assignment is way too simple. Marianne is trying to tap on that delivery so that she can let Laura Agata have the strike. Pulled up in this. It's going to be taken. It's going to be taken and comfortably taken. Another wicket goes down. It's Marianne Artul.
Yeah, Malian Altola, this time on being the victim in the Brazilians on 67 for 5, projected score 109. Is the standing captain Carolina Nascimento Silva joins Laura Agatha. And her first delivery is a dot ball. Nyasha Gwanzura looking very dangerous, helping Zimbabwe HPC pulling this one. Balls it Fuller. The player plays it across the line. It's Nascimento getting that one past the fielder, and it's a double, adding to the total of Brazilians.
That delivery beating both the batsman and the wicketkeeper and is racing all the way to the boundary. But Kuzai Chigola is always there to save the day for Team Zimbabwe Women HPC. And Kuzai does well by saving those 2 runs for Team Zimbabwe. And that's the end of Nyasha Gwanzula. Those are fans from all around of the ground. And those are players of national team. Michelle Dukunda, Martin Akaiz, Zapi Minyumana. With a lot of stories, the money lies. I can see it from the body gestures. What is he talking about? Saying that Zimbabwe can beat the men's side of Rwanda.
They are talking about Kuzai's pace, I'm sure.
I know that Minyumana Zapi is telling Michelle that Kuzai is better than you. I know it must be that.
That conversation is about this bowler. I know, I'm very sure. Just think of what they're talking about, but all I know is that it's about her.
Whatever, but Zapi is
I'll
lying.
ask later.
Zapi is lying, I know.
Okay, it's Shagola again in the attack, bowling from pavilion end to bowl the 14th over. She'll be bowling to Laura Agatha, the batter on strike.
Moving backward, trying to lean on the back foot, but unfortunately, Kuzai catching the batter sleeping. But Laura Agatha is not the easiest one to target. He's not the one to underestimate. A single mistake, she will tell you to go straight to the rope to bring the ball.
Brazilians looking forward to get into that triple digits, but still a long way to go.
Loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest. You can see that the sun is out even from the pitch. You can see it. Too shining.
Yeah, fielders enjoying Akasan, understanding that Gahanga has everything you would wish for. When it's cold and cold, freezing. When it's hot, people will tell you need to bring out your sun hat, shades, and sunscreens. Number 18 on the back, Kuzai Chagola to bowl the 3rd ball.
Kuzai charging in. Back-to-back deliveries. What a great pitch of delivery from Kuzai, placing it into the corridor of uncertainty. And there, Laura Agatha is struggling to go off the mark. She is on 33. After facing 37, just more 17 runs to put up 2 half centuries out of 2 games she played. In the morning, she got a hug from the president, Moretti. They were playing together, getting a nick on that one, and the ball is racing all the way straight to the fielder at 3rd man. And Laura Agata, after facing 3 deliveries, she decided to go off the strike so that she can let Carolina Nascimento, who is also on fire, to come and have the strike. 2 more legal deliveries from Kuzai Chigola. Carolina Nascimento trying to escape from that pace. Kuzai Chigola coming back with confidence, focus, and you can see the way she is very competitive when it comes to cricket.
Yeah, Jagola started off bowling short pitch deliveries, but this time on, she came back with a different plan, knowing that they are crossing to death overs, bowling differently totally.
Playing on front foot, and that's the end of over number 14 from Kuzai Chigola.
For you who is just joining Kwibuka T20 12th edition happening at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, we are the main over Zimbabwe HPC taking on Brazil. And the scoreboard showing 72 for 6. Projected score is 106, 103. And we'll be joined by Emiru Kiriza in the comms box.
Getting a nick on that one, and the ball is racing straight to fielder at spare leg. And now Laura Agata is off the mark. Carolina Nascimento will be there on the crease. 73 after the loss of 6 is the score, and Salem Seka to deliver the last over of her spell. Let us see what's going to be the result after the end of this over. Salem Seka hitting that one between 2 fielders, but the one at Gali managed to stop that one beautifully.
Great spell from Salem Museka. 3.2 overs, 3 wickets, 12 runs.
Hitting that one straight down the ground onto the leg side region, and it will be a single. Tapping on that one and back straight into the hands of the bowler. Carolina Nascimento on the strike. Cut away into the hands of the fielder at Gali is Kuzai Chigola, who have picked the second catch of the day from Salem Seka. Salem Seka, who is providing opportunities for fielders to field non-stop.
Kuzai Chigora Kelly, after yesterday's game, dropped one, caught one, and today she said, I'm gonna take some glue in my hands. I'll never drop any. And you see the celebrations there showing the players that this is how we do it. And if you look at the replay there, short pitched outside off, trying to tap that one. Not getting enough connection on that one. She tried to place it into the gap between short third and backward point. But there was a pace on that ball, ending up tapping it hard, and it went straight to the hands of Chiagora Kedi.
Now Emil, now
Carolina Nascimento. Carolina Nascimento going out on 5 of 8. Very interesting names. So hard to read. You might think it's a very good name, not even knowing what it means. And Salem Museka will be bowling the last ball of the over.
and that's blocked into the broker by Salem Seka. Salem Seka bowled 4 overs, gave away 13 runs and picked 4 wickets. And that's the end of over number 15. My colleague here, Emil Kiriza, last night he visited the Instagram of Kuzai Chigora and he said that Kuzai is a very good bowler and a good cricketer, and this time around I'm coming to agree to the statement that you have made, saying that Kuzai Chigora is a complete package of beauty and skills. Back to that catch have taken. Emil, you are a good analyst.
Salem Museka bowling 4 overs, 13 runs, 4 wickets. This is some of the bowlers' dream for this bowling economy. This is the best figure. 4 for 13 in 4 overs. And the captain will come back from the pavilion end, starting with creating that half chance. Adele Zimunu, who went for 11 in her first over, still struggling with extras. Very athletic, looking at how she walks. And there is a field change. Very smart, very busy inside the ground there, having deep third man, deep fine leg, bringing everybody in for Lala beaten court. A run out chance, trying for that direct hit, missing an inch. Zimbabwe HPC very hyped. Adele Zumunu spreading the field now. Good work in the a deep square, stopping that one from getting to the boundary. Rora Agat already on 39 of 42. And the field is spread. Third man, deep square, deep extra covers and long off. Agat Roller after scoring half century in the morning. Now she is approaching another one.
Up in there. It's going to be another maximum, and yes, it is another maximum from Laura Agata, who have given us great entertainment in the morning. It was a great show to watch in the morning, and this time around, she is also bringing on some fireworks again.
Adele Zimunu bowling to Roller Agat, not having mercy on her, leaning back now, going deep into the crease and dispatching that one out of the ground for a maximum. And Rora Agat moves into 45s, approaching half century again. Just 5 runs to get a half century.
Now Adele Moon changes the side, bowling Fuller, trying to keep it tight and offering some width. And Laura Agata, who knows the mission, is not rushing, so she knows that a single mistake she can take away everything that she has built in 44 deliveries she have played.
Rora Agat, who doesn't really look to be holding back. And for Adele Zimono, should be bringing in an extra covers fielder.
Up in the Kuzai Chigora dropped. Oh my goodness. That was going to be the end of Laura Agata after facing 45 deliveries. She created the first opportunity straight to Kuzai Chigora. Look at that. She just missed the connection and the judgment. And it was going to be the end of Laura Agata's innings. But gods of cricket provided another chance and another life. I hope that Laura Agata is going to get the most out of this opportunity, the most out of this second chance she got.
108 is the projected score. 4 overs to go to complete 20 overs. And there is a bowling change from the airport road end. And very interesting field set. Cow corner, long on, long off, and deep extra covers. As the coaching staff walks past the fielder at deep extra covers, nodding the head, saying, we're messing up, but not really. And Roller Agatha on strike. Adele Zumunu doesn't really give that much room for the batters to free their arms, and the start says it itself. 2 overs, point 1, conceding only five runs. Michelle Mavunga to bowl the third over, only conceding 5 runs in 2.1. I think it's the first time seeing Rora Agat trying to step out. She normally leans forward on the front foot, but again deep in the crease. And now after seeing how Michelle Mavunga is bowling, very serious, even in the run-ups, focused on the ball, a very close backward point towards the batter, and short square, short fine, and short third man.
Cutting that one powerfully, but there is a protector there, and it's Adele Zumunu. I'm sorry, it's Kelly Makanaka. Kelly Makanaka Ndilaya, who is fielding in the deep. And yes, she does a great job helping Michelle Mavunga. Bowlers from Zimbabwe Women HPC keeping it tight and difficult for Brazilian batters to go off the mark. And now some sort of changes in the field setup. Kuzai Chigola is employed to third man. Let us see what's the plan from Michelle Mavunga. Lala Bittencourt being the wisest and glancing that one straight to leg side after seeing that Kuzai Chigola was employed to deep third man. Laula Agata back on the strike, and that's hidden in the. This is going to be another boundary. Couple of juggles trying to grab it once, and then unfortunately she missed it. Straight and straight on the stump.
That angle, same as Malinga. A deadly Yorker cleaning that off stump, and look at the celebrations. After very disciplined bowling of 3 overs, conceding 8 runs with an economy rate of 2, was rewarded by a wicket in the first of the game for her. And there is a penalty for a slow over rate on Team Zimbabwe HPC. They'll be allowed to have only 3 fielders outside the ring. Kudzai carried Chiagora to bowl the 4th over, conceding 16 in her 3 overs bowled, taken 1 wicket.
Trying to cut that one powerfully, and the timing wasn't good at all, and it's a swing and miss.
Maria Eduarda Ribeiro to join Lola Agat, who is already on 48 of 50. And Kudzai Chigora Kelly not offering room for Lola Agat. And an interesting field to bowl to Lola Agat, who's opening the hands, clearly looking forward to play on the leg side. But she decided to have deep extra covers, long off, and third man.
Kudzai to continue, and that's a thick inside edge. Laura Agata, who is struggling to get those runs as quick as possible so that she can step into 50s.
Roller Agat, who is going across the line trying to access this lakeside region, that there is no protection at any position on the leg side.
What a way to go off the mark, and it's a maximum. What a way for Laura Agata to put up a half century. Agata shaking the hands with the heavens. Raise your bat, Laura Agata. And back-to-back 50s. In the morning, she got her 50 against Malawi, and this time around, she got another one against Zimbabwe. Woman in the form.
Echoing the run scored earlier in the morning, the difference is only the balls faced. Roller Agat, a very well-deserved half century, 2 consecutive half centuries in the morning against Malawi, and today against Zimbabwe HPC. And look at that, we don't really see those often. Leaning back, short pitch, guiding that one for our maximum. What are you talking about? If you are watching on the TV, you can't witness the beauty of that shot. Lola Agat leaning back on that shot.
It was a shot of a tired woman. My goodness, what a tragedy. What a tragedy. It was a no ball called, and Laura Agata still in the middle, wondering what's going on. And Team Zimbabwe Women's HPC, without single hesitation, they grabbed that opportunity provided by Laura Agata by not getting her bat into the crease. Look at that. It was a shot of a tired woman. She played a lot. And I can't hesitate to talk about the throw from jersey number 67.
Betty Mangachena being very smart and awake in the middle there, just at mid-on, at short mid-wicket, grabbing that at once. It was a no ball called by the umpire. And Rola Agat, who was walking just back as she thought it was out, and it was a no ball, but she is out now. Run out, not getting past the run scored earlier in the morning. But what a very beautiful innings we've witnessed from Rola Agat. 2 consecutive half centuries, getting out on 54 of just 53 over 100 strike rate, and they are now 5 runs away to get to 100 mark, moving on 5.38. And Kudzai Chigora Kerry bowling very well despite of that maximum, and struggling still with those extras. In this game, she has bowled 2 no balls, some of wides.
And a beautiful innings of Laura Agata comes to an end after scoring 54 of 53 deliveries, and it was an innings of authority. She was there just for too long, and Kuzai broke the partnership, and the Laura, who played flawless cricket, thinking that there is no way to get her out, is now out. Emil, you was correct. Kuzai is a complete package of beauty and skills. Kuzai Chigora to continue. Trying to pull that one, and another run out chance. A chance, and a chance went begging because at least if she could have been wise enough to throw one bounce so that Kuzai Chigora can grab that one once so she can tap the stumps, it was going to be back-to-back wickets.
Guria Ribeiro, shot number 3 to join Maria Eduarda. Kozai Keri Chigora still struggling with extras. A very good bowler, but still, Mr. Enoch, this is the thing you go back home and work on. Very raw pace, quick enough, and very smart. One of the bowlers you have seen who is very capable of bowling bouncers if she wants, yorkers, slow balls, a very complete player. But again, the control of the ball. Because if she balls it in the stumps, you can see how good and the beauty the ball is. And at the end of the 18th over, the score was 98 for 9. Just 1 wicket and 2 runs away to get to 100 mark with a projected score of 109. And Zimbabwe HPC will have the maximum use of having 2 new batters in, 1-on-1, Maria Eduarda and Guria de Casia.
End of over number 17, and we are now straight into over number 19. It's bowling into the correct and proper line and the length. You miss, I hit. That's Michelle Mavunga for you. Michelle charging in. That's driven, and driven is straight into the hands of the fielder, and that's the end of Kasia.
moves the feet backward a little before she plays. And Michelle Mavunga not offering space. Yet that's what she wanted. Ending up playing it in the covers. And it is the end of the first innings. Brazil failing to get to 100 mark, setting 98. All out in 18.2. Michelle Mavunga claiming her second wicket of the game. What a bowling from her. 3.2 overs, conceding 8 runs, taking 2 wickets. And Brazil women posted 98 for 10 in 18.2. And Zimbabwe high performance will need 99. And that's the batting for Brazil. Run out by Kudzai Chigora, running out Lindsay Vilas Boas, who scored 9. And of course, the innings of the match from Rola Agat, who was also run out by Betty Mangachena, who was very smart enough to throw that after that no ball called by the umpire, and Rola Agat thought she was out. Scored 54 or 54 with 100 strike rate. And again, in the middle there, no much contribution from them, because after that, and an interesting thing on that scorecard, only one player is Rora Agat, who scored double digit, and the rest are under 10. This shows how much she holds, and earlier in the morning she scored 52. Lindsay Vilas Boas, those are the partnerships with Rora Agat, 28 of 30 balls, and it is the biggest. And the second one is 24 of 21 between Monica Rufino with Rora Agat. And an interesting thing is that there was no other player on the other side of Rora Agat. Any partnership that happened was between Rora Agat and any other player. And it's 28 and 24 biggest partnerships. And that is the bowling card for Zimbabwe HPC. Michelle Mavunga being most economical and taking 2 wickets with an economy of 2.40, taking very crucial wickets. Michelle Mavunga. And the most wicket taker, Saleh Museka, also economical, 4 wickets in 4 overs in 17 dots, conceding only 13 runs in her 4 overs. And most expensive, Lindokore Mabera and Adele Zimunu, the captain, going for 11 and 8 and over. Lindokore Mabera going for 8 and over. And Zimbabwe HPC gave away 13 extras, and those were some no balls from Chiagora Keri Kudzai, who bought some no balls, not happy with her extras bowling, and the captain Adele Zimunu. And at the end, they managed to bowl out Brazil in 18.2, and you can see the fall of wicket, the first wicket fall, and there is no much run scored between the second one, and there was a very close gap of runs scored between second, third, and fourth, and there was 2 wickets consecutively taken by Zimbabwe HPC. A very good game we've witnessed here, and we will be back shortly witnessing a run chase. Zimbabwe women high performance will be asked to get 99 runs in 20 overs to secure the 3rd win in the tournament. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon.
99 runs in 120 balls for Zimbabwe to pick up the second win against Brazil and also bounce back to winning ways. And here we are for the second innings. Brazil managed 98 all out in 18.2 overs of the first innings, a game where Zimbabwe won the toss. And in a way you would never imagine, they opted to bowl first, saying they want to test themselves in terms of limiting the Brazilians to a total. And they have made sure that they limit them to under 100 runs. The two umpires are right back in the middle. The two umpires are Angie Nicole Gihozo and Remy Singzua. And they've come back to make sure that they take us through this second innings of this match. It is a whole long lineup of commentators this afternoon. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, and I will start off the innings alongside Enoch Gasana. But we do have Emile Ruchiriza and Eric Nyomugaba, two players who have played for the senior men's team of Rwanda, a few caps, that will be joining us later. But this is the first ball of the run chase, and it is a dot ball. Good bowling there from Maria Eduardo, starting off with the dot ball and giving the Brazilians hope of making it 2 out of 2 in the day, having beaten Malawi in the morning game. Welcome, Enoch, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ivan. Another swing and miss, trying to drive that one straight. Just in the power play. Just they have third man and deep extra cover in place. Just trying to drive that one, but the way, the front leg was nowhere to meet with the delivery, and she missed it completely. Some sort of changes after that shot. Long off is in place, and that's hit straight down the ground, and another catch is grabbed by jersey number 17, Evelyn Mueller, and the first wicket goes down for Team Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that was right into the surface there from Maria Eduardo, making the batter think that it was the ball to pick up. She's gone hard for it, but maybe she didn't time it well. It picks up the fielder, and a brilliant take there. Good start there for the Brazilians as they do pick up the first wicket inside the first over, making sure that they quickly send the Zimbabweans onto the back foot. No runs on board, and already a wicket has been lost by Zimbabwe.
Lindros Masina, who have been not so lucky in the tournament. Lindros have been playing, trying to lean on the front foot, but unfortunately went out without troubling the scorers, and even without contributing something huge on the board. And the incoming batter is the captain, Adels Moon. Driving that one straight into the hands of fielder and covers, and it's Boas.
When you score less than 100 runs, the only way you stand a big chance of winning the game is by bowling and picking up wickets. Dot balls may not see you cross the line. So Brazil have really made a very good mark here, picking up the first wicket in the first over.
Maria Eduarda missing the line completely and missing the length, and starts off with a wide after that great delivery, which have picked Lindros Masina.
And Zimbabwe now having the liberty of shuffling the batting 11. Now we do see the captain being promoted down in the order. She's coming at one down. I think they want to transform her into a complete all-rounder.
Much better there, much better. And umpire is convinced. Umpire is convinced. And Adele's Moon will have to go back to the dugout. 2 wickets went down in a quick succession without adding a single score on the board.
Yeah, good bowling display there from Eduardo Maria. Dead plumb there from the captain. She stepped forward a little early before seeing the pitch of the ball. And the umpire, Anje Nicole Gehozo, being convinced that that could have gone and hit the stumps. And it is the second one that goes for Zimbabwe. 2 wickets have fallen with just a run on board, and that run being a wide. A great start here for the Brazilians as they are looking for revenge against Zimbabwe.
Not a very good start for Team Zimbabwe, Women HPC. Not a very good start, I'm telling you. And to join us is Michelle Mavunga, joining the surface when the score is reading 1 after the loss of 2.
Yeah, work for Michelle Mavunga to do, and more shuffles in the batting 11. Michelle Mavunga has been batting in the middle order, but now she's been brought in by Toby Mbowe down in the order, and just to see how she takes on the business here.
Maria missing the line once again, and previously she missed the line and she came back picking up a wicket. Let us see if the pattern can continue. This time around she also missed the line and the length, and let us see what's going to be the comeback. Previously the comeback was a wicket of Adele's Moon, the captain. Now let us wait and see. She's charging in, bowling properly and correctly into good line and good length. And that's the end of the very first over of the innings. Zimbabwe have lost 2 wickets and 2 runs on the board.
The Brazilians will hoped for a very good start, and they have gotten one here at the Gahanga main ground. They were looking for a way of making sure that they pick up early wickets, and now 2 are already back into the heart. Good start there for the Brazilians. And now it has been a very fine over there coming in from Eduarda Maria. And she'll be hoping that whoever bowls the second over can complement her will, not give away many, and also continue with the current rhythm of picking up wickets. But remember, Zimbabwe has a danger batter who can come later on in the innings and take away the game. But Lara Bittencourt will be bowling the second over for the Brazilians.
A thick edge, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and it doesn't manage to get there, and the fielder saved the day for Team Brazil.
Some bit of confidence there because at least runs have come off the bat.
That's hit straight down the ground, up in there, and some couple of bounces, and that's the first boundary of the innings.
Right in her hitting arc, and he picked up very nicely. Wickets are tumbling on the other end, but it does not deter the progress. Kelly Ndiraya picking up on that very nice and hitting it down the ground for 4 runs. A shot that restores the confidence, because now the Zimbabweans are building back into this match.
Flicked away and flicked away with authority. Flicking and at the same time calling no. Zimbabwe have lost 2 wickets in a quick succession, and those are not only wickets but crucial wickets, which could have done a huge role in this chase. And that's driven straight down the ground. Without taking too long, the ball will be brought back to the surface. That's the scoreboard.
Yeah, up on the board, well painted. Remember, unite, renew, because it is the biggest message in this tournament, as we do remember the victims and the lives that were lost during that 1994 genocide against the Tuts. But now Brazil will be finding a way of making sure that they reduce the leakage of runs. The batters are now enjoying a moment at the crease.
Flicked away and flicked straight to the fielder at square leg. What a way to stop that shot.
There's some good work there done by the field at square leg, stopping that one. But now Bittencourt should be looking at bowling it slightly away from the batters because they're enjoying everything coming close to the body. You see, when she bowls it outside of stump, she picks up the dot ball, so that should be the area to bowl. And the dot ball brings us to the end of the over. 3 overs have been bowled and 9 for 2 is the score. A big opponent is 2 overs that have been bowled and 9 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads for Zimbabwe.
It's a Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament, bringing opportunity and providing opportunity to every single person who is in Rwanda Cricket Association. The man at the board is Kundo Confiance, one of the right-arm fast bowlers.
Yeah, and he's also previously served as the captain for the under-19 team of Rwanda.
Much better, and that's cut away, but not powerfully to surpass the fielder at point. And it will be a dot. Yeah, she served as the captain. And he possesses those leadership characters. Malia charging in. Straight, much better line and much better length this time. You can see the batter trying to correct what she did wrong. Much better once again. It's just a matter that it was bat first. Otherwise, Ange Nicole was going to raise her finger without hesitation.
Yeah, some good adjustments there being made.
Up in there, and the ball surpasses the boundary, and it's a maximum.
What a pickup shot there, right in the hitting arc. And he picked up very nicely. She went a little full, and that was hit down the ground. Still, I would love to see it. And it is all the way for a maximum. 2 wickets have fallen, but Kelly Ndiraya not really showing that she's concerned of the wickets that have gone. She's made a very good liking to the bowling, and she is picking up the boundaries.
Much needed boundary, much needed maximum at this stage of the game for Team Zimbabwe Women. HPC playing that one, and straight on the ground. There is a protector there, not allowing anything to come easily for Team Brazil. Look at the way she picked that one perfectly. It was the perfect timing and perfect technique. It was a textbook shot from Kelly Ndilaya. Stepping out and missing it completely. What a great comeback from Maria Eduarda.
Yeah, Maria Eduardo going for 6 runs in her second over. And after 3 overs, 15 for a loss of 2 wickets is what Zimbabwe has on board. 13 for no loss. Sorry, 13 of 10 for Kelly Ndiraya and none of 3 for Michelle Mavunga. And that's the equation. 84 runs from 102 balls for the Zimbabweans to pick up victory here. It's an exciting passage of play now. The Brazilians need to make sure that they do break this partnership and keep Zimbabwe onto the back foot.
Swing and miss from Michel Mavunga. Michel Mavunga have done a great job with the ball in the very first innings. Coming back to that opinion of breaking this partnership, and they will be joined by Nyasha Gwanzura, I think. Tossed up and that's placed straight on the ground. And the ball will be brought back by Garisha.
Michelle Mavunga finally gets off the mark and she's getting ready to get going there for the Zimbabweans.
Another great shot once again from Michelle Mavunga. Stepping out and hitting that one up in there. Is it going to be another maximum? Yes, it is another maximum from Kelly Ndilaya without taking a pause. She is on fire today.
Yeah, you never bowl full to Kelly Ndiraya. She's been finding high hitting range and she's been picking up balls. That one sails over the head of long on.
That's bounced once and it's over the fences of Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. If you are joining us now, it's Kwibuka Women's Tournament happening live here in Kigali, Rwanda. Kicukiro, Gahanga. Where you sit and observe beautiful things like pavilions, infrastructures, and other things. Blocking that one, leaning on the back foot. And 77 runs required for Team Zimbabwe Women, HPC, to take the victory away from Team Zimbabwe. From Team Brazil.
Yeah, we've come to the end of the fourth over with the scoreboard reading 22 for a loss of 2. Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. And now the biggest issue for Brazil is that they got early wickets, but they have failed to break this partnership. Results for this tournament. The first match was won by 3 wickets between Zimbabwe and Rwanda, and it was won by Zimbabwe. Nigeria beat up on Malawi by 52 runs, and that's how action has been unfolding.
Maria comes back into the attack from pavilion end. Can see Maria walking back to her run-up mark, thinking a lot of things, thinking what's going to be the next delivery, what's going to be the plan. That's hit enough to pass into that vacant region, and the fielders of Brazil couldn't stop it. It could only be stopped by the coach who is in the tent, and it's Lee Booth.
Yeah, that rubbing it right under his face, John Lee Booth. A little shot there coming in from Maria Bittencourt. And beautifully hit by Michelle Mavunga. Michelle Mavunga got off the mark with a single, but now she's shown that she's also seeing the ball as she also scores her first boundary.
Another great shot from Michelle Mavunga.
Yeah, every time she accesses the ball, she will go hard at it, Michelle Mavunga. So there will be too much work for the fielders front of the square to do, because Michelle is really enjoying getting onto the pitch of the ball and hitting it down. 73 from 93, Zimbabwe.
Straight on the ground. And That was hit straightly. Unfortunately, the bat of Mavunga was still there in the crease. Otherwise, it was going to be out because Maria got touch on that delivery when it was going back straight to the non-striking end. 73 required from 92 deliveries. Maria missing the line. Don't know what she was trying.
Yeah, when you look at the release of that ball, she wanted to try out a slower, but bowling it down the leg and it is wide. You know, sometimes when you bowl it slower, it rushes the batter into playing the shot, so you can easily pick up a wicket. And her setup, she has a field at long off, so that was somehow executed as per her plan.
Maria to continue. Let us see if she can try slower this time. And that's flicked straight to Lakeside region. After seeing that those slow deliveries are not coming out like the way she wanted them to come out, she decided to not try them. So 27 after the loss of 2, and it's the last delivery of this over from Maria Eduarda. Coming and finding that the batter is not ready, and umpire saying go back to your run-up mark.
I think there is some bit of a communication coming in for the officials, and the umpire will call the ball. Third time for both two teams coming into this tournament, and both of them, Zimbabwe has been in 2-2 finals, lost one to Uganda and lost another one to Tanzania last year. Whereas for Brazil, they're just an emerging team that is still making a mark.
Michelle Mavunga trying to step out, but missing that one completely. And that marks the end of over number 5. 27 runs on the board after the loss of 2. Michelle Mavunga scoring 5 off 10 deliveries. She didn't have a great start, but I'm telling you, if she can stay there, the damage will be there. And Kerin Diraya have scored 2 maximums so far. She have faced 15 and scored 19 now. The field umpires are Remy Singzwa and Ange Nicole. But Ivan, have you noticed the way Rwandan ladies are very beautiful? Even in those black uniforms, Ange is still beautiful.
Yeah, black is a color for Africans, so it is really good for the female umpire coming out in that shade and still looking the way she would have looked. Yesterday, we saw the umpires wearing that lemon green color, and today they have come out all black. Maybe the black is a sign of mourning, as we do remember the lives that we are lost. But we are into the final over to complete the power play, 27 for 2, and there is a bowling change there as Lindase Villas Boas replaces.
A thick edge, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and there was no protector, there was no third man, and another boundary comes in from Kelly Ndilaya.
Yeah, looked like Villas Boas. I was going to call her Andre Villas Boas because there is a coach, I think in football, called that name. But this is Lindsay Villas Boas who is into the attack. Looked like she was coming for a pace-off delivery, because when you look at her field setup, she has long on and long off. So meaning how wish would be that the batters can play front of the square. But that ball somehow swinging away and a little pace on. Kalindra just managing to get some bit of bat onto it, and I think outside edge will give them the boundary because there was no protection.
The case for Team Zimbabwe is still simple but far from easy. Cut away powerfully in there, over the fielder's head. If she could have just managed to go back a bit, just like few steps, it could have been a different story. But unfortunately, Ribeiro not being the wisest, and that's another boundary from Kelly Ndelaya's blade.
Yeah, she somehow got to the ball, but a bit of fingertips. And when that ball landed down, it went on spinning on and going all the way to the boundary. Back boundaries there from Kelly Ndiraya. But those shots are not shots of control. The first one was off the edge, and even this one she wanted to go, and it just slices from the bat a bit.
Great comeback from Lindsay Viras-Boas. But Ivan, the great thing is they are just chasing. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how runs comes, as long as they are runs, and as long as I've managed to keep the ball ticking.
Yeah, very well stated there, Enoch. Runs are runs. But now they have introduced a sleep in place. That should be Agatha. Oh no, it's not Agatha, but there is a slip fielder there.
Up in there, it's going to be taken. Another ball racing all the way to the boundary. And there is a protection there, and that's Agatha for you. A run out chance, and the run out it is. Lindsay Viras-Boas brings a breakthrough in that partnership of Kelly Ndilaya and Michelle Mavunga.
Yeah, Mavunga and Indira are trying to take a run where there is an extra run where there was none. A single would have been way better for them. Don't run off a midfield. In the first place, it looked like be a catch. But in the end, they feel that they're making some good comeback and a good timely throw. And Viras-Boas managing to wipe off the bells. Third wicket there goes for Zimbabwe. And this is the moment. Picked up on length, but didn't hit it well. Putting some bit of work there, but it had to be Agatha coming in and chipping in that timely throw. And the run out, clearly she was miles away. That bat had not grounded, making the work for Remy Sungozo, was standing right at the popping crease. Easy, as he does raise up the finger. Third wicket goes, and 35 for 3. I beg your pardon, 36 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads here for Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. Zimbabwe failing to take care of the wickets column. 2 batters departed without scoring, and now Michelle Mavunga following them on. Betty Mangachena is the new batter in for Zimbabwe Women High Performance.
Thick outside edge, and the ball rests all the way to the boundary. Boundaries have been coming in, not in the right way, but runs are runs. We've been talking about that.
Yeah, they have made sure that they continue scoring, and now the new batter. Oh, so it's not the new batter, it is Kelindiraya, who's hit another thick outside edge to pick up another bound. And when you look at the way Viras-Boas is bowling, I think I would bring in the long on field and drop down a third man to do the super roll, because 2 of the boundaries scored have been scored at the same area at third man, meaning the edges fly. So you need protection there. But this is the final ball to complete the power play.
And that's driven straight on the ground, but there is a protector there. Kelly Ndilaya have been targeting boundaries from the very beginning of this innings. I think it must not be Kelly Ndilaya, but the bat, Mr. Ivan, we have to explore that bat at the end of the day. The way it's sending everything to the boundary, and yet it's working. And that's the end of power play. 41 runs on the board after the loss of 3.
Which if the production team is thinking on giving us some bit of the highlights that we did watch inside the power play, but it was a good power play for Zimbabwe, despite losing wickets. That was the first catch which was taken to get the first wicket there for Betty, the captain. Sorry, it's not Betty, it's Eduarda. The captain was dropped LBW subsequently. And now Kalindra has been fighting high hitting range and has been marking some boundaries. That was the first boundary of the innings. Another one there, taking on the liking of the bowling of Eduarda. Lara Bittencourt also hit down the ground for another maximum. It's really been a good power play. But now Agatha is the bowling change. Oh, sorry, it's not Agatha. It's Marianne Atto, the left-armer, who is into the attack. They have similar hair with Agatha and look a little similar in stature, but they are really different ladies. Starts off with a single. And now Carolina Nascimento, the captain, is thinking wickets. Not sure who will give her the wickets, but she's now tossing the ball around. She brought a seamer. Now she's taking her out. Oh, that one didn't just carry to the fielder. Betty Mangachena But there is a change in the comms as Enoch Kasana takes a short break, and I'm joined in by Eric Nyomugaba. Eric, you've been watching everything from the sides. Welcome to the comms, and what's your take on the current progress of things here?
Thanks. So far so good. Zimbabweans are going well. Now you see Kelly Ndilaya doing the job, and knowing that you still have Nyasha outside there, Zimbabweans are really looking solid here. And Brazilians, having won the first game they played in the morning, they brought the confidence into this game as well. But again, this will depend on the way HPC Zimbabweans will take this game through.
Yeah, and now you see that Mariani is bowling the good area. She considered the swing of the first ball, but she's picking up dot balls outside of stump. And when you saw the game against Rwanda and Nigeria, Rwanda didn't pick up so many wickets, but they kept on picking dot balls and building pressure. So here, the dot balls will go a very long way to build back the pressure and keep Brazil in this one. Another dot ball there. Good bowling there, keeping it outside off stump and keeping the batters guessing, not giving them anything to work around with. After conceding a single of the first ball, she's followed it with dot balls. She has a cow corner, long on, long off, and extra cover, patrolling the boundary. And this is the final ball of the over. It is a dot ball to bring the over to an end, but what a good over there from Marianne Ator. Just one run off it, and after 7, 42 for 3 is the score.
Yeah, Ivan, Marianne Altul, in the morning, the game they played versus Malawi, she bowled kind of many extras, but coming back into this game, she's bowling really well. But she bowled her first over and just went for one run, bowling more of her deliveries are going into the stump line, making sure that she keeps the batters finding the way to play those ones in a proper way.
Yeah, now it is Lindsay Veras Boas who returns into the attack. She was 8 expensive in her first over, went for 14 runs. Current 186 and required is 4, meaning they will need many dot balls. And now she's deployed the fielder because she conceded many runs at third man, but there is a third man fielder. The other fielders are extra cover, long on and long off. So she needs to make sure that she continues bowling that outside of stump line. It is Kelly Ndiraya who enjoyed batting her balls in the first over. In her first over, chance to catch, and it is taken. Beaten by the pace there, Kelly Ndiraya. She's looking at her blade. A little rushed into the shot, and out of nothing, Villas Boas has the 4th wicket for the Brazilians.
Yeah, that one, Kelly Ndiraya didn't make any step movement. She just stayed and wanted to stop that one. And the ball didn't come in the way she was expecting because wanting to put the bat there, she opened the face of the bat and guided the ball into the bowler's hands. It's Lindsay who picks up wicket.
Yeah, a very well set batter departs. She looked to be holding the other side, Ndiraya Kelly. But unfortunately, falling into that trap. The ball pitched right in front of her. And you look at the disappointment as she throws her batter away. She didn't really get underneath it well. She could have dubbed it just down, but an extra bounce getting off the surface. And he's hit it back to the fielder. Now 2 batters who are looking to get going are in. And Brazil will be thinking another wicket here to add more pressure to the Zimbabweans.
Brazilians in the morning bowled very much extras because they bowled 18. And this time on, they are bowling really well because they didn't give too much extras. Seeing Nyasha Gwanzura coming in now and Betty Mangachena, now Brazilians need to be clever.
Yeah, Gwanzura humiliated them in the first time they met in this tournament. She scored 115 runs, taking on the liking of all the bowlers. And now she's coming at a time when there is some bit of pressure. 4 would have been sent back to the heart and still work to be done. How she gets off the mark will be important for the Zimbabweans to pick up a crucial victory in this match. She has power. And when she bats, she always finds her hitting arc. What a way to get off the mark there by Nyasha Gwanzura. It is a maximum. The ball just hitting the rope. And Gwanzura is off the mark with a biggie.
Yeah, it's Gwanzura who doesn't wait for many sighters. Bowling that, it's Lindsay bowling it fuller, and Gwanzura was very interested picking that one straight into the side screen. It's a maximum from her bat to start off and opening her count. We've seen her doing this lately, smashing the first ball.
Yeah, that puts the ball on some bit of pressure, but good adjustment there from Villas Boas, because the maximum was waiting the hitting arc of Nyasha Gwanzura, bowled a little full, and now turning Villas Boas, Lindsay bowls it slightly outside off stump. It was the scoring area for the batter who went Kelindrea, but for Gwanzura, you may not go for many because her shots are front of the square. She loves playing down the ground. Again, you see when she looks to target that off stump line, she picks up another dot ball. And that is good adjustment there from Villas Boas.
Yeah, Boas cut the pace and made sure that she bowls that one straight into the mid of stump. And Gwanzura, being the clever one, made sure that she breaks it.
One angling in into her, and it is another dot ball. After conceding a maximum, Villas Boas doesn't try so many things. He's now maintaining that line, trying to keep Nyasha Gwanzura stuck in his crease, but what to get off the mark. It is a shot of confidence when you get off the mark with that maximum. But long on and long off are both at the boundary waiting, plus extra cover and cow corner, was Gwanzura has the power to hit. There was a muted appeal there, but clearly it doesn't look like there was something on to it. 4 dot balls at the back end of the over, and we've come to the end of the 8th. 48 for 4 is what the board reads after 8 overs.
Brazilians showing hunger of that wicket of Gwanzura, knowing that she's a dangerous one at the moment. But Brazil need Zimbabwe need 51 runs from 72 balls so far. If you're just joining, it's Kwibuka 12th edition happening here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. It's Zimbabwe HPC taking on Brazil, and it is 48 on the board for 4.
Bowling change. Marianne Atur is out of the attack. And Maria Eduardo is back into the attack. A little stuck in her crease there. Betty Mangachina, who is yet to get off the mark. She tries to throw her bat forward, but she doesn't move her feet well. So very, very hard to access the ball. And some good field set up there for Maria Eduardo. She has a short third fielder to do protect that area for the balls that will be swinging away. Extra cover, long on, long off, and cow corner all at the boundary. That is hit straight to the cow corner fielder, Agatha. We saw her with a pinpoint accurate throw that gave Zimbabwe the 3rd wicket. So she's not really an arm you would love to take on, Agatha. She does not only use her power to score runs, but even chipping in some good throws.
Top performer Agatha doing the work in the fielding as well, having got a wicket for Brazilians from the run-out that she threw the ball very, very quick into the hands of the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper did the rest. It's Gwanzura to face.
Yeah, that is brilliant areas. They are being bowled by Maria Eduardo. She's kept the batter stuck in their creases. And now this is what you need to do if you're Brazil. Pick up some dot balls and bring back the pressure. Fine, they are doing well in terms of wickets. 49 for 4, but the runs they are protecting, they are defending are not so many. 50 and 69. So you need some dot balls to try and pick up some pressure. Hit. There is a fielder. It will go all the way. That's the power of Nyasha Gwanzura. Second maximum for her. She's dealing in only maximums and boundaries.
Smash that one. It's Gwanzura Nyasha making sure that she gets under that one. It was bowled a little bit shorter and she picked it very, very well. And it is a maximum from her blade. Gwanzura, who is really, really good at playing Kaukona region. Always she waits for the ball and goes under it and makes sure that she puts all her power behind that one. It's Gwanzura getting a maximum for Zimbabwe HPC.
Down the leg. That might have been somehow touched. Now the umpire says it is from the legs, and leg bar is there indicated by Angers. Angers. If we are from the Anglophones where we do speak English, is Angela, but sorry, it is Angel. Angie Nicole. Final ball of over number 9 from Maria Eduarda. Straight to the fielder. And it will be a dot ball. End of over number 9 and the 56 for a loss of 4 is the score.
Yeah, Maria Eduarda keeping good work for Brazilians. Bowled really well in the morning versus Malawi. Was one of the bowlers who did the job for Brazil. And now she keeps on the good work. With the Zimbabwe HPC needing 43 runs. And required rate becoming 3. Keeps slowing down.
Current run at 6.22 and required 3.91. 43 from 66. Velas Boas back into the attack with the dot ball. Trying to close in her bat a little bit. Nyasha Gwanzura. Gwanzura loves to hit the ball when she's seeing it. So every time she poses and she sees you tossing it up there, she will go for it. But when you ball it angling into her, she will play with an angled bat trying to access the onside. When you ball it outside of stump, she still can't score. And when you look at now, Linda say Villas Boas has bowled 5 dot balls against Nyasha Gwanzura. Means she knows how she has to bowl to her. That is a full toss. You don't bowl that to Nyasha, though it wasn't well timed. And the misfield doesn't give them the extra run because it is Agatha. When you try taking on her arm, you might pay for the price. It is not Agatha, it is Sabino who fields that one from the boundary. 2 players in this tournament that you cannot bowl a full toss to, Henrietta Ishimu and Nyasha Gwanzura. They do have power. They can hit you anywhere. 42 in 64 for Zimbabwe women high performance to pick up this one. They have the calmest coaches in this tournament. Toby Mboye and Stephen Mangongo, who is their high performance manager, but he signed a contract with Nigeria. So I'm pretty sure that on 1st July he will be starting his duties down in Nigeria. And he might be joining the men. Nigeria will be going to Namibia to play some games. Off the edge, under his protection, they'll take only a single. That was the scoring area for Kelly Ndiraya, but well protected now by Villas Boas.
Lindsay pouring 3 overs on the throat and keeps doing well so far, going on an economy of 7. It is Villas Boas.
Touch and go. And they do take the run. Some good running between Gwanzura and Mangachena.
Brazil deployed long off field, extra cover field, and the 3rd man field.
I love that call. Even in the dugout, you do hear it, the batter saying, waiting. So if you get out of your crease.
A very loud one.
And I'm on the other side, as your partner, would quickly ask you, where are you going?
Yeah. Sometimes when you're out there, communication becomes very crucial.
That is a good line there from Villas Boas, and she bowls it outside off stump. She's not hit, and what she has made sure is that she doesn't go for any boundary. 3 runs in Villas Boas' third over. See the coach there, Toby Mboye, making his way to the middle because we've come to the end of the 10th over. The drinks will be brought on, and the coaches leave booth for Brazil, and Mboye will have a moment of coming to make sure that he give their players some bit of instructions. 59 for 4 after 10, and 40 runs to get from 60 balls. Gorillas Coffee have been sponsoring the Player of Match awards, making sure that the players who win that award take home some coffee. Alphabet Sportsbox, the government of Rwanda and Rwanda Cricket Association going a very long mile to make sure that they do put some money together for this tournament to happen, because we do remember the lives that were lost during that genocide against the Tutsi in 1994. 1994 is a few years before he was born. But we come together to remember, unite, and renew. And Kwibuka is just a Chinyarwanda word to mean remember. We do remember and honor the lives, plus the heroes who fought to make sure that the genocide comes to an end. And now we do preach the message of togetherness, because this is what sports is all about, bringing people from the different walks of life together. But a quick reminder, on the 21st of June, the 4 o'clock from Nigeria will take on the Abakambwe from Rwanda. It will be an interesting match. It is a game of people who are a few years above 40, and they go up to they go as old as 80, and it will be an interesting game. But I tell you, in that game, Rwanda has never, sorry, our Kambwe of Rwanda have never lost any game against the 4 o'clock at the home ground. So it will be the president of the Nigeria Cricket Federation, who he Akpata with his men from London, coming here. You know, Rick Tete will be here as they hope to make a mark.
Hopefully they got a new coach and now they're into the things, coming to compete.
Yeah, another bowling change there for Brazil. Marian Artur is back into the attack. The seamer Marian Eduardo momentarily taken out again. That is a very short ball, but it was not dispatched away by Nyasha Gwanzula because it kept a little low. The umpire confirms that it is way down the leg, maybe, but clearly it was a ball to hit.
For sure, it was the ball to hit, and Gwanzura stayed on the back foot, kneeling down, just waiting to sweep that ball, but it kept very low, and she couldn't connect that one.
Oh, that's much better from Marianne Atul. Turn and bounce, but way outside off, and she picks up the dot ball. I told you the dot balls here will take them a long way. Not sure what John Lee Booth, their coach, has told them, the Brazilians, but it looks to be working out for them. You need to make sure that you pick up a dot and send back the pressure. 38 and 59. Not so many runs they're working around with. They don't afford giving away extras. Down on one knee, but doesn't hit it well. And they will do take the single.
Yeah, Marian Altul balls that one into the stumps, and the batter Mangachena tries to sweep that one as well, targeting that square leg region gap, because it is big and there is no mid-wicket field, so they're targeting that square leg region.
Outside of stump has been the trade, and Marianne Atul picks up a dot ball. This tournament will take a rest tomorrow. The 12th edition of Kwibuka will take the first rest day tomorrow, and action will resume on Sunday. Going for a pedal, but she doesn't connect it well, though she will take the single run. That's an improvising shot. Every time you go for it, you make sure that you at least pick up a boundary. Doesn't look so good. You only pick up a single because it's a risky shot that can result you into losing the wickets. But when we come back from tomorrow's rest day, action will continue on Sunday, and in the morning it will be Malawi Brazil at this ground. Then Malawi, Nigeria still at this ground, whereas Rwanda will take on. Sorry, a bit of a correction in the fixtures. On Sunday, 14th June, when we return from the break, Malawi will take on Zimbabwe Women High Performance at this ground, whereas at the same moment, Rwanda will take on Brazil at Gahanga B, and in the afternoon, Malawi will return and take on Nigeria. It will be a double-header day for Malawi. So make sure you don't miss out on the fixtures. Some touch and go. The field are running round each day to put her body down on the line, but they'll only take a double. Some good wheels on Betty Mangachena and Nyasha Gwanzura.
Yeah, Mangachena leaning on the back foot, trying to play that one straight into the point region. But again, she couldn't free her arms and play that one very late towards the Galway Legion to get the scoreboard moving. That's the scorecard. Not much to talk about, but Kelly Ndiraya, who took the charge and scored 34 runs off 23 balls with a healthy strike rate of 147. And now it's Gwanzura taking on the charge. She is on 15 runs off 13 balls. And the only partnership to talk about is Michelle Mavunga with Kelly Ndiraya, partnership of 35 of 29 balls, and the current partnership is Bet Mangachena batting with Nyasha Gwanzura, partnership of 22 runs.
Venus Boas back into the attack with a full toss. It is in down the ground and a misfield of sorts, but they don't take the second run, the Zimbabweans. Venus Boas bowling half final over. 34 from 53 for Zimbabwe Women High Performance to pick up this victory. Hitting it up, but it will pick up another field and another single taken.
Yeah, Ndilaya connecting. Sorry, Betty Mangachena connecting the ball, but again, she's playing more of across the line, trying to access that cow corner region. And she might end up giving a wicket, trying to play the ball in the wrong.
Goes down and hits that one up in the air. There is a fielder, takes the catch, and they have gotten rid of the dangerous batter. Nyasha Gwanzura didn't find her hitting arc. A calm collection there from Carolina Nascimento, the captain for Brazil. And it is the 5th wicket that goes for the Zimbabweans.
Very, very good plan from the coach. And Marianne Alto bowling that one. And Nyasha going with too much power, wanting to hit that one at Bujesera Airport. But again, end up mistiming it. And it is a catch. Sorry, it is Lindsay who bowled that one. And she's bowling her 4th on the throat. And picked that one to register her name into the wickets column.
It is a big wicket that they do pick up. Despite chasing a small total, Zimbabwe failing to take care of the wicket column should be worrying the coaches, because you need to make sure that your batters bat time and spend some time on the crease. It builds some bit of confidence as you head into the games. It is the second wicket for Villas Boas. 32 in 50 as Runyaroro Paspanodia makes her way to the crease. Current 100 is 5 and required is 3. Should have had an extra fielder into the 30 to put some bit of pressure on Runyararo. Into the surface, not a good ball to ball, but it will be a dot ball. Just driving that one straight to the fielder. One more remaining in this over, number 12. Another dot ball and the end of the over. A good one to end the spell of Venus Boas. 2 runs off it and the wicket, a big one of Wanjura. And as we come to the end of over number 12, 67 for a loss of 5 is the score. 32 from 48. Ryan Ator coming back to bowl for Brazil. Down on one knee and pulls that one away. Not stopping it on the first time, running around. This is something for them to work on. The Brazilians didn't prefer to get on your body down on the leg first time to cut off the extra run. Every time you run around with the ball, you give the batters chance of picking up an extra run.
Yeah, it is Betty Mangachena still looking to target that gap at the square leg, knowing that the fielders on that side are on into the 30-yard circle. Putting her knee down, trying to
Good work there to pick up the dot ball and send back some bit of pressure. That should be wide down the leg. And it has been the biggest problem for Brazil. The extras have not really been working in their favor. 29 now from 46. And when you look at this game in terms of extras, Zimbabwe bowled 13 extras in the first innings. Still work for them to be done. Whereas in response, they have so far gotten 7 from Brazil. But Brazil, who are not working with so many runs, they didn't make sure that they are cutting off those extras. This time round, that was traveling quick and it had to go to the boundary. Good looking shot there for Runyararo to get off the mark.
full power energy from Runyararo should be teaching Betty Mangachena how to hit that one because she gets it in between the fielders and they were converging to see who is following that one, but it was really quick and it is another boundary to the total.
And did some good bit of batting here from Zimbabwe, making sure that they continue walking towards the total. Now they need more 24 runs to pick up the win. There is an appeal, but that was from the bat maybe, or maybe the bounce. Maybe the height there, it could have missed the stumps. And even though Mariana Turu was also interested, the umpire, Angie Nicole Gehozo, looking at her after that appeal and saying, no, me, I didn't see that one hitting, that one going on to hit the stumps. It might have missed. He's bowling with that cross angle. Going down to sweep, but that one clearly off the pads. You hear it even from the sound. And the end of the over, 13 gone, 75 for 5 is the score. And that's the equation there for the victory, 24 of 42 and a change in the comms. But let's first look at the number of dot balls. Brazil conceded 63 dot balls, that's about 10.3 overs. Whereas Zimbabwe so far conceded 50 dot balls, 36 singles in the first innings, 6 doubles, 3 boundary fours, and 13 extras have been given away by Zimbabwe in the first innings compared to the 3 by Brazil in this innings. But there is a change in the comms. Eric Nyomugabo takes a break, and I'm joined in by Emile Rukidza, two players who have played for the men's team of Rwanda. One succeeds the other. Emile, you've been watching everything from the side. What do you make of the proceedings so far? And welcome to the comms.
Thank you, Ivan. Yes, as you said, I've been watching on the side, and Zimbabwe HPC looked very calm. They've chased 139, the first game they played against Rwanda, and today they've been asked to chase 99 in 20, which will be much easier for them, knowing they have Betty Mangachena and Runyararo Paspanodia, who scored 40 against Rwanda, chasing 139, and of course Nyasha Gwanzura, who is not in at the moment, but made a very good contribution to the side. And again, it comes back to Kelly Ndiraya.
It gets back to Kerinda, that is marked away over the head of the field that covers, and it is a boundary. Edito tossed up full by Carolina Nascimento, the captain for Brazil in this match, and hit away for 4.
Full and wide, allowing Runyararo Paspanodia to throw all the weights and opening the arms onto that one. And talking about the Kerin Diraya's performance today, brings back the performance of herself playing against Rwanda. Scored 39 of just 23 against Rwanda, which made them win that game. And today she contributed 34 against Brazil today.
When you speak about Kerindira, she's very, very calm when they are chasing, and that's why she always gets those runs. And I tell you, instead of having a player like Berisa Murekatete who will come and score 50 in one game, I rather have Kerindira. She'll give me a 30 in every game. So there is some bit of consistency that is needed from you. Because when you look at Berisa's figures, the first game she scored a half century. The second game she scored 0. Today, not sure of her figures, but it was below 5 runs, about 201, 203. Sorry. So you rather have Kelindra who is getting you the 30s and finding you runs in these pressure times.
Very consistent in scoring runs from Kelly Ndiraya. And then there is a difference in skills. Very skillful.
Some easy pickings here for the Zimbabweans. I tell you, they know that the Brazilians are fielding. I said they have accepted they have lost the game. So even when they hit the ball straight to the field, it is easy for you to take up the run. But long on and long off as well at the boundary. A dot ball there to end the over, but a little explosive from Carolina Nascimento. A time when you're defending less than 20 runs and you give away 9, they look to be many. But we've come to the end of over number 14 with the scoreboard reading 84 for a loss of 5. And right in your frame, Tobin Boy, Stephen Mangongo, Yoseli Lokole Mabeda there shaping on with Herbert saying that if Betty Mangachena or Nyararo gets out, I'm ready to go in. And that's the dugout rate in your frame for the Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. And it is a good initiative there for Zimbabwe because this game doesn't cost them, this tournament doesn't cost them any ranking points. So it is good for you to send your players, come and test combinations, test new leadership. Now we are seeing Adele Simon leading as the captain. Last year it was Nomovel Sibanda. The other year it was Chieza Dururu. So it is really good to come test combinations. Now we've seen Adele Simon batting at different numbers. And that's the liberty that you do have because it is like a practice tournament for them. Peter Kotlara into the attack. And she starts off with a dot ball. That ball was there to be whipped away. But Runyararo not really interested.
Runyararo Paspanodia, who is very aggressive. If you miss and ball it a little bit fuller.
Yeah, that one gets off the edge. It wasn't too full, but it was drifting away from her. And because it was into the gap, it will give them a chance to pick up a double. The current passage of play is now showing that it might be a matter of time, but Zimbabwe way into this one. They lost to Nigeria yesterday, makes it very, very crucial for them to pick up this win and bounce back to winning ways. (13 of 11 for Runyararo and 10 of 22 for Mbedi. Better still does some balls there for Zimbabwe, but it has been good that she's been doing the supportive role and making sure that they do walk close to victory. 13 more in 33. Lara Bittencourt still picking up some dead balls. She balls with her cap on. The only risk there is that if the cap falls off and it is hit by the ball, you give away penalty runs. So we're better off giving it to the umpire. But if you can take good control of it, it is good. That is to the hands and taken. Runyararo has been enjoying the batting here. Hits that one straight to the fielder, and it is the second catch for Carolina Nascimento, giving Lara Bittencourt a wicket there. It is the fifth that goes for Zimbabwe. Thought it was right into the arc and went hard at it. Just picked up the fielder. And the sixth goes. You feel that Brazil is trying to crawl back in the game, but it might be a little late for them because not so many runs are still waiting to be gotten there. 13 of 14 for Runyararo. She's done her work and paving way for the next batter. She leaves the required run rate at only 2. This can be gettable by the lower order batters, but something for Lara to smile for her good bowling figures. She's made sure that she sands it with the wicket. The new batter in is Lindokuhule Mabera. She bowls left but bats right. She'll need to get some runs. Oh, sorry, that's not Lindokuhule Mabera. That is Kuzai Kelichi Agora. Sorry, it is Mabera into the attack. One wears 16 and another one 18. Easy to do the mix-up, but it is a dot ball there to end Lara Bittencourt's third over. A fine over. And after 15, 86 for a loss of 6 is the score for Zimbabwe women high performance.
And those are the spectators and fans out here enjoying their drinks, watching a beautiful game being played here by Brazil and Zimbabwe HPC. And if you're watching on your screens there, you might think Betty Mangachena is not playing after facing 22 balls and scoring only 10 runs. But I'm telling you, with the partnership she had with Nyasha Gwanzura and Runyararo Paspanodia is what got them here. And now she's trying to open up and see if she could get some boundaries, even though it is not even that much necessary. Betty Mangachena very calm, not under any pressure, knowing she will chase the run.
They have now kept on finding the runs. Lara Bittencourt finishing her spell, and now it is Carolina Nascimento into the attack to do the work. But I tell you, the runs are still moving on for the Zimbabweans. You feel that maybe if Brazil had gotten to 120, they could have had a big chance of picking up this win. Onto the back foot and an appeal, and it is given by the umpire. Second duck for Lindokuhule Mabera in this tournament. You don't play that on the back foot. It is a feather. And the wicket keeper, Rufino, taking the catch and giving them another wicket.
Lindokure Mabela very stuck, not moving the legs, trying to throw the bat onto that one, and ended up getting a nick, and the wicket keeper held on that one very tight. Lindokure Mabela on deck of 2 balls, offering none, but still a very calm dugout of Zimbabwe HPC. And that's Kelly for you, getting ready to go in at any time. Zimbabwe needing 10 runs from 28 balls. Still, the game is in their hands.
Yeah, they're still fighting back, the Brazilians, and look at the body language now. It is a loud pitch as the Vimbai Mary Muntu Ngwindu, the wicketkeeper batter, makes her way to the crease. Oh, that is gloriously driven and into the gap there by Vimbai Muntu Ngwindu. She gets onto the bounce of the ball and drives it down the ground. And what that single means is that what Zimbabwe needs to win the game is less than 10 runs. It is a single digit, 9 in 26. It will be some bit of magic for the Brazilians to pick up this win. Short ball straight to the field, and it is another dot ball.
Talking about Vimbai Mutungwindu, for the March of Rwanda, she came in, thought that she was an easy batter to take on, maybe due to the size, if you look at her standing. But the action was very louder than the way she looks. Very skilled batter and patient. And this brings us to the end of the 16th over. The score is at 90 for 7. They're recurring 2.25.
9 runs in 24 balls for the Zimbabweans to pick up the win. That's the equation there right in your frame. It is the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament, and the tournament will take a rest tomorrow for the players to refresh a bit before they come back on Sunday for another action-packed days. Some of the bars there are right in your frame, but nothing much to talk about them. Beaten Kotlara will be coming to bowl half-final over from the pavilion end. 9 in 24. Only wickets can give them the win. The Brazilians hit that one. There is a sweeper, but it may roll to the boundary. Yes, it rolls away because Brazilians have not been so good on the boundary, reducing the deficit to only 5 there by Montongwindu Mary.
Going down on one knee, spotting a gap. A deep square leg. And went there with the full blade of the bat, trying to play against the turn, but whatsoever, she spotted a gap, and there is a field change. The captain decided to have deep square, cow corner, deep mid wicket, and long on, having no protection on the offside. And Vibai Mutungwindu, who I really saw batting, she even likes it on the offside. You might be mistakenly think she will be looking forward to play on the leg side just.
Yeah, anything tossed up to her will be easy pickings on the offside. She really, because of her stature, she waits for the ball and plays it with a bounce. And she watches everything as it comes. That's the advantage of having a very low stance. You know, some players always get bowled because they stand and deliver. But for even though she stands and delivers, she will be close to the pitch of the ball. Sometimes you're close to the pitch of the ball, you can easily play it with a bounce. And when you look at Lala Bittencourt, she's playing it with a bit of a googly, the way she releases it. Though they have been now easy to pick. The Zimbabweans, 3 more needed in 20 balls for the win.
And the captain brings back a long off, 2 mid off. Still 4 players at the ropes.
Yeah, I would bring all midfielders inside. After all, we are defending 3 runs. Try and put some bit of pressure. And you look at what Umuntungweni is taking, playing with soft hands and picking up the gaps. But this time round, she picks up the fielder.
When you look at the way Vimbai Mutungwindu plays, you might think she's supposed to come up the order. A very talented player.
Struggles playing on the back foot. Every time you bowl it outside off stump, she can only drive it when it is full to the off. But that is the end of Lara Bittencourt's spell. 4 overs, she's bowled, picked up a single wicket, and she's gone for 22 runs. 17 overs gone, and 96 for a loss of 7 is the score. You see their president there, Roberta Moreto, who is out of the playing 11, making a walk in front of their dugout. I don't know, they're thinking for her, maybe she's saying we would have won this, standing right close to their coach. John Lee Booth, a man who has been in Africa so many years. When they were giving him flowers, they said that he started doing work with the CWB here in Rwanda about 20 years ago, but he's done the same business of CWB in Uganda. Coached so many coaches. John Lee Booth, the coach of the coaches. Marianne into the attack for Brazil. Down the ground and the misfield, but they'll only take 2 to level the scores. 1 more needed for the win. Looks like the fielders have conceded defeat. One run needed in 17 balls. You would feel that it is already a game set and match for Zimbabwe. All the fielders are inside the circle now. Something they have done a little late because they've cut off. They would have cut off so many singles if they had done it earlier on. Down on one knee, that will be a boundary to call it game set and match. Into the pads there for Betty Mangchena, and the boundary will help her end her innings at 20, and it will see the Zimbabweans cross the line with 3 wickets at hand. Went on one knee and picked it up very nicely behind the square for a boundary, and a 3 wickets victory by the Zimbabwe Women High Performance team to bring the end to the match day. Some bare handshakes there from the players, but that's the batting card there for Lindros Masina. Didn't disturb the scorers. It was Kelinderaya before being caught and bowled by Vilas Boas, who scored 34 of 23. Unbeaten on 20 of 29, Betty Mangachena was also a standout. And some contribution is coming in from Nyasha Gwanzura and Runyararo Paspanodia, 16 and 13 respectively. 8 extras given away by Brazil, not so good when defending 99 runs. They will be there and thinking maybe if they could have done better with the bowling. Maria Eduarda Ribeiro bowled well and picked up 2 wickets. She was well complimented by Vilas Boas, who also picked up 2 wickets, whereas Lara Betancourt and Carolina Nascimento have picked up a wicket apiece. The match summary for you: a half century from Laura Agatha, the Brazilian, but not enough for them to cross the line. 54 of 54 at a healthy strike rate of 100. The wicketkeeper batter Rufino and Vilas Boas scored 9 apiece, but Salemo Museka's 4 wickets for just 13 runs and 4 overs will be the standout bowling figure, whereas Michelle Mavunga also picked up 2 wickets for 8 in 3.2, and 1 for Kuzaichi Agora a little.
Welcome back. We are the post-match presentation, and we had a game between Brazil and Zimbabwe HPC, where Zimbabwe won the toss and they elected to bowl first. Brazilian batted first and scored 98 runs, and Zimbabwe came to chase. And I'll start with Brazilian captain. Please come. Tough luck. You lost the game, but there are one or two things you picked from this game.
I think we did a lot of things, good things in this game. We're fielding really well, we're bowling really well. But in the batting part, I think we're missing some runs. And it's expensive for us.
Okay, thank you. You heard it from Brazilian captain, and I would love to hear from winning captain. Adele, please come forward. Congrats, you won this one again, and what do you think you did well for this success?
I think actually our bowling was pretty well rather than our batting. So I think I give all thanks to our bowling team, bowling squad.
Yeah. What do you think of the players? Who do you think stood tall?
Actually, Salem for taking a 4-4. So I think we give a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yep. We'd like to call upon match referee to give out the player award, which will be none other than Princess Salim Museka, who picked 4 wickets and went for only 13 runs. Congrats for your player award, and what do you think you did well, better than the others, to pick up this award?
I think I get the motivation from my teammates because they were supporting me and encouraged me, so it was now easier for me to take wickets.
Yeah, who do you think supported you most?
All of my teammates, they did.
Okay, thank you and well done. You heard it from the two captains, and this is the end of 9th game of this Kwibuka tournament, and please just wait and watch the other next games, and signing off, it's Eric Nyomgaba.